All right. We are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers, your home for
crackhead clown individuals.
Felt that was the only intro appropriate today because today we're going to be talking about Mansur, Deen Responds, one of the 4 people who so far have been revealed from the Dawah Epstein list of 75 individuals conspiring to protect Mohammed Hijab. I guess 74 because one of them's Mohammed Hijab. I guess he's not really conspiring to protect himself. But the 75 individuals who behind the scenes were plotting. They thought they were the best of all plotters, but of course that title belongs to Allah. In fact, their plotting was quite bad, quite inferior. But Deen Responds has decided to double down and triple down and say, yes, everything is true. Everything that Salman has said, everything he's revealed about us is true. But it's okay. It's okay because Aisha is crazy. And therefore, we can do whatever we want to her. This is what he decided is the hill he wants to die on. This is his best possible response to the sexual abuse of Mohammed Hijab, the cover-up, the blackmail, all the things that are halal in Islam and haram in Islam. Everything that's been done, this is his response. It's all good because, well, we were right. She is crazy. You can't make this stuff up. These people think they're the champions of Dawah. This is the best Islam has to offer, I guess. And it is utterly humiliating. It should be utterly humiliating anyway for anyone who is a Muslim. Today, I have Elle, Elohim, and your brother in Christ joining me to go through Mansur's video in which he says, I don't have the exact title in front of me, but it's something like Behind Veils Deception Exposed. And the deception is, I gave much evidence that she was crazy and he didn't show that evidence. Here, I'm going to show you the group chat. Here's where I put all the evidence into the group chat. As if that's somehow a response. Hey, we'll see. We'll go through his video and see. Welcome, you guys. You want to introduce yourselves?
Ladies first.
I'm Elle, and I run Elle, Elohim. I just realized our names are flipped on here, as is our camera, but I'm there. And I like to call myself an apologetics artist, but I also do other types of videos as well, pointing to truth and bringing people out of darkness via God. Hopefully I can at least point the way. And so I go through things like Bible studies, Quran studies, Hadith studies. I look at what da'is are saying to the public and go, does that really align with reality? Here's why or why not. Those sorts of things. Ultimately, the goal is to have people join us on this journey to seek and share truth together better than ever before. And I do that through YouTube, through in-person things, and through conferences.
Absolutely. And I'm Eric. I run Your Brother in Christ, the YouTube channel. And we do shorts and long live streams, open call-ins where we have lovely discussions. Unless the Muslims just want to be in the chat like they were last time and not actually want to come up, even though they claim they respect Jesus more than Christians do. They didn't respect him enough to click a link. Sad.
Indeed. We get this a lot, right? Like any Muslim can come and debate us on the topic of the day. And they're like, well, I don't want to talk about that topic. I want to talk about whatever other topic. Oh, great. We're talking about that tomorrow. They come tomorrow. I don't want to talk about that topic. It doesn't matter what the topic is. They always want to change it to something else, it seems. But in addition to your channels, which are linked in the video description, I encourage people to check those out and subscribe. You also have an apologetics conference that you're running coming up soon. So I have a video promoting that conference. We'll go ahead and play through that here at the start.
Thank you.
Would you like to go to the greatest apologetics conference this country has ever seen?
Have you ever thought about how to share the gospel with culture? Have you ever wanted to see Islam and Christianity battle intellectually in groundbreaking debates?
Have you ever wondered why Islam is growing so much here in the USA?
Have you ever wondered how anyone lives their life not knowing that the perfect eternal word of God become a man, not just to speak the truth, but to die for them?
Have you ever wanted to know how to move conversations about identity over to the gospel?
How can a sinner be right before a holy God?
Have you ever wondered what God thinks about women? How dare you get that nerd on here?
Have you ever wanted to seek and share truth together better than ever before with like-minded and uniquely gifted brothers and sisters?
Did you realize that Muhammad is actually in the Bible? But it's not what you may think.
Have you heard of the infamous satanic verses? Would you like to hear more? A lot more?
Have you ever wondered why, according to the Quran, Allah is Satan and Jesus is God?
Would you like to understand ways in which you can better convey the sanctity of human life?
Have you ever wondered about why so many people are being attracted to Hebrew Israelism?
Would you like to know why Dawah is crumbling?
Have you ever wanted to hear me sing? Probably not.
Have you ever wanted help do a ministry on YouTube more effectively?
Would you like to master the Islamic dilemma?
Have you ever wanted to see Daniel Hakikachu and David Wood face off as Daniel tries to debunk the Islamic dilemma?
Did you know that the Islamic model of God is not able to explain miracles, but the Trinity not only can, but is the only model of God that does it perfectly?
At this conference, you'll learn how to identify a cult, how to give proper biblical responses, and hopefully win them for Christ by preaching to them the true gospel of Jesus Christ according to biblical revelation. We will also be dealing with atheism and agnosticism and other philosophical worldviews that are in opposition to the biblical faith, which is Christianity.
Whether you're Christian, Jewish, Muslim, atheist, or none of the above, if you'd like to learn more, we'd love to have you join us at this year's free Seek and Share Truth Conference in Ohio and online. If you'd like to support our missions, attending our free conference, outreaches, and/or debates, praying for us, donating to help us cover our speakers' costs, and inviting others to come and do the same helps so much. If you'd like to learn more, check out our website and RSVP for free today. And if you have any questions, know I'm here to help. We hope to see you there. And either way, thank you so much for your consideration. And may God bless you with his guidance always.
Very good stuff there. I'll be speaking. My talk will be inspired by what we're talking about today, the case against Mohammed Hijab. I won't be talking about Islam or Mohammed Hijab, but I will be looking at the other side of the equation, what the Bible teaches about women, what the Bible teaches about, by consequence, what the Bible would have to say about the activity of Mohammed Hijab. I think perhaps the highlight of the whole thing is that you got Daniel to agree to a debate with David. How did you manage that?
Big thanks to James of Modern Day Debate. He's actually the one who recommended Daniel, and I was like, yes, because of various reasons. But I'm very excited to actually hear what he has to say. So David Wood specifically wanted to debate him on the Islamic dilemma. And Daniel, in response, asked to also debate on which religion respects Jesus more, Christianity or Islam. So since we didn't get to hear yesterday what other Muslims think in that regard, at least not joining apparently, we will get to hear at least Daniel's responses, which I think should be very interesting, because to have that be their request is noteworthy.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm really curious to see what he's got up his sleeve.
Yeah,
he's got to have something good to be confident in this, because I don't see how he can do it, but we'll see. Maybe he'll surprise us.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? We gotta wait and see. Maybe Daniel will come up with a genius argument that we've never heard before. Right? He's been saving it. He's been waiting for this opportunity to spring it in a live debate. Who knows? It could happen.
I hope so, actually. I think that'd be awesome.
That'd be cool. Something new. That'd be fantastic.
Absolutely. And so Mohid says, please invite Danae King to this conference. Also, it'll be the scoop of her life. So that's the reporter that ended up getting me fired by reporting on my Islamophobia, as we all know. So I think that you would greatly enjoy the conference. She can meet her hero, Daniel, there.
Yeah.
In any case, I did put the link to the tickets for that. Definitely encourage people to come in person if they're in the United States, in the vicinity of Ohio. Definitely opportunity to meet many Christian apologists. Great opportunity there. This will be the third year. Lots of opportunities for fellowship along with the teaching. But if you're like in Europe or something, there is also an online option. So check that out regardless of where you are. And then I put the fundraiser for that as well, since the conference itself is completely free to attend. We're giving people the opportunity to support financially if they're so inclined as well, to keep the conference free for those participating. Anything else you want to say on that?
Yeah, it's going to be way cooler in person. So if you can make it in person, I would highly recommend that. We've also had requests to actually delay the output of the online this year to emphasize in person all the more and allow it to be as high quality as possible for those in person. That way we could focus on not tech problems as much, and then also make sure it's as high quality as possible for afterwards. So that said, if you want to see it first and you want to see it in person live and the coolest experience possible, I would highly recommend coming if you can. But if not, we still obviously want to make the teachings available. Obviously not certain like trainings and stuff that wouldn't be as appropriate for online, but yeah, it's gonna be epic. It's been epic every year leading up to this, and so I think every year it just gets a little bit better in a lot of different ways. So
And there's something unique about joining up and with like-minded individuals. I mean, all actually getting together, and we all care about the same goal. So it's something unique about that.
it's definitely a biblical concept as well, as far as like, do not neglect the gathering together of believers. Not that I'm saying you're not biblical if you don't come to our conference. But
Yes, Elle says if you don't attend her conference, you're not a real Christian.
Well, Danya, put that in your article as well.
Absolutely. So a couple comments from people here. So which Daniel? So this would be Daniel Pikachu, or Pikachu as some people like to call him, or Daniel, I love child marriage. Whichever Daniel you prefer to call him by. But yes, the fairly popular Islamic debater and philosopher, or whatever he wants to call himself, YouTuber, podcast host, whatever, right? That Daniel, that's the Daniel that will be at the debater. Metastep says, I heard Ohio is a gateway to hell. Is that true? No, don't believe the rumors. Don't believe the rumors. Just because Ohio has somehow become not a synonym or a slang word for lame in Gen Z speak doesn't mean it's true. Ohio is awesome, especially this conference. I say that as someone who proudly lives here. Cargo Crew said, the non-believer in Abrahamic religion doesn't give two hoots about the Islamic dilemma, but you should, because it doesn't depend on the truth of Christianity to prove Islam's false. That's why it's a dilemma. You want to give a brief explanation of the Islamic dilemma for those who are not familiar?
Sure. So the Islamic dilemma is the fact that according to Islam, the Christian scriptures are authoritative, preserved, trustworthy, and they are mandated to be judged by. So what this means for Muslims is that they cannot be true Muslims unless they're judging by the Bible. Well, what happens when you judge by the Bible? You see that Jesus Christ is God, who incarnated, was crucified, and resurrected. And so what does that mean for Islam? It means that Islam itself is false. So even if you reject Christianity, you can still recognize that the Islamic dilemma proves Islam false. And this is important because Islam growing is a problem regardless of if you believe that Christianity is true or not. No, obviously,
Actually, it'd be worse for you if you don't believe in Christianity.
yeah, way worse.
According to Islam, you would be on the chopping block, literally. The Christians get the option of jizya until Jesus comes back, according to Islam. So,
yeah, so Islam is a huge problem, regardless of what you think of anything else. And you should know why Islam is a huge problem if you don't believe that, which we'll also be discussing at the conference. However, even acknowledging that, yes, the Islamic dilemma still matters. If you're going to have any interaction with Muslims, the Islamic dilemma is going to be one of the biggest things that you can bring up to show how Islam crumbles. Now, there's tons of others, don't get me wrong. Islam is riddled with problems and holes. There are so many holes in the standard Islamic narrative. There are so many holes in the alternative Islamic narratives as well, by the way. And so, yeah, but that said, as a Christian, I believe that we should do more than just debunk lies, but we should also pursue truth. That said, even if you want to throw truth out the window, debunking lies is still helpful. Plus,
absolutely.
On anything, you can come and tell us why, because it's open to everyone. The conference is open to atheists, it's open to Jehovah's Witnesses, it's open to Mormons. You don't agree with us, come tell us why, and we can discuss this stuff in person.
Absolutely. As Houston says, it's an internal contradiction, so it could be used by atheists or anyone else for that matter. It proves the Quran false, regardless of what else you believe. Did have a couple comments about Ohio here. Indiana Bone says Ohio is just boring by and large. Boring really isn't that bad when you get older, but Adiz pointed out that we have Cedar Point in Ohio, which is considered one of the best theme parks in the nation. So you're just wrong when you say Ohio is boring. We have 3 big cities with all the amenities that any big city would have. So it's just a false rumor. That's all. But Snoopy gets it right here and says Ohio is the best state in the country. Did you want to say something about how?
Sorry, yeah, I just don't know exactly what they think is going to be boring about a huge debate between David Wood and Daniel Hakikachi, regardless of what anyone believes. I don't see how that could possibly be boring, personally.
And then we got Mo Roca here, who says, you all sit here and spew nonsense that we don't believe, i.e. impose your BS on us, and then you pat each other on the back, lols. I don't recall forcing you to be here, so I'm not sure exactly how I'm imposing anything on you.
Well, I mean, I guess they don't believe in the Quran then, because that's the main reference we used was the Quran itself. So if you're saying the Quran is BS, then okay, we would agree. Thank you for contributing.
And I do want to know who we is, though. He also says, nope, we categorically reject your BS. So I don't know if Allah has entered the chat here, or he's talking about him and his demons, or what. But as far as I know, Mo Roca is only one individual. So if you're claiming that you're a we, I don't know. Are you Allah? Are you possessed by demons? Do you have a legion inside you? I don't know. You tell me. And he says, what a ridiculous state of affairs. Yes, indeed. What a ridiculous state of affairs that we're pointing out something here, the behavior of Mohammed Hijab, that every human being should say is horrific. Every human being should say this is terrible. This is horrific. This is not something I would ever support, including Muslims. Muslims should be stepping up and saying Mohammed Hijab is a bad representation of our religion. He is not what we want to put out to the world, and yet they're not. They're supporting him. They're coming in and telling everyone else that they're doing BS for rejecting Mohammed Hijab's sexual abuse of a woman and blackmail of a sheikh. Okay, this is if this is what you want to have as the image of Islam, go right ahead. Fine by me. You want Mohammed Hijab to be the face of Islam? Well, it just shows how demonic and evil your religion is to any normal person, including Muslims, right? Most Muslims are much better than Mohammed Hijab, are much better than the example that Prophet Muhammad gave, are much better than the commands of Allah. They're much better people. And maybe you're not. I'm not going to like project anything on you. I don't want to impose my beliefs on you. So if you want to tell me you're not a better person, fine, you're not. You're as evil as Mohammed Hijab. But normal Muslims see his behavior and they're not happy with it. And people like you and your genius coming to defend him actually just push them further away from Islam, make it easier for them to leave Islam. So thank you. Thank you for your assistance. And with that, let's get to another amazing tactical genius on spreading Islam. Deen Responds. We'll get to his video in a minute, but first I wanted to look at this post that he put on his community page yesterday. Turns out Deen Responds is a big fan of this channel. He absolutely loves the work that I'm doing here, as we can see in this post. For all those making excuses for the woman, the woman, she continues to go on Islamophobic platforms speaking on this issue. What do you mean continues? My interview with Aisha is the first time she's ever been on any of our platforms. The only other platform she's ever been on are Dawah channels. Are you saying that the Dawah channels are Islamophobic? Because that's the only way your comment makes sense, Mr. Deen. This person, that's me, is so Islamophobic and blasphemous on his channel, dedicated to attack Islam, thank you for the compliment, that she actually had to agree with him beforehand to not attack the religion. That's not actually true. That's not actually true. I would not have acted like a child. I would not have been like, you follow a false god, as she's giving an interview on the behavior of Mohammed Hijab. But I put up the disclaimer, right? I put up the disclaimer. You know why I put that up? Which he's going to show the disclaimer that I had in the video. I put that up because she was afraid that people like you, Deen, who would try to use this against her, that they'd say, she's not a real believer because she talked to an Islamophobe. So she's like, I know they're going to attack me no matter what, but I want to make it clear that I'm not here to criticize Muhammad, and you're not here to criticize Muhammad. And I said, absolutely, I wasn't going to criticize Muhammad during the stream. There was no reason to bring him up, right? I would have been respectful regardless. That's my words. Aisha had to get me to agree. No, she did ask me not to attack Muhammad, but I would have done it regardless. And she wanted this disclaimer put in the video because she was afraid that morons like you would say, oh, she's attacking Muhammad. That's why she went on the stream. So good job. Good job, Deen. You've lived up to her expectations for what a disgusting Dawah bro would do. You've made her point for her. Good job. Good job. That's not an excuse. Oh, go ahead.
Just real quick, because he put up your disclaimer, you asked for the comments to be respectful.
Uh-huh.
Not her, you.
Uh-huh.
So you're doing more than she asked you to be respectful, not only to her, but in this case, even Islam in a way.
Yep.
Which by no means requires it or anything.
Yeah, and not only that, I actually have censored some comments. I don't normally do this, but on that video, I have censored some comments which I felt were inappropriate, were kind of childish in the context of attacks against Muhammad or something along those lines. And I was happy to do that. I would have done that regardless because why? Because I care about Aisha. I care about what you Dawah boys have done to her, and I want the best for her. And that includes showing the beauty of the Christian faith by moderating our actions in respect to her. I don't have to moderate my actions in respect to you, Deen, and I won't, right? I have no need to moderate my actions in response to you. Now, we are looking at her story today, so there'll be a degree of respect for her. But Deen, I have no problem doing anything against you. You see what you Dawah guys do? You Dawah guys cause us to do things that defile your religion, that attack your prophet, that embarrass you. What does your Quran have to say about that? I know this is one of your favorite verses, Elle. What does the Quran have to say about Muslims who cause non-believers to attack the religion?
Yeah, so if non-believers attack Islam in response to what they do, then they're at fault and they need to make sure that they're not doing that. Quran is very clear in that regard. So if we retaliate, it's on them. And they got to quit it. So I would highly recommend, because I know how a lot of these groups, including the specific people on this stage right now, respond in retaliation to Islam. And I don't think Deen Responds wants that on his conscience.
Yeah, Mr. Deen's response, this person, me, is so Islamophobic and blasphemous against your fake prophet. Don't worry, but maybe do worry, because according to the Quran, if your behavior, as Elle just said, if your behavior causes non-believers to attack Allah and Muhammad, and you refuse to adjust your behavior accordingly, that is on you. So Aisha, modified my behavior, at least according to you, modified my behavior to respect Allah, which is exactly what the Quran commands her to do, and you refuse to modify your behavior because you don't care about your prophet or your God. You only care about, oh, me strong Dawah boy, me get more subscribers. Let's see what he has to say about aiding hijab. I don't regret aiding hijab against the enemy of Islam. So Aisha is an enemy of Islam. He certainly didn't aid hijab against me, right? The only person he aided Aisha against, or I mean, aided Mohammed Hijab against, was Aisha, the Muslim victim of hijab's crimes. But she's an enemy of Islam, apparently, because she doesn't want to be sexually abused. Okay, good to know. For those making excuses for her, saying she was emotional and that's why she appealed to Islamophobes at the time. Well, first of all, that's not, actually, I'm going to say anyone saying that in the Muslims is not understanding the situation at all. The reason she is appealing to Islamophobes has absolutely nothing to do with emotion. In fact, it's the exact opposite. It's a calculated risk that she took against her emotions, right? Her emotions say, don't talk to these guys. These guys are evil. These guys are disgusting. But she uses her intellect, which I know you think she doesn't have, but she actually does, uses her intellect to say, no, this is actually what I need to do because the Dawah guys won't help me. Islam won't help me. My community won't help me. What can I do? The only thing I could possibly think of that would help is going outside my community if my community won't help. And thus, she decides to go outside of the community against her emotions, right? She described people like me as enemies of Islam, as almost like shaitans. And yet, because of your behavior, because of your defense of Mohammed Hijab, she had no choice. I reached out to her, just so you know, Deen, I reached out to her as soon as the video came out from Behind Veils. No response from her. I reached out to her weeks later. No response to her. I reached out to her multiple times, every time, saying, I want to support you. I want to do whatever I can to benefit you. I'm willing to do it behind closed doors. I just want to help you. I don't need any fame from this. I don't need any credit. No one needs to know I did it. Why? Because I actually cared about her and I actually wanted to help her. She ignored me for months. Then in desperation, because of people like you who are doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down on how awesome your disgusting, perverted leader, your queen, as I called him in the video description, because you're white knighting for him. You're going to great lengths to protect him against logic, against reality. Because of people like you, she decided to finally get in touch with me. So thank you, Deen. Thank you again for driving people out of Islam, driving not just Aisha out of Islam, but hundreds and thousands of Muslims are leaving comments on videos saying how they find this disgusting. And then you double and triple down on it. What do you think that's going to do to them? What do you think that's going to do to their faith, their imam? They're going to have doubts. They're going to start questioning why they're in this religion, why they're following these people. The only source of their belief in Islam is the authority of people like you. And when you undermine yourselves by showing what depraved mind you have, you destroy your religion. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. He continues. That's not an excuse.
Real quick, Thaddeus. There's also another aspect. He's got to be really, really careful about this, because by accusing her of being an enemy of Islam, by saying that she's no longer a Muslim, that she's gone outside, he has to be careful, because if he were to say that and it to be false, that makes him an apostate. It's one of those many, many rules in Sharia that says that you become an apostate is if you're over there takfiring other Muslims, just throwing them on the bus, saying, no, they're not really Muslim. This one's not really Muslim. That's not really Muslim. Well, if you're wrong, then you're an apostate. The condemnation falls upon you instead.
And that's from Sahih al-Bukhari 6103, where it says, Allah's messenger said, if a man says to his brother, O kafir, disbeliever, then surely one of them is such, i.e. a kafir. So, yeah.
So if she's not an enemy of Islam, you just made yourself one, according to Muhammad.
And furthermore, how on earth is she giving, let me see what he said, giving ammunition to the enemies of Islam? How is this ammunition against Islam unless this is Islamic? So is he admitting that this is all Islamic? That this actually has to do with Islam? Because if it's something that's outside of Islam, this guy just did this thing, whatever, that's not ammunition against Islam. And ammunition is only a thing if it's wrong. So there's so many components here, but if it is Islamic and it is wrong, then Deen Responds is admitting quite a lot here.
Indeed he is.
Wait, that means he would give us ammunition to use against Islam. So does that mean that he would be an enemy of Islam by his own standards?
It actually does.
Whoopsie.
Indeed, he's giving me a lot of ammunition right now, isn't he?
Deen, stop while you're ahead.
So he continues, that's not an excuse on kufr. It's been a year while she's still doing it. Okay, again, this is the first time she's actually ever talked to someone. Second of all, talking to someone who is not a Muslim isn't kufr. She's clearly not mentally well and does not mind in giving ammunition to the enemies of Islam. Yeah, she's clearly not well. Why? Because she talked to me. So anyone who talks to a Christian is not well. Oh, wait a minute. Deen Responds, Mansur, regularly talks to Chris of Speaker's Corner. I guess he's not well mentally. I guess he's unwell for going to an enemy of Islam and giving Chris ammunition. Chris has probably made a dozen videos about this guy and his terrible arguments. So thanks, Deen. You just keep throwing yourself under the bus. You're such a tactical genius, my friend.
Well, also, Muhammad himself talked to Christians, and Muhammad himself was told supposedly by Allah that if he had doubts to go talk to Christians.
Indeed.
So what's Aisha supposed to do according to the Quran if she has doubts? Talk to Christians. So if he's saying that that's kufr to follow the Quran, yeah, Dean, you're an apostate.
He's all messed up. He's all sorts of messed up.
And then perhaps the most telling statement of the whole thing. Whether you believe Hijab is the worst person on earth, I really don't care. I'm not Hijab's lawyer. I don't care how disgusting you find Hijab to be. But what I will do is aid a Muslim brother against an enemy of Islam. And that's what I did in the group chat. So I don't care if Mohammed Hijab is the most disgusting, perverted individual on the face of the planet. I will defend him against an enemy of Islam, which means a Muslim sister.
Real quick, several things on this. Worst person on earth. So, who would the worst creatures on earth be according to the Quran? Jews and Christians. So let's help correct this Islamically. So let's fill in the Islamic blanks. Whether you believe hijab is a Jew or Christian on earth, I really don't care. I'm not hijab's lawyer. But what I will do is aid a Muslim brother. Well, he said brother. So if hijab is a Christian and he's aiding him as a brother, we've got problems. Also, regardless of whatever, because we could toss out the worst person on earth and say, oh, that has nothing to do with what the Quran says is the worst of all creatures. Mohammed Hijab is good friends with Ali Dawah. Ali Dawah does actually call Jews and Christians his brothers and sisters.
Oh, sometimes. Sometimes they're enemies of Islam. Sometimes they're friends.
Sometimes is all it takes. Sometimes is all it takes to be an apostate from Islam permanently, and there's no second chances.
Nope.
Which has been very clear in the Quran, in the Hadith, in Islam, and even obviously the scholars. So Ali Dawah calls Jews and Christians his brothers and sisters. Mohammed Hijab is best friends with Ali Dawah, which makes, since Ali Dawah is a messianic Jew according to the Quran, and now Hijab is a messianic Jew according to the Quran because he's friends with a messianic Jew. Well, then Deen Responds is also now a messianic Jew since he called Hijab his brother. So,
okay, on a not complicated note, seriously, this is it's absolutely stupid statement. I really don't care. Then you wouldn't have written this article. If you wanted to defend Mojab against these accusations, all you had to do is keep quiet. Just shut up and mind your own business. Really. It's the very fact that you guys keep blowing it up, making it much bigger than what it needs to, making these statements, going out publicly and declaring it, that it has become such a big deal. I mean, seriously, they would just, we're not going to look into it, nothing like that. We don't really care. Like he's saying here, then this would have been at least more minor than anything else. It wouldn't be on the scale that it is today. So the fact that this is blowing up in their face is a good portion their own fault. And for the ammunition.
Indeed. Muslim bros before Muslimas, yo. But Mary makes a very important point here. When that group chat took place, Aisha had not talked to any Christian or any non-Muslim. She had publicly tweeted at David Wood and at Abdullah Samir back in the fall, but she never spoke to anyone. She never did anything publicly against Islam. And the person bringing the accusations, Salman, is a Muslim. So only Muslims have been involved. And I will point out that Mohammed Hijab had multiple opportunities to resolve this behind closed doors in a private manner. Aisha was perfectly willing to resolve it in a private manner. Well, one, he could have just not been abusive to begin with. He could have not groomed poor Aisha for 3 years in order to hopefully trick her into a sex-only marriage, his words. When that failed, when he underestimated the skill of his grooming, and she immediately rejected him as soon as he tried to change the terms and make it a sex-only marriage, because he promised her a real marriage, or at least a real marriage in Islamic terms, he could have apologized. He could have said, the problem is with me. I'm immature. The kinds of excuses he's made in public before, like, don't follow my behavior because I'm not a good guy. I need to learn, right? He could have done that. He could have just apologized to her. He didn't, right? He sent her many, many nasty text messages instead, saying that if you dare mention this to anyone, I will go public and say that you were bad in bed. I will embarrass you in front of the whole Muslim community. I'll say you were a whore. I will say that you came on to me and I didn't want anything to do with it, right? He'll say whatever he needs to do to destroy your reputation. And he is, no doubt, or was, no doubt, saying these things in private when he learned that she was not happy and was talking to other people. So the second thing she did is she went to Muslim authority figures, sheikhs, scholars, other Dawah guys, whatever, and tried to get understanding, right? She tried to get understanding to figure out why, to try to get a resolution from this situation. That she felt she had been greatly wronged, and she reaches out to all these people. She wasn't trying to make a public scene. She wasn't trying to expose hijab. She just wanted an apology and a correction of his behavior. Eventually, she was rejected by dozens, maybe hundreds of Muslim scholars. Some said that hijab was completely in the right. Others said that he was in the wrong, but they didn't want to get involved. Eventually, she found one individual, Sheikh Mohammed Tarani, who was willing to help, willing to get involved. Tarani had a personal relationship with hijab. He had acted as his teacher, respected authority, elderly figure in the Dawah community. Not like a major public speaker, but occasionally appeared in public and was a well-respected figure. He negotiated, after investigating and determining that she was telling the truth, he negotiated a solution. Mohammed Hijab would apologize to her. Of course, they wouldn't have been real words, but he would have said some words that looked like an apology. And then she would go on Ali Dawah's program, tell her story in an anonymous manner, not say who was involved, and say that, not identify who the man was, just say, sisters, be aware, there are guys out there who will do this kind of thing. They will trick you. They'll act like they love you and they want you to be in a long-term relationship. And then as soon as the marriage ceremony or the nikah contract really takes place, they'll say, nope, I just want you for sex and I can divorce you as soon as I'm done using your body. That's all she wanted to do, is expose the situation so that other sisters would be warned. She wanted to protect Muslims from abuse. Ali Dawah agreed to this. Mohammed Hijab sort of agreed to it. But once the interview was recorded and Mohammed Hijab saw it, he's like, nope, never mind. People will figure out it's me. We're not doing this. Delete that video. Ali Dawah deleted it. And Aisha was just out of luck. At that point, after all that, the second opportunity to resolve it in private is when she tweeted a couple times at David and Abdullah, and they didn't respond. They get, hundreds of messages a day. They never saw it. Didn't respond. She did, however, come across Salman, the Muslim, who then did his own investigation. And after 6 months, determined that, yes, hijab was in the wrong. He also tried to resolve it behind closed doors. Never make this a public thing. Get Mohammed Hijab to show contrition, to admit that he'd done something wrong, and negotiate a settlement in private. Instead of doing that, Mohammed Hijab decided to flat out lie and claim that he had no idea who Aisha was. When Salman confronted him with the evidence that he definitely did know who she was, he changed his story and said, oh yeah, she's a crazy stalker. She kept coming after me. She kept trying to get me in bed, but I refused. Salman's like, if you're going to play games, we're going to have to go public, right? If you're not willing to be honest and truthful and resolve this the way that Islam tells us to resolve it in private, then we're going to have to go public. So that was his third opportunity to keep this private. But his ego was too big. And he said, nope, expose me. Right? He said, go ahead and go public. That's what he said to Salman. And Salman goes public. And then the Dawah boys, like Deen Responds, figure out how to conspire for this situation. So she was not talking to Christians. She was not an enemy of Islam in any way whatsoever. They threw her out of the community. They threw her under the bus. They said it's all her fault. Then she talked to me. If she's an enemy of Islam, which I don't think she is, but if she's an enemy of Islam, you made her an enemy of Islam. Congratulations, Deen. You attacked her, made her an enemy as a result, and then you justify your attack by saying, I made her an enemy. How does this make sense in your mind? Your thoughts?
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
It seems to be pretty much their repeat because, again, you highlighted multiple times that Mohammed Hijab could have, just apologized, come to a settlement, keep his mouth shut, take his, not even direct punishment, indirect punishment, because he's not even naming him, right? So maybe some people try to figure it out and might have it, and then he could just deny it at that point, because obviously he's already fine with lying. So he could have just denied it at that point, and then it would have been gone. It would have been over. It would have been finished, and no one would have been bringing it up at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But because of his choices to continue this and thinking himself more bulletproof than what he actually is, now it's big. It's blowing up in his face. We have these guys now running to his defense. It is not only highlighting his screw-ups and Islam screw-ups, because again, this is found within Islam itself. It's also highlighting all the other Dawahists are going down with this fire as well. So it's not only Ali Dawah, it's not only Mohammed Hijab by himself. Now we got Ali Dawah, and now we got Deen. Now we'll see who else goes down in flaming defeat as well. This could gut the Dawah scene in some regard and damage their overall. Again, if they continue to amplify this, if they continue to grow it, because they're the ones putting a lot of pressure on this.
So we got Jalala Hassan, who is a Quranist, not a Muslim. What any of this nonsense has to do with Quran Islam that you keep slandering? The only person I'm talking about is Deen Responds, or people, I guess. Deen Responds and Mohammed Hijab. I'm allowed to call out abusive people without their names being listed in the Quran. And by the way, we talked about what the Quran says and how Deen is violating that. So maybe turn on your volume and listen instead of just coming in and defending abusers by saying, this has nothing to do with the Quran. Just a thought, But we do also have Mo Roca here saying he's threatening to post a list of famous Christians that were involved in all kinds of BS. Please do. Please call out all Christians who've been involved in all kinds of BS. In fact, I'll help you out. You can go over to the Mike Winger channel and see all his recent videos. All his recent videos are about Christians who he's calling out for abusive behavior. This is what we do in the Christian community. Yes, Christians are human beings. Sometimes they do bad things, but when they do, we don't cover it up. We don't pretend like it's no big deal. We call them out and we remove them from a position of authority if the level of abuse rises to where that would be justified. And in the case of Mohammed Hijab, that is absolutely justified. If he was a Christian pastor, he would be resigning in disgrace and be never heard from again.
On top of that, you could do a huge long list of all the Christians who have screwed up. And guess what? We would all agree that everyone has sinned and everyone has fallen short. That's not the major issue I have. The major issue I have is when you have a religion who's encouraging this sort of behavior according to the pattern of conduct by Mohammed. On top of that, encouraging the followers to then go and cover this stuff up and lie about the abuse that's going on so it doesn't make Islam look bad. That's kind of what I have a bit of an issue with, is that sort of angle. And again, that list that you have of all those Christians that screwed up and made mistakes and abused people and got caught, a good list of them are going to be pointed out by Christians themselves. And Jesus Christ is not going to be on that list. Although if I did the same list for Muslims, I would definitely end up putting Muhammad on the list quite often, depending on the topic. You know, sleeping with his dead aunt and a whole list of other things that are quite a bit of an issue.
Oh, so he threatens to post a list. Then when I say go ahead and do it, he says, I don't need to post such a list. Because it means nothing as a critique of Christianity. Hey, you're correct. I'm not as desperate and traumatized as you guys. Who said that I was attacking Deen because I think that this undermines Islam? The only way it undermines Islam is if Deen is correctly representing Islam. And by you coming here and trying to defend him, you are implicitly saying that this does represent Islam. If you're not traumatized and desperate, then just say Deen Responds and Mohammed Hijab are disgusting individuals who need to be disciplined. It's not complicated. Very simple stuff. So question from Radical Moderate, and then we'll get into, well, we'll take a quick look at the comments, and then we'll get into the video that Deen put out. In your interview with Aisha, did she say that the Islamic Sharia Court of Europe gave her an official divorce? If so, can she share a copy of it? So what she said is that the Sharia Council was only interested in investigating whether the divorce was legitimate or not. They weren't interested in investigating whether Mohammed Hijab's behavior was appropriate. They were only interested in the technicality of whether the divorce was done properly. That was the only thing they're willing to look at. And for that reason, she was not really interested in continuing that conversation with them, because they're saying, yeah, well, we're not going to investigate whether any abuse took place. We'll just determine whether or not the divorce was proper. Let me take gifted memberships from Jack Ray.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of apples for you, Jack Ray. Congratulations. You are now rich. You have plenty to eat anyway. And the 5 people who receive those memberships, I'm sure, are very appreciative as well. And I always appreciate the financial support. So getting back to this real quick, just scrolling down here. There I am. So just in case, he never used my name, right? He just said this guy and whatnot, but he is talking about me and my 29.9 thousand subscribers. Breaking news! I passed 30,000 overnight, so we'll have a celebration for 30,000 soon. Right now, I'm focused on the updates to Aisha's case, but maybe in a week or two, we'll have a celebration for 30,000 subscribers there. And you can see the top comment on that video is her faith is already shaken and hardly anyone is standing with her except Christians. Indeed. I wonder why she's going to Christians, right? I wonder why she's talking to us. Is it because of the outpouring of support from the Muslim community and she's just evil and rejects all that? No, it's because we're the only ones offering her any support. Hey, look there. We got some reason answer guy commenting on this. He says, yep, you guys are truly the champions of Dawah, pushing any reasonable person who finds Hijab's behavior disgusting into the open arms of Christians.
Wait, I thought it was bad to leave Christian comments on videos, according to Ali Dawah. So, is Ali Dawah going to make a video about him saying how bad he is for not instantly deleting the Christian comment?
I know, this is 10 hours ago.
But his post screenshotted a Christian, presumably Christian comment. So he perma posted the comment unless he deletes this.
And then this guy says, cope. Yeah, who's coping here exactly? Who's coping? How is this cope? You always try to attack Islam, but in the end, it's always emotional arguments after emotional arguments. Alhamdulillah, the dawah won't stop. Cry about it. I don't know what I'm crying about exactly. I'm celebrating that you're pushing reasonable people away from Islam with your logical arguments about how this is true Islam to abuse women. I don't know. Then we got Cope 3LIK. I don't know what 3LIK means, but apparently this is another guy says I'm coping. There are more priests and pastors that do this shit than influencers in Islam. So it's okay. It's okay if some Muslims do it as long as it's less.
Well, that we
except
know
it's 85%, right? 85%. 85% of the
that we know of, because they're covering this stuff up, as we've already seen. And I definitely say, depending on what we get into today, some of the text messages definitely seem that this might not be the first time that they've covered something like this up, or at least attempted to.
Oh, I guarantee it's not. I guarantee that Mohammed Hijab personally probably has half a dozen or more victims before Aisha, and she was just the first one who had enough confidence and enough self-worth to go forward with this in a public manner. And for that, I would say that she's a hero to Muslim women, right? She should be a hero to Muslim women for exposing this behavior. And I have a feeling that if one more woman comes forward, suddenly it's going to be woman after woman after woman after woman coming forward. Too many Marys. I wonder who that is. Go ahead.
I was going to say, considering that, I think this was years back, certainly a while ago, when Mohammed Hijab and Daniel Hikachu were talking about various things, including marriage, in response to a comment that they got. I don't want to give like too terribly much information for something that's just an aside, but essentially it boiled down to hijab giving advice in order for a Muslim husband to make his Muslim wife upset that she had done something that he himself agreed was Islamically endorsed and what she should have done. But all the same, to make her mad for doing what she was supposed to do, that this Muslim husband should go and get 3 more wives to make her feel uncomfortable. And so that's what he said he would do in the situation. If it were me, what I would do is go get these 3 other wives. And so, maybe get a blonde and a Japanese, and I forget exactly what he said, but something in that regard, like, get a little bit of each and then make her really jealous. And it was like, whoa, if it were you, tell us more, but also tell them less. Like, why are you encouraging this? So anyway, that said, because I know you mentioned like this is probably not the first time he's done it. It definitely didn't sound like it was the first time he had done it, or that he was unfamiliar with this type of situation, because he literally said what he would have done, which means he's probably doing those things frequently. And I know that the Dawah guys have also bragged about how everyone you can think of has done this. Well, I mean, that obviously includes them. You can obviously think of them. So
that number might quickly grow with that comment there saying more pastors and priests have done this than Islamic influencers. Well, according to the Islamic influencers, maybe not, because it sounds like about every one of the Islamic influencers is doing this.
And certainly Christians won't say the same for ourselves. Now, are there people who have done some evil things in the name of Christianity? Sure, but it is not Christian, versus this is extremely Islamic. So again, big difference. Christians recognize that there are sinners, that we are all sinners, but this is not something that Christ would want us to do. So if somebody does that, that's not a Christian action. This is. I like your video that you just put up.
That's
This
a very
is Islamic,
interesting,
video.
interesting video. I don't think I've seen that one before.
It's fairly new. It was the most recent channel animation added. It's triggered by goat. So.
And where did that footage come from, by chance?
It may have come from a friend of mine's farm.
How interesting.
And that might have been Mary feeding the goat there. Just saying.
Was it Mary or was it Hatun?
That one was Mary.
Okay.
Yeah. There's others though. There's others. Coming soon to a channel near you, perhaps. If the people like Deen, let's bring it back. If people like Deen continue to behave the way they are behaving, we may have to put out some more videos of goats. That's all I'm going to have to say about that right now.
I happen to have a very eager goat, according to one of my last live streams. Just, holy cow!
You and Mohammed Hijab cut from same cloth. No, absolutely not. Did Jalal Hassan? But is this a compliment or an insult? Because you still haven't told me that Hijab did anything wrong. Tell me your next comment better be, I condemn Mohammed Hijab's behavior, or you're going to timeout. Yeah, because if you're saying that we're cut from the same cloth, I need to know if that's a compliment or not.
Yeah, because if he's looking up at Mohammed Hijab and saying that Mohammed Hijab did nothing wrong and he's a good guy, then he would be saying that you're doing nothing wrong and you're a good guy. So you got to be a little more clear there, buddy.
Exactly. I don't know. Maybe he was complimenting me. All right, let's finish this off here. So Too Many Marys, whoever that is, says this is exactly what you guys are doing. So in response to cope, right? Which is, right? They're coping big time. And his response is, keep yapping, thumbs up. Keep crying. And then I said, in response to Abdul, which I guess maybe has been deleted. Maybe he got embarrassed and deleted it. But there was a comment from someone named Abdul that said, you don't care about her. You're just using her for views or something along those lines. And then I said, says the guy actively supporting her abuser and cheering on those continually re-victimizing her to save the abuser. I'll let the evidence of who cares speak for itself. Oh, so I guess he deleted his original comment, but now he's replied. I hadn't seen this yet, but sure thing. Present the evidence first. All of you emotional specimens were able to provide just her statement. Okay. Her statement is evidence, first of all. Second of all, that's not the only thing. There's a statement of her father. There's the statement of Sheikh Tarani. There's pages and pages of text messages. There's the group chat that Deen is posting videos about, where Hijab doesn't deny that he was married to her, where Hassan says he's married to her. Yeah, I'd say all of this counts as evidence. I don't care. He said the same thing. No, he didn't. No, he didn't, you liar. I don't care about the baseless opinions of typical Christian attacking Islam. So there you go. And just look at the couple top comments just to give you an idea of what Deen's audience is like. She needs to be de-anonymized as she is using privacy to spread her lies. That's a threat, right? We want to know what she looks like so we can come after her. The top comment upvoted by 32 people on his audience.
Well, real quick, as far as anonymity is involved, Thaddeus, is there anybody else that comes to your mind when it comes to anonymous people in this situation that we're using, say, like special
AI
voices?
narrators?
Yeah.
To cover up what they actually say.
Saying they're completely unaffiliated, even though they're the person himself who did the things.
And I always love whenever Muslims and well, at least tried to end a chat by saying, well, I don't care what you say anyway, after spending an incredible amount of time trying to argue about what you said. Please be consistent.
Yeah, I think that false accusations UK needs to be de-anonymized. I mean, it has been, of course. It is Mohammed Hijab, but he says it's not. So what's going on there? Don't give attention to this, Dean. Yeah, just cover it up. Just pretend it doesn't happen. Christians won't leave that sin. Hey, a true statement by a Muslim. We're not leaving this. This is something that Ali Dawah and Mohammed Hijab are going to have to live with for the rest of their life unless they repent or leave the public scene, one or the other. If they don't do either of those things, Christians will bring this up from now until eternity. And you can't even complain about it, because you know what Muslims do every single time they talk about David Wood or apostate prophet. They either talk about them ripping up a Quran or they talk about how David wore a nightie when he was, role playing as the Prophet Muhammad. Like almost 100% of the time they bring that. Or one other thing they'll say is David was destroyed in his debate with Mohammed Hijab when Hijab admitted that Allah prays. Can't make this stuff up. Why should they just cover this up? Because Hijab was a lion in Dawah. He trashed many, including David Wood. Hey, look, he's referencing the debate. That's funny. I didn't actually read this comment before now, but I said that's all they ever go to, right? Is one of those things.
And again,
so, yeah, revenge. I'm not taking a revenge, buddy. I'm showing you the falsity of your religion.
And again, in their mind,
I'm not.
The fact that he is in Dawah, the fact that he's done things, gives him the right to do this stuff. Gives him the right, so we should look past it. We should make sure that, we're not bringing this up. It's nothing to investigate here because Mohammed Hijab did some things for Dawah.
I'm not privy to what happened between them, but I don't think there's any justification for this. So this being talking to me, telling her side of the story, defending Islam. One of the things she states towards the start of the video is, I came on here to defend the right interpretation of Islam. Oh yeah, and there's no justification for defending Islam against the behavior of Mohammed Hijab. Totally unjustified. And I'll stop with this one. Christians don't care about it. They're just using this against Hijab. That's it. May Allah give this sister peace. So somewhat reasonable message, which of course means it has a grand total of 2 upvotes on this channel. But you're wrong. We do care about her. That's the difference. You can't imagine that as a possibility. You can't envision someone actually caring about another human being for something other than their own benefit. But in fact, we Christians are showing the love that God first showed to us and gave us when he gave us the indwelling Holy Spirit. We are now able to share that love of God with the world. And that's what we are doing here. See my comments earlier on how my contact with Aisha actually developed.
Well,
all right.
Do remember, Thaddeus, that it only, according to them, Allah only loves those who do things for him. He only cares about that aspect. So, of course, their only concept of love, their absolute ideal of love, only loves those who do things for them. So they have no concept of unconditional love. Which, again, it makes for very sad family interactions.
Yeah, and indeed, I think that's kind of fundamentally the underlying problem with a lot of this is that Muslims just don't have any conception whatsoever of what Christians describe as love, or any conception of what Christians describe as marriage. All right, so we got the video from Deen Responds. He plays a good portion of Salman's video. I'll try to speed up those portions since a lot of people have already seen it, but we do kind of actually also need to see it a little bit because we need to know what he's responding to. So this is Dean's video exposing behind veils deception. And we'll see if the deception is in fact exposed. Oh, one other thing, there was a comment that we need to talk about Hassam and Mansur. Deen Responds is Mansur. They're the same person. His channel's called Deen Responds, but his name is Mansur.
I am not hearing anything.
Oh, you're not hearing it. Okay. Well, you didn't miss anything yet. He's just like, I'll wait till some people come in. But let me reshare it. It's possible I forgot to share volume. I didn't think that I ended the screen share and restarted it, but let me just double check.
Because I was not careful enough in
All right.
not exposing numbers. So we're going to be more careful this time.
So the Moran had to do this live stream twice because the first time when he was showing the group chat, he doxed people.
Oops. I hate when he accidentally doxes people.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so he accidentally revealed some people who are on the Dawah Epstein list there. But don't worry, Salman's going to reveal them later on anyway. So nothing lost.
To recap quickly, go through everything again. Basically, we have this person behind veils mentioning the fact that I was being deceptive by alleging that the person who Mohammed Hijab apparently had misyar with was mentally ill, right? So he was trying to make that accusation against.
Okay, no, that's not his accusation. His accusation isn't that you were being deceptive by accusing her of being mentally ill. His accusation is that you're a perverted, disgusting individual for trying to use someone's alleged mental disability against them. So he's not going to double down and say, but I was right. I wasn't being deceptive. She is mentally ill. That's going to be his primary argument.
And again, the mental illness is just ADHD, which
I know she's not. Which I'm not even sure she has. But even if she has it, it's not that big of a deal.
It's very common. It's not that. I mean, it's inconvenient, but it's not like it's you're some sort of mental case in a padded room because you have ADHD. No.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't cause hallucinations. It doesn't cause lying. It doesn't cause a distorted picture of reality. It doesn't cause you to remember false facts that never occurred or false events that never occurred or something along those lines. All it means is you have trouble concentrating in certain circumstances. Big deal.
Yet all those things that you just listed are things that Muhammad himself did. Muhammad himself had hallucinations. Muhammad himself remembered things falsely. Muhammad himself lied. Muhammad himself had convulsions.
Epilepsy. Questions of how many mental illnesses Muhammad actually had when he's getting these revelations, or he was just possessed by a demon to begin with. In that case, wow. That's a bit of an issue.
Yeah, which he himself admitted to being demon possessed and getting revelations from demons, and he had to have operations to have these things resolved. So just all kinds of problems. If you're gonna say that this is a problem, it's an even bigger problem for Muhammad, not for Aisha.
Mm-hmm.
It's
well, not only that, Mohammed Hijab as well, right? Mohammed Hijab is a casebook text of a narcissistic personality disorder, which does cause you to lie, does cause you to distort reality, does cause you to manipulate facts. But, forget all of that. Aisha is mentally ill because she tweeted at David Wood. There you go. I'm pretty sure Mohammed Hijab has tweeted at David Wood in the past, by the way. Just saying.
It's me.
Also, well, one more thing. Even if she was having some deficiency in intellect, or something like that.
A half
How would
brain,
that?
perhaps.
Go ahead.
I said a half brain, perhaps.
Yeah, which I don't say that ADHD is anywhere near like the strength of having your brain. But exactly how would that be a problem according to Islam if all women are half brains?
Well, even then, even if she did have some sort of focusing disability, not able to focus that well on some topics, that wouldn't change any bit of her story at all. That wouldn't affect it at all.
I
So
know.
no, she'd still be a reliable witness in a court of law.
Well, if there was another woman.
Well, I'm talking actual legal system, not the made up garbage that Islam holds on to.
Yep. None of this has anything to do with her reliability as a witness. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that she does have a mental illness. What would that mean then about hijab, right? If he knowingly took advantage of a woman with a mental illness, how would that justify him exactly? Are you saying you're allowed to abuse the mentally unwell?
They recognize that as a problem in their group chat as well. They did point it out, like, oh, this doesn't really help us how we think it helps us.
Yeah, if she's so mentally deficient that she wouldn't be able to give her testimony, then she wouldn't be able to sign legal documents or consent to a marriage.
Well, it's fine
Which
because it's not a
means-
legal marriage.
Well, the problem is then Mohammed Hijab would have committed sex outside of marriage because she couldn't legally have signed on to that, and he didn't go to the father.
But it's not a legal marriage. It's just an Islamic marriage.
Either way, you still need that. You still need that.
Yeah,
sort of
so that is actually a good point, right? There is actually Islamic provisions. Being, generous to Islam here, being truthful about Islam here, there are provisions that protect people who are disabled in various ways. And it would actually be harder to get permission to marry someone, quote unquote, marry someone who is unwell. And thus, by suggesting this, in addition to making Mohammed Hijab look disgusting, which of course he is, it also means that it raises questions about the Islamic legitimacy of the marriage. I think that's what Eric's getting at.
Well, there's that, and the fact that, again, she can't necessarily leave Islam if she's not of sound mind, because that's one of the requirements.
It's true too, right? Because she's supposedly an apostate.
So then Deen would be kafir.
Yeah, for accusing her of committing kufr when she herself is not capable, according to Sharia law, if she's not mentally sound.
Yes.
That's a very
So
good
which
point.
one is it? I'm sorry. Is she mentally sound enough to make these decisions, therefore you are fine? Or is she mentally disabled and unable to make these decisions? In that case, you might have some sort of made up point, but at the same time, you're now an apostate. So, bit of an issue.
Indeed. Logic and the Deen don't go together all that well.
Showing that I sufficiently prove that she is mentally ill. So let's show that right now, inshallah. Let's try to get through this quickly because I don't want to waste too much time on this. This is like high school drama stuff.
Yeah, sexually abusing a woman is high school drama stuff.
How long is this video exactly?
45 minutes.
So 45 minutes, he used 45 minutes to discuss what he declares as high school drama, and he don't want to focus on it too long.
Yeah.
Oh.
And the only reason he's doing this, so the real reason he's doing this video is because the behind veils conversation showed that Hassam said it's a bad idea to say that she's mentally ill. And Mansur, Deen Responds, was saying, no, that's what we should do. We should say she's mentally ill. And then Hassam says, that's a bad idea. That'll just make her sympathetic in the public's eyes. So Deen is like, you see, I was right. Hassam was wrong. I was right. We should have gone with the mental illness angle. That's why he's doing the video. And that is, in fact, kind of high school drama level stuff, right? It was revealed that Hassan didn't like my idea, but my idea was right. So now I'm going to spend 45 minutes proving I was right. Okay. You have fun with that, Dean.
Don't really care about. So the main point of this video, guys, I'm not looking to defend Brother Mohammed Hijab. I condemn anything haram that
Really?
occurred on either side.
Really, Dean?
So
You're not looking to defend him.
What
and you
exactly did Muhammad
condemn the
Hijab
haram?
do that was haram then?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
According to him, because he said that he'd condemn anything that's haram. Well, if I came on there and said I would condemn anything that was a sin, but then I don't mention anything that was a sin, okay, well, you're not really condemning anything that Muhammad Hijab did, but you're trying to sound like you're this middle ground. I'm just impartial. Well, this text message definitely did not look impartial. Just saying.
Yeah, imagine if that was a Christian's response to a scandal. Well, I don't know what he did, but I condemn anything that he did that may or may not have been wrong, because I can't be bothered to figure out if he did anything wrong or not. I'm just going to pretend like nothing happened. He may have done some wrong stuff, but, you know, he should just still be at the head of the church. He should still be in charge of instructing other people on the truth of Christianity, whatever, because I can't be bothered to figure out whether he did anything wrong or not. This video isn't about him. I'm going to spend 45 minutes defending my own idea that Aisha is mentally ill, rather than take 2 seconds to look at the behavior of Mohammed Hijab and figure out whether it was wrong or not, Islamically speaking. Okay, good strategy, Dean. Good strategy. You are a tactical genius, my friend.
And exactly how much condemning of Muhammad's actions did he do in the group chat when he had plenty of time to condemn literally anything?
0. All right. Let's get into this.
Whether it be this individual, whether it be the person that claims to be Muslim. Now, the main
Wait, what do you mean whether it's this individual or the person who claims to be Muslim? Every individual in this story claims to be Muslim. So I'm not actually sure what he's talking about.
Is he doing this? Is he tough-earing again?
Yeah, I think.
Asking.
Let me just rewind that a tad.
You're happy.
I'm not looking to defend Brother Mohammed Hijab. I condemn anything haram that occurred on either side. So whether it be Mohammed Hijab, whether it be this individual, whether it be the person that claims to be Muslim. Now,
either side, Muhammad, this individual, the person who claims to be Muslim. Logically, I guess this individual is Aisha and the person who claims to be Muslim is Mohammed Hijab. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I don't think that's what he means, but that's what it would actually mean logically.
Or this person is the person who's on the screen, and the person who claims to be Muslim is Aisha.
Yeah, that's how I took it as well.
Yeah, that
Even
might
though
be what
that's
he
3
means.
people.
I know he said either of the two, and then he lists 3 people. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's what he intended, is to list 3 people, and I'm not sure which is which, but this individual and the guy who claims to be Muslim, or the person who claims to be Muslim, are in some order Salman and Aisha. But even though he said there was 2 sides, and one of them was Mohammed Hijab.
I mean, he's probably counting Salman and Aisha as on one side. So on either side, Muhammad on one and Truth on the other. But
Yeah, that could be. That could be.
the main point of why I'm making this video, as I don't like to be involved in drama. This guy literally forced my hand.
He doesn't like to be involved in drama. This guy forced his hand, except he was one of the people. Many of the 75 people in the group chat didn't say a single word. He was one of the people enthusiastically offering suggestions the whole time. What do you mean you don't like to be involved in drama and Salman forced your hand?
well, maybe this guy then, in this case, is Mohammed Hijab. Mohammed
Could
Hijab
be.
forced his hand to be involved with drama, even though, yeah.
Hudbar said it sounds like him. It seemed like in the text he jumped right in there.
Yeah.
He wanted to dive in there. It was like the goat with the Quran. It's like, no, stop. Don't grab. Don't bite. But nope.
Yeah, I think that, you know, Deen is very eager to prove himself. He's very eager to grow his audience. At the end of my live stream yesterday, I said, hey, this is a great opportunity for one of you 20,000 subscriber YouTube channels to speak out against Mohammed Hijab and grow your brand big time. Little did I know that Deen Responds has 18,000 subscribers, and he'd be the one that would respond. So it was apparently a prophecy. That, except he didn't do it the right way. He should have come out and condemned Mohammed Hijab. He's trying to grow his name, but this is not going to grow his name in any way. He's not going to get any substantial respect from the Muslim community. People on Hijab's side will be like, why are you talking about this? We should just let it go and pretend nothing ever happened. And people on the other side will be like, why are you defending a monster? So, not going to work.
To clarify that he's basically dragging my name under the mud. So
you did that
this
yourself.
is like a need to make this video. Well, basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be showing that this guy is deceptive, but not just deceptive, he's actually ignorant on Islamic sciences. That's the only things I can really comment on. Whether Hijab did this or the sister did that, that's another topic. I'm not an Islamic jury to dictate who did what are the witnesses.
He's not an Islamic jury to dictate who did what when it comes to Aisha or Mohammed Hijab, but when it comes to Salman, he is an Islamic jury to dictate whether what he did was right or wrong. Interesting stuff.
I already say either you are an Islamic authority or you're not. Please pick one of the two. Because if you say in your first statement, I am so totally certified to judge the situation, and then in your next breath say, I am not an authority that should be judging this situation. You confuse me. Just saying.
Indeed. Make up your mind. Are you authority or are you not an authority? If you're not an authority and you have no idea what Islamic law teaches, then don't comment on the situation at all.
This is for what? All I can do is show the deception on this person's side, misusing Islamic sources. So that's what I'm going to be doing, inshallah. Now, let's begin. I mean, yeah, we can put the intro so you guys can get an idea of what he's trying to do here. He's trying to do like a whole Epstein list, Epstein Dawah list. Really.
The Epstein Dawah list, everyone. Even Dean's calling it that. The Epstein Dawah list.
Yeah, that's real interesting that he's allowing that to be claimed for himself. But okay. Weird.
Video's downloaded, Dean. That's going on my soundboard. You're going to be the guy who calls it the Epstein Dawah list.
Illusion. I want everyone watching to solidify this important point. All of these discussions are happening in a chat, in a room of 75 du'at, many who are leaders, influencers, and wear a badge of religiosity on their sleeves. Of the 75 du'at, key individuals include Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah. In addition, there is Hashim from Speaker's Corner, the admin of the group, someone who runs a YouTube channel called Dawah Wise and is a colleague of both Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah. In addition,
wait, real quick,
runs another YouTube channel called Deen Responds.
The more that I think about this, the more that I'm curious. Is are Giant DOC the ones who started the Epstein Dawah list thing? Because they responded like immediately after this video came out, and I'm pretty sure that was said in that.
I got it from Jai and Daughter of Christ. I'm not sure if everyone got it from them or someone else came up with it first or people independently thought of it. But as far as I know, they're the first to say it.
So the reason I was asking is because, like, is Dean watching? Giant DOC, you and David?
Probably.
He seems
dead indicator. He's
real interested in this high school drama.
He's probably got memberships to everyone's channel. He's probably got like a secondary YouTube channel where he's got memberships to all of our channels, and he's just listening, trying to figure out if he can hear anything.
Hijabstein list.
So we do have a couple candidates of who Deen Responds alternate account may be. We got like Muhammad Ahmed here, and then we have the guys earlier who haven't chatted recently, so I can't pull them back. But Dean, congratulations! You're watching the best content on YouTube right now.
Without further ado, let's dive right in. The messages you are about to see are from a WhatsApp group called HP Dawah, short for Hyde Park Dawah. As you can see, this group consists of 75 members. Let's take a look at what Mohammed Hijab had to say behind the curtains. Chapter 1, Deception and Lies.
So what we're going to be
Let me put it back down to normal speed
doing
for
is,
Dean.
inshallah, because he set up the scene, we're going to be showing how this guy tried to make it seem like myself and other people in the WhatsApp group were bringing up false accusations against the sister that she was mentally ill.
That's not true, buddy. That's not what he's trying to do. He's trying to show that you were plotting and scheming behind closed doors. And all he could do is say, it's not a false accusation. Our plotting and scheming was true. But the accusation is that you're plotting and scheming to support hijab, knowing that he's not telling the truth, knowing that he's lying about this marriage never taking place, knowing that he's lying about this being a third-party channel that has nothing to do with him, and so on and so forth. The lies and deception aren't she was mentally ill. That part is just gross. That's not even what he's talking about when he's criticizing you. All right, let's see what Dean says.
Okay, so let's bring that up, inshallah. I think it's about 1307. So this individual,
I wonder why he skipped those 10 minutes there. That whole section, like he basically skipped past the deception and lies section for some reason. Talk about deception on what Salman has to say. Interesting.
his team, they clearly cover up evidence that they don't like, and they only present evidence that they do like. So take that with
covering up evidence you didn't like. You mean like the 10 minutes of the video you just skipped? Okay, thanks for tattling on yourself.
like as you will. Personally, I don't care about anything this guy says. I couldn't care less about this whole situation before. I was merely supporting a brother that was getting attacked by someone that seemed to be an apostate, as we're going to soon show, inshallah.
Tactical genius here. Tactical genius. He goes on record to address this situation, which is causing thousands of Muslims, common everyday Muslims, not Dawah boys, but thousands of common everyday Muslims to have qualms, have doubts, think this isn't right. His tactical genius response is, I don't care. I don't care about this situation. I was only trying to defend a brother, regardless of whether he was guilty or not, right? I don't care whether he was guilty or not. I didn't bother to investigate anything. I was just trying to defend him regardless. This is his tactical genius. This is the second time he did this stream, apparently, because he said that at the start. I had to redo it because I accidentally revealed phone numbers. This is his thought out response is, I don't care about the situation. I don't care about the guilt of Mohammed Hijab. I only care that Salman made me look bad by saying that I said we should say she's mentally ill. That's all I care about. What a genius.
So he's giving advice on a situation that he really doesn't care about enough to even do a minute of research to look into. Is that what he's really telling us? Because that means it tells me he's an idiot, because he's someone who's throwing out advice, ignorant advice, and expecting people to follow it. And if people don't follow it, then he makes a whiny video like this declaring that he should have been listened to. That's pretty bad.
Indeed it is. And the irony is, although Hassan said it was a bad idea to attack Aisha's mental health, they actually did do this. So Hijab actually decided to do both, right? Attack her for not believing, allegedly not believing in the Quran, which means asking reasonable questions in a call-in show where Muslims are invited to call in and ask reasonable questions. That's the proof that she doesn't believe in the Quran. But he also attacked her mental health. Actually, Hijab primarily attacked her mental health. And then in Ali Dawah also brought up the Quran thing as a secondary thing. So they actually took Mansur's side for the most part. And now he's like, Salman's such a snake for doing this video and deceptively saying that I said that she was mentally ill. But that's not fair because she actually is mentally ill and I'm going to prove it. Tactical genius, guys. Tactical genius.
So obviously I would support a Muslim brother over someone that is seemingly an apostate, as we'll show inshallah.
What do you mean she was seemingly an apostate? You had no reason to believe that until like day 3 or 4 of the chat, where one of the other guys says she called into a show and expressed doubts about the Quran. You had no idea who she was when you started attacking in the group chat. All you knew is that Mohammed Hijab was accused. So what he really says is, I would support a Dawah boy. He says Muslim brother, but let's be honest, if it wasn't a Dawah boy, he wouldn't probably be doing it. I would support a Dawah boy against anyone for any reason. That's what he's really saying.
Occurred. Chapter 3, the smear campaign. Let's continue.
He skipped past chapter 1, lies and deceptions, and he skipped past chapter 2. Goes straight to chapter 3, and he says, Salman was lying when he said that I was lying. And that's why he said lying. Let me go to chapter 3. Hide in evidence, my friend. Hide in evidence. You don't want your audience who may not have actually watched Salman's video to see all the evidence against hijab. You want to just skip to the group chat. Interesting.
Continue the autopsy, because what you're about to witness next is the heart of the cover-up, the mind of the schemers, the moral void behind the Dawah stage mask. This wasn't just one man trying to salvage his reputation. It was a full-blown operation. In the private HP Dawah WhatsApp group, once again, consisting of 75 du'at, we see a coordinated plan unfold, not just from Hijab, but with active participation from Ali Dawah, and perhaps most chillingly, Hashim from Speaker's Corner, a longtime associate and the group's admin. Let's start with the scheming. Hashim doubles down on the position of Hijab keeping the video on a different channel, ensuring it isn't linked to him.
Stick to your original plan of a different channel. I think Aisha has some mental issues, ADHD. She came on.
All right, so they're getting into the actual scheming now, right? Remember, Deen said that he deceptively says that I lied and made up mental illness. What did Salman actually say? There was plotting and scheming. And now we're looking at the plotting and scheming, which does center around the mental illness. But there's no... Salman never once... I've said I don't think she has any disability. I don't think she has ADHD based on my experience and based on how she describes herself. But Salman never says that. I slowed it back down because I think that the context is probably important here.
Live stream last year to clear her doubts about the Quran and Hadith too.
Take note of what he states here, that he believes she has a mental issue.
Oh, look, he's going to speed it up for us. There you go. I want him to speed it up. Oh, and then he's skipping past that? Oh, no. Okay,
something many people suffer from in different forms, lacking the ability to focus at times. He then shares an email that Sister Aisha had sent a year back regarding some questions and concerns she had.
Salam. I am contacting you again about my question. I have gone through the answers given and made some more research.
Later in the email, she mentions what she coins as a disability. Also, take note of how professional and courteous she is.
Brother Mansur used a very useful method that helps establish certainty step by step. I do apologize for not following up with that process. I have a mental disability, and when I am under tension, it becomes hard for me to clearly express my ideas or focus on all information given. I would appreciate it if I am able to meet with Brother Mansur to discuss further. I will share here.
So this is the total extent of any actual evidence that she has a mental disability. It's her own statement. I have a mental disability. When I'm under tension, it becomes hard for me to clearly express my ideas or focus on all information given. Okay, I understand that she's saying I have a mental disability, and this could be a sign of ADHD. However, there's nothing unhinged in this email, right? That if she did not put those words there, they would have zero idea that there was something different about her or whatever. And to me, that's a description of a normal human being. A normal human being has trouble focusing on ideas when under tension or stress. So I suspect that there's a substantial chance that she's just completely normal, and that because she's a woman, the Dawah guys and probably other members of Islamic society have beaten into her the idea that she shouldn't be asking questions. When she doesn't immediately understand their response, that's a sign that she's deficient in intelligence, blah, blah, blah. In other words, they beat her down to the point where she's accepted the idea that there's something wrong with her, when I think there probably isn't even anything wrong. But even if she does have ADHD and has trouble concentrating on facts, what has she done? She's gone after the live stream where that this email is a follow-up to. She went and did the research they suggested she did, and now she has some follow-up questions about it. I cannot imagine a more reasonable thing to do than this. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that doesn't sound like someone who is like mentally unstable, about ready to have any delusions and hallucinations left and right. No, that's what an actual person is supposed to do. Says, okay, I go to these people who I respect, I get their advice, I follow their advice. Based upon their advice, I have some follow-up questions. Let me follow up with them and continue to pursue this. That's actually really respectful.
Mm-hmm. Mark says ADHD equals for forgetfulness. No, that's not really correct. And that's not correct at all. In fact, like if you mean like, you know, quote unquote, forget what you're doing and get distracted and do something else. Okay, fine. But if you mean like forget facts or something, no, not at all. It just means you're potentially easily distracted, but not always. It depends on exactly what you're doing and how much you care about what you're doing and stuff like that. But there is a possibility, especially if you consider something to be boring, to easily be distracted from it, have trouble concentrating in that manner. And I'm sure under extreme pressure, it gets worse, but that's true of all people, right? I have trouble focusing if I'm under extreme stress. If someone holds a gun to your head, I guarantee you, you're not going to be able to think very carefully and logically, no matter who you are, right? Enough stress and no one's going to be able to concentrate and think clearly. So doesn't mean forgetfulness in general. It just means that you, exactly as she describes here, right? Except minus the under tension, have difficulty focusing and expressing ideas clearly sometimes. It doesn't necessarily have to be under tension. All right. And as he did follow up that it's not a mental problem, right? It's not a mental illness in any real sense. I don't know if the handbook classifies it as a mental illness or not. But it's not what people think of when they hear the term mental illness, right? When people hear the term mental illness, they think psychosis.
What I do find highly interesting is that message. My issues so far are, and then everything below that is blurred out. So like any actual contentions are gone, not promoted, and yet it's the mental disability that is.
Yeah, that makes me question, because if her questions were invalid and they were just off of this mental illness thing, as witness to her just mentally being unstable, then her list of issues should be apparent for everyone to see.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they're actually legitimate.
Mm-hmm. Oh, don't worry. We do have the at least 3 live streams that she called into and asked questions. We've downloaded those, so they can't remove them anymore. And Jai, who is much more versed on the issues at hand here, right? The textual history of the Quran and whatnot. He's going to go through those as a service to the public to see whether her objections or her questions are legitimate questions or not. So we'll get to see exactly how she was engaging in these. We don't have to rely on some person's impression of it. We can see it for ourselves. I believe that Jai will look at that sometime this week. And I'm definitely going to be tuning into that one. Encourage others to as well. Carol here says, I forget nothing. I'm famous for it. Everyone should have ADD if it gave me that gift. So ADD being closely related to ADHD. So she's saying, well, my memory is excellent. So it doesn't appear to have anything to do with being diagnosed with the condition.
Well, as for one who has done multiple live streams that she has been a part of in the chat, even ones involving just like random facts and being able to answer random questions. Yeah, she's not bluffing.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the resources I checked.
She clearly states her mental challenge being related to not being able to express her ideas or focus when under tension or stress. Despite that, let's take a look at the conversation.
Oh, and by the way, English isn't her first language. So that's also why she has trouble expressing her ideas in conversation, which obviously is not a mental illness. So again, I think that she's kind of absorbed a criticism that isn't even valid to begin with. It broke. All right, give me 1 second. I'll have to read. Oh, I did is hit pause.
Make a second video on
Oh,
new channel
there
with
goes.
more evidence that we
What
have
the
given and make a case she's mentally ill.
Mental illness will work in her favor, as it'll show Mohammed Hijab took advantage of her vulnerability. Best case would be to expose her as someone doubting the Quran, the very book she uses to demand a mubahala.
So Murad wants to make a case she's mentally ill, and Hashim says that might work in her favor. So instead, he suggests, quote, exposing her as someone doubting the Quran. I want you to take a moment to realize what is happening here. This is a sister who brought forth a case of being tricked and deceived into a hotel, intimacy only.
It is playing. He's just not saying anything. Dean's just not saying anything. Dean, where'd you go, buddy?
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm muted. So guys, if anyone's
Okay, that's fair.
in the chat that's saying their opinion, whether positive or negative, just mute them. We don't want their opinion. Okay.
Oh, you hear that, Muslims watching this chat? Dean just says mute any Christian, no matter what they're saying, no matter how respectful they are. Even if they're supporting hijab, just mute them. We don't want to hear any Christians. Notice I'm not muting you, Muslims, in this chat. I wonder why he's afraid of Christians speaking up in his chat, but I'm not afraid of Muslims speaking up in my chat. I don't know. You think about that.
So let's bring up what else she actually said. And this is the case that I was making, that she's mentally ill. And this was what I was saying in the WhatsApp group. And if anyone says she's not mentally ill after saying what I presented on the WhatsApp group, then you got to be mentally ill yourself. Like, seriously. So,
okay, guys, no gaslighting here. No gaslighting here at all. After he presents his evidence, if you don't agree with him, then there's something wrong with you.
This is the smoking gun, as such as it is.
Yeah, this better be some really strong evidence, right? Better be some really strong evidence. Let's see what it is.
let's begin with this. So let's say, for the sake of argument, no Muslim was able to aid her. For the sake of argument, she had no one to go to that was Muslim.
Okay.
Even though she went to him.
Right.
Is the best thing to do after that is to go to an Islamophobe and tell them that there's something that they would like to see or like to know that involves
Why
this
not?
whole situation. Is that someone that's mentally sane that they would do?
So get this, guys. This is supposed to be this. This is his first thing. This must be his best argument, right? This is his best argument. So let's say, for the sake of argument, although actually 100% fact, that no Muslim was willing to help her. Would it be sane to go to someone who's not a Muslim then to try to get help? Apparently the answer is no. That would be insane. Now personally,
go ahead.
As I say, personally, if a Christian is being, let's say, being abused by their pastor, right? They're being abused by their pastor. No one will listen. Would it be insane for that person to, I don't know, go to an atheist police officer and tell them?
No.
No? Even if we grant, and I don't think he's actually correct, but even if we grant that it would be wrong for a Muslim, morally wrong for a Muslim to talk to a non-Muslim in this circumstance, does that have anything to do with mental ability? Does committing a sin make you mentally ill?
I mean, if it does, then nobody is responsible for any of their sins, according to Islam.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, on top of that, the way he sort of, I guess, portrayed it was that she went to like couple Muslims, they didn't help her, so she ran immediately over to these Islamophobes for help. And it's like, no, she literally took years of time going from Muslim scholar to Muslim scholar, going through the chains of authority above her to try to get any assistance at all. And she was getting nothing. And she's desperate. She needs help. And when she cries out, the only one to answer her are the Christians.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Her tweeting, which we'll see the tweets here in a second, but her tweeting is in direct response to Ali Dawah telling her he's not going to publish the video. It's in direct response to Ali Dawah saying he's not going to publish the video. She struggled for more than a year to get anyone to listen to her. She finally found Sheikh Tarani that was willing to help, thought she had a solution, and then is crushed at the last minute. So in response to that, she tweets at David. And that means she's mentally ill because she tweeted at David.
Again, that sounds like desperation to me, not a mental illness to be willing to try anything for help.
Muhammad went to Christians for help.
Told him to go to Christians for help.
So
Muhammad even sent his entire community, it was at least a good portion of his community, to a Christian nation for their protection and their help. So, yeah.
I believe that Mohammed Hijab has gone on Christian programs, or at least secular programs. I believe that he has talked to Christian apologists even, right? He talked with William Lane Craig. Is he trying to use the Christians to aid him? He must be mentally ill.
It's worse than that. I believe at least at one point there was a video on Ali Dawah's channel. I think it's still there. It's talking about how God Logic helped them raise money for their mats. And does that mean that Ali Dawah is mentally ill?
Well,
yeah, he got help from God Logic.
Yeah, the whole thing is insane when it's like, okay, but Allah didn't say if you have doubts, go to the Muslims. Allah said if you have doubts, go to the Christians and Jews. So, yeah. Muslims not following Allah. Then
So
acting like others that aren't.
This is some interesting response here. So AG talking to Muhammad Ahmed in the chat here says, getting a job and working, well, you do you good, Muhammad. And he says, totally wrong information. Okay.
So a job is not a good idea?
I guess. And then he doubled down on it. Totally wrong information. Okay. I mean, it probably was thinking of responding to something else, but that was the most recent comment, and there was a substantial gap between them. So sure looks like that's what he's responding to.
Yeah, that's not a quippy retort there, bud. It might sound better in your head. I hope it sounded better in your head.
Indeed.
So let's have a look. Did Muhammad perform miracles? The Quran says no. So this is David Wood's Twitter. Hi, David. I have some important information to share with you that you may find useful to share about Islam. Not about Mohammed Hijab, about Islam.
This is you want to talk about leaving out context? This is like the 4th or 5th time she tweeted at David. She was much more vague in the earlier ones. And as she was like, her first ones were just like, there's a situation, I was abused, I'm a Muslim, can you help me? Something along those lines. And then when she didn't get a response, she like tried to phrase it in a way that might be more likely to provoke David's interest. Again, he didn't actually see any of these messages, but that's why she's phrasing it the way she is because she's trying to get his attention. And it is about Islam ultimately, isn't it? Because Islam had Muslims had the opportunity to deal with this, and they chose not to because, according to many of them that she talked to, this is allowed in Islam. What Mohammed Hijab did was allowed in Islam.
Yeah, she said that so many times that, it's not a problem with Islam. So for him to try to use this as like, yeah, it's weird. Plus, which is it? Because he made that whole post about how she had to get you to agree to not attack Islam, but here she is supposedly helping people attack Islam. Like, what on earth? What do you mean? Pick one.
Mm-hmm.
This is like kufr, if not borderline kufr.
That's not how the expression works, buddy. You should have said it the other way. This is borderline kufr, if not actual kufr. But instead he said, this is kufr, if not borderline kufr. Apparently, he's not so good with English as well. But no, this is not kufr, right? Saying, I have some information. Like, Mohammed Hijab could have made this tweet. He could have made this tweet to try to provoke David to respond to him. Any Muslim could have made this. You don't know what she was going to share, right? The information about Islam, and if David saw this, he would probably interpret it this way, right? Okay, this person probably thinks that they have a response to one of my videos. They probably think that they can correct me on some wrong point, and he wouldn't be interested, but that's how I would interpret it. If some random person tweeted at me, I have some important information about Islam to share with you, I would think that they want to make an argument against one of my points.
Uh-huh.
Clearly. And this is what this guy omitted from the WhatsApp messages that you guys aren't going to see, right? So these are part of the images I sent on the WhatsApp group when I made the statement that, yeah, this person's clearly mentally ill. It's not me just making a smearing campaign against this person just because I want to blindly defend Mohammed Hijab. No, Mohammed Hijab is a brother I know that is definitely a Muslim. This is a person, Allah.
How can you definitely know he's a Muslim when you're not even willing to investigate whether or not he did the things that he's accused of? How could you possibly know whether he's a legitimate Muslim and not a grifter? You couldn't. You're just willing to blindly take his word for anything. And again, this is his best evidence of mental illness, is tweeting at David. Unbelievable.
I don't know who this person is. For all I know, she could be an enemy towards Islam. And this evidence points towards that fact that she is an enemy against Islam. Whether any allegations happen or didn't happen, this is what I'm saying on the Zahir. What I'm saying is someone that is mentally ill, if not an enemy of Islam. And in both cases, I will support Mohammed Hijab against this person, clearly.
So again, this is well after the abuse took place. So the logic here is Mohammed Hijab abused this woman so bad that she wants to, that taking his word for it, which is completely false, but taking his word for it, that she left Islam and is now trying to aid the enemies of Islam. Therefore, he's justified in his abuse against her. And I will aid him in that abuse. That is the logic of Deen Responds. This is a sick, perverted individual who follows the same brand of Islam as his queen, Mohammed Hijab, does. No doubt, these are the kind of Dawah boys who would share a hotel room together because they're so in love with one another. That's all I'm going to say about that. Let's see the other disgusting mental illness that she demonstrated.
Here's a second image. And by the way, all of this is on the WhatsApp group that this person conveniently omitted. Islamic missile technology. So this is Abdullah Samir. So he's just making fun of the Quran, right? Another Islamophobe. And here's her again wanting to bring this whole story to.
Not again. This is 4 days before the other one. The other one was November 22nd. This is November 18th. Why you're sharing them out of order? Because you're trying to create a false narrative. This one's more explicit here, right? I need your help. It's a sexual scam from Mohammed Hijab. He destroyed my life. I have evidence. So here she's not speaking against Islam. The first one was his excuse that he's speaking against Islam. Let's see what his excuse this time is.
To enlighten to him. And not just that, we have apostate prophet as well.
Oh, he didn't even read it. And he didn't even respond to it because it didn't fit his narrative. So he's just going to put it up there and then not read it, not explain it.
Telling him that she needs his help. So even if a Muslim can't help you, why don't you go to someone that's neutral?
Let's read this message that Deen isn't going to read. Okay, let's see if this sounds like a psychotic person. I need your help to put light on the sexual offense I have gone through. It's something Mohammed Hijab has done. Scholars established his guilt and decided no actions will be done to avoid fitna. I have evidence. I'm on the verge of apostasy after months of struggles. Why is she on the verge of apostasy? Why is she talking to Islamophobes? Is it because she's mentally ill? Or is it because of months of struggles? Scholars, like I said, some of the scholars she went to said that Mohammed Hijab is guilty, but they won't do anything about it because he's too important to the Dawah. Fitna, right? Fitna is unrest, disagreement, doubt, right? It doesn't technically mean doubt, but it is anything that causes anxiety in the Muslim community. So they're saying, yeah, he abused you. Yeah, it's horrible, but deal with it, sister. He's more important than you are. Oh, gee, I wonder, was this mental illness or was this the action of Mohammed Hijab?
Why don't you go to someone like otherwise? Like this is so strange, so out of line, so weird that clearly this person has, if they are Muslim, has a mental issue, clearly has a mental issue. And if that's the case, even more so now, we shouldn't be taking her testimony. This guy's trying to frame her as though she's some...
He actually seriously thinks that tweeting at apostate prophet David Wood, this is the only one she sent to apostate prophet, by the way. She sent several at David Wood and several at Abdullah Samir, are signs of mental illness, severe mental illness, even.
Angel, that we should be taking her testimony as gospel truth. And not just her, we should be skeptical of, but even this person, this individual that hosts the channel, omitting this evidence prior to me saying she's insane.
Yep, absolutely.
Real quick, did he say gospel truth? Is that what he said?
Yeah, he did.
That's weird.
I think he just apostatized. He just said the gospel's the truth.
That's what that means. Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's an idiom, but it's an idiom because the gospel's supposed to be the most true thing possible, right?
Which I would agree with. But if he agrees with that, welcome to Christianity, I guess. Hopefully.
Yeah, so Deen, you just apostatized. Actually, this is like the 5th time in this live stream that you've apostatized. So just give it up. Just admit that the Islamic dilemma is true, since that's your favorite topic and you've been talking about it constantly. Just admit that the Islamic dilemma is true, that Islam can't possibly be the truth, and start investigating whether Christianity is the truth or not.
Your deception. And then he goes on to mention Quran verses and hadith about saying the truth, etc. When clearly you're lying by omission. Okay.
You're lying by omission, bro, says the guy who skipped 15 minutes of the video that presented all the evidence. He doesn't have to post every screenshot that you put in the group chat in order to accurately convey that you were plotting against her, which you were. And none of your screenshots establish anything resembling mental illness. This next one's going to be especially fun.
So here's the second case. So he wants to bring up how he wants to bring up her testimony and what she's saying when this individual is clearly insane.
Yeah.
So basically, here in the
tweet,
Arabic, this person's discussing how the Palestinians in Gaza, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala aid them in their ordeal. I mean, it's a horrific image of
I know what it says.
The Palestinians gathering around a what seems to be like a supply drop of some sort, and once they go around it, the Israelis open fire against them. Allah musta'an.
Okay, that was close to what the tweet claims. Now the tweet is an outright lie, but that's irrelevant for our purposes today. What it claims is that this is footage of a helicopter, from the helicopter shooting the people as they're going and getting supplies. Well, whether they're being shot on the ground or from the sky, don't you think they'd be running away if that's what's actually happening here? But the claim is that this is footage, and it is actually a video in the original tweet. Obviously, this is a screenshot, but in the tweet, I've watched it. It claims that this is footage. You only see people going towards the supply truck or whatever it is. In reality, it's blurry. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on. But you only see people going towards it. You don't see anyone running away. Well, people like tried to trick you with food. If people tried to trick you with fake aid, and then they started shooting at you, don't you think you'd run away? So the tweet itself is false, but Aisha is going to respond under the guise that this is footage of Israelis killing Palestinians. So that's important to understand what she's actually responding to. And Deen actually said it accurately. Ali Dawah put the same thing in his video, and he described it as the opposite, actually.
Yes, he did. It was hilarious.
All right, let's see what she says.
And what we have is her saying that it gives you the feeling of doing things just to experience them. And if you're a narcissist or a sadist or a psychopath, then you would go on and do these things. If you are this type of person, you would have a great urge to press the button and kill them.
So what is she saying exactly? Who is the psychopath, narcissist, sadist in her understanding of what this image is? Is it the people going and getting food? Of course not. It's the people allegedly doing shooting, right?
Yes, it would be
specifically says it's a helicopter. So it's the helicopter shooting at people trying to get food because they're psychopathic, narcissistic, sadist, whatever.
Yes. So it would be, according to her, it would be the Jews who are setting up this trap for the innocent Palestinians, according to her.
Mm-hmm. And
be her
I would say if this tweet was honest, and that is actually what this is describing, that would be correct, right? That would be pure evil to put a fake food depot truck and then shoot the people who come to get food. That would be pure evil. If she believes that's what this image is, then she's clearly describing people who are evil as evil. Wow, man, she's psychotic. She's mentally unwell. Why is she mentally unwell? Well, everyone, don't take our word for it. Read these words yourself. Figure out who she's talking about, given what the image is supposedly of. And then let's see what Deen says she's talking about.
Like what? This person's clearly deranged.
Why?
Disgusting.
Why? Why, Deen?
And what I have here is as well.
Oh, he doesn't even bother to tell us why she's clearly deranged.
Because she's supporting Palestine, I guess. That's why she's deranged.
But we do know what you actually said, right? We do know what you actually said, and Ali Dawah repeated. I think it was in the group chat there as well.
Gathering around a
when he zooms out,
like a supply drop of some sort, and once they go around it, the Israelis open fire against them. Allah musta'an. And what we have is her saying that it gives you the feeling of doing things just to experience them. And if you're a narcissist or a sadist or a psychopath, then you would go on and do these things. If you are this type of person, you would have a great urge to press the button and kill them. Like what?
Yeah, if you're a narcissist.
This person's clearly deranged.
Yeah,
Disgusting.
calling a psychopath is deranged. Zoom out, buddy. Says the images of Palestinians being vulnerable to Israelis would give the people an urge to kill them. So what is he saying that she's describing? He apparently didn't have the guts to actually say it on his stream, but it's what he says in the group chat, and it's what Ali Dawah says in his video, that she's saying these disgusting creatures coming to get food give you the urge to kill them, which is not remotely what she's saying. No reasonable person would ever interpret it that way. I don't think, based on the fact that Deen wouldn't even repeat what he claimed before, I think that he knows he made that up. He knows that's not what she meant at all. And he knows he was just distorting it and using it against her. It looks like someone else replies and says a blind hatred towards men in general. So someone else buys his lie and says it's because it's hatred to men in general, even though probably the majority of people coming and getting food are not men. There you go.
And what I have here is as well her being what is a woman equivalent to being an incel. In response to this image,
their favorite word, incel,
saying delete one thing from Earth that you think would make it better. She says creatures with the Y chromosome, basically all.
Yeah, all men. It's obvious. Well, one, it's a kind of a joke, right? Lots of. I bet you this post that has 20,000 responses. I bet you many people said all men or all women, right? It wasn't just her. It's not evidence of psychosis to make a joke about the opposite gender. But also, how can you blame her given what Mohammed Hijab did to her? The way what all the Dawah men did to her, what all the Islamic men are doing to her, spreading rumors and lies and making her look like a whore or a prostitute, making fun of her to try to save Mohammed Hijab. Of course, it does not have good feelings towards men in general as a result. And this is before she meets Salman, by the way, that she tweets this. But again, 20,000 replies. I guarantee you probably 2 or 3% of those are jokes about men or women.
Yeah, I mean, most modern feminists would probably end up stating something similar to this. But again, in her situation, her run-in with guys has not been very good track record here. Mm-hmm. So far, she's gone to him for support. People she looked up to, people that she thought were great in the ways of Islam, and she's felt betrayed at every single turn. So is it a bad statement? Sure, it's a bad statement. It's a stupid statement. But it doesn't mean that she's nuts.
So Snoopy says, I think that was from a drone, that video of people stealing from the truck. It's impossible to tell what it is for sure. It could be an aid truck and people just swarming to see it, in which case the helicopter is just monitoring it to make sure that Hamas doesn't attack, because Hamas has been known to attack supply provisions, right? They've been known to attack humanitarian aid to prevent their own people from receiving the aid, to put more pressure on Israel because everyone's starving to death. So that's a possibility. If you actually play the video, the truck doesn't seem to be stationary. They seem to be moving. So it could just be an Israeli truck driving through Palestine for any random reason. It could be a military truck and everyone's swarming it and there's no response. It's not clear at all what the footage is. But if we believe it is what they claim it is, then she's clearly talking about Israelis, not Palestinians, when she says that only a psychopath would do this.
Men. So if this person has something against Islam, trying to appeal to Islamophobes.
What? How is saying delete all men something against Islam?
Well, you see, he admits that this is a male-dominated religion, only made by men for men in order to fulfill their sexual desires. So see, that's why she's doing this, because she's an Islamophobe.
I guess. My goodness.
This person is going to images being basically a female equivalent of being an incel. Why would I not think she...
Okay, buddy, that first of all, incel doesn't mean the male equivalent of feminist. It doesn't necessarily mean I hate women, or I'm want men to be superior or something along those lines. It means I have bad experiences with women. I'm involuntarily celibate, right? That's what incel is for. And therefore I'm angry at women, right? I'm angry at the world because I can't have sex. Well, you know who are actually incels? Muslim men, right? Who think about nothing but sex constantly. They are involuntarily celibate because they can't get as many women as they want. They're not like their prophet that can just take unlimited women. But regardless, this is just a freaking joke that is informed by the way Mohammed Hijab treated her. Is not a sign of mental illness.
She's insane, or an apostate, or someone that isn't a Muslim. Why would I not think that?
Wait,
Yeah,
isn't
why-
that the
why
same
would-
thing? Apostate? Wouldn't she be an apostate and not a Muslim? Isn't it like just restating the same thing?
Yeah,
those
well,
two
she's
different
an
categories
apostate
going
and a Muslim. So that's his best evidence there, right? His best evidence is a couple public tweets. So he thinks that he, by his own words, knows nothing about Islamic law, knows nothing about jurisprudence, can judge someone's mental health based on a couple public tweets that are perfectly ordinary tweets in reality. And this is his best evidence that she's mentally ill, that a year and a half after Mohammed Hijab abused her, she was desperately seeking help and was possibly angry at men. Oh my goodness, this is the worst mental illness I've ever seen. Hijab was totally justified in abusing her a year and a half before he gave her that mental illness.
That is what this person omitted, and we're going to show that now, inshallah. Okay, so these are the
What do you mean?
images.
What do you mean we're going to show that now?
I thought you
inshallah?
already
just
showed it. Does
So
he have more?
If Allah wills, we're going to show it, but he already showed it. So I guess he's Allah because he willed it to be showed. I don't know.
That this person provided, and this is all on the video, right? This is all on the video that he has. Let's look at
it
this.
is all in the video.
She appeared on lives with the name Sarah. No, so this is me discussing this individual because I actually discussed with her at one point on a live. So I was trying to give Mohammed Hijab some information regarding her in the case that she's clearly insane, because even my discussion with her on the live showed that there's something wrong with her clearly. So I mentioned how I saw her on live.
When someone says clearly without presenting the slightest bit of evidence, that means they have none. He said, my discussion with her on the live showed also showed signs she was unwell, clearly. Why don't you show us that live then, buddy? All right, why don't you show us that evidence?
And I gave the timestamp for the lives. And inshallah, after we get this live edited, so you'll see that those timestamps where she appears on Dawah Wise, she appears on EF Dawah, and she's asking the same question again and again and again. Doesn't seem like she's...
Maybe because she wasn't getting an answer? I mean, what's the problem here?
like a Muslim that has shubahat. It seems like she's someone that's trying to cause shubahat, if anything.
She doesn't seem like a Muslim with doubts. She seems like she's trying to cause doubts by asking a question. So how exactly is a Muslim with legitimate doubts supposed to get their doubts answered if asking a question is trying to make other people have doubts?
You see, according to the Quran, you're not supposed to ask questions if it would cause you to doubt. So therefore, if you're not supposed to, and that's from Quran 5:110.
Well, now I'm very confused because when Sneeko went to Sheikh Asim and he said he had doubts, Sheikh Asim said, "You're a kufar, get out of my house." But then he went crying. Then he went crying to Ali Dawah, and Ali Dawah said, "No. Sheikh Asim's wrong. It's good to have doubts. I myself have doubts about Islam. But you know what I do when I have a doubt? I go ask people with knowledge and get my questions answered." So if having doubts means you're not a Muslim, then Ali Dawah says he's not a Muslim. I'm very confused. Where is this standard coming from? Does it have something to do with Sneeko's fame and fortune, perhaps? the richer you are, the more doubts you're allowed to have?
Yeah, I guess so. If you're front line, then you can have as many doubts as you want, as long as you're doing the correct dawah and making sure that Islam looks good. Now, that was, by the way, I was mistaken. That's Quran 5:101, not 110, 101. So, small correction on my behalf.
Trouts? What trouts, man? We only have bass in this river.
And then, yeah, so I then mentioned that she has the same orange background with an S, etc., right? No.
Oh my God, she's mentally ill. She has an orange background.
To pay attention to is, yeah, so bring up, so notice how everyone's saying she's mental and she has like mental issues like I was mentioning.
Good job triggering the Sneeko animation there. The Book of the Council of Nicaea.
Yep, the Book of the Council of Nicaea that was taken out at the Council of Nicaea.
Mm-hmm. And in it we find Matt 39. Matt 39.
All of these screenshots, they don't mention, he doesn't mention anything that I actually provided to show that she is mentally ill. So let's look at that now, inshallah. Okay.
I thought we already looked at that, inshallah. Are we looking at that now? Or what you already showed that? I mean, what is it? Allah doesn't seem to be willing any coherent argument here. Waiting on you, Dean.
Okay. So notice this, guys.
What am I noticing?
Normally when you say that, then you point out something that for us to notice.
Great stream, Dean. Great stream. I can see why
Okay,
you're
guys,
so
be
popular.
very careful not to expose any numbers. So let me make sure I do that first.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to want to have to restart for a second time.
So get this. He goes live, shows the group chat, right? Revealing the phone numbers of people in the group chat. Then he stops the chat because probably someone in the chat's like, you're showing people's phone numbers, buddy. So then he prepares to do a second time. And instead of like actually preparing in advance, he waits till he's live and then makes his audience sit there for a minute while he blurs out the numbers or whatever.
I mean,
strategic genius.
Yeah, do a little prep beforehand. I mean, yeah, just a little prep beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're just gonna be editing out completely any times a number is shown. Okay.
Uh-huh. You could have done that before the stream instead of doing it live.
1 second.
Take your time. We're not waiting on the information that you could have prepared in advance or anything.
So he had to restart because he didn't edit them out the first time.
Right.
And then he didn't take that time to edit them out so he wouldn't make the same mistake twice.
Yep. So now he's doing it live.
So does he just want to keep repeating the same stream over and over again? Because that'd be the first thing I would, if it was me doing that sort of mistake, I would stop the live stream, delete it, go back in, edit everything out. So I made sure that I would not do this again, and then start the stream again.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it could take 10 minutes to edit it.
I'll edit this live instead. That way everyone knows that I screwed up and accidentally doxed everyone that was paying attention the first time.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's got MS Paint open up, feverishly blanking out the numbers while his audience waits. Take your time, Dean. We don't want to reveal
Tell me you pause this thing, right? This isn't still like playing.
It was paused. It's playing now.
Boy.
Come on. Edit faster.
So we're going to be completely removing it.
Yeah, I know you're going to be completely removing them, which you should have done before the stream started.
I know that the point of one of the points in my books to have a stream is to be able to interact with the comments and see people and actually do it live and discover stuff with you guys in the live chat. That being said, I do a little prep for these live streams.
I have not paused it. He's just sitting there in silence. He's not even bothering to talk to his audience while he's editing it. This whole time, we're talking over the silence of the video here because we actually don't want to just sit here in silence for 2 minutes. Like Deen Responds. This is Deen responding.
How many
2 minutes of silence.
How many does he have to edit out?
I don't know. It's still playing. It's been over 2 minutes now of just absolute silence. Are you using your privates to move your mouse around?
How many subscribers does this guy have?
18.1 thousand.
And he hasn't figured out by now to edit before the stream?
Apparently not.
Now, granted,
Well, he doesn't normally get involved in this high school drama stuff, so he doesn't know how to be prepared for high school drama.
Normally I wouldn't be so nitpicky about it. But the very fact that he's already screwed up and had to go back and restart the stream, that really shows that, dude, if you just did it once and make a mistake, okay, there's an oopsie, fine. But this is a bit more than a one-time deal then with you.
Yeah, exactly. If
Okay.
he's like,
now
there we go. All right. So now he was muted. So he actually was talking there, apparently. He was muted because he muted himself, so people would have to hear him editing. But yeah, exactly. Like if he was about to pull it up and he's like, "Oh crap, I forgot to edit out the numbers. Hold on a second. Fine, no big deal." But he stopped the previous stream because he showed it on stream with the numbers, and then instead of taking a few minutes to edit it, he just immediately hits go live again. And then he gets 17, 18 minutes in the video. And he's like, oh, crap, I need to edit this. Hold on, everybody. I'm just going to sit here in silence while you have this great entertainment. Amazing. All right, let's see what he finally shows
So
us.
I was getting ready the
Don't
images,
care.
okay?
Just show the dang images.
We know you're getting ready.
This is what I want you guys
Getting
to
ready.
take away from this. This individual says,
who?
Over here.
I literally have no idea who you're talking about. This individual with no context. You were silent for 3 minutes. How can you say this individual? I think he's going to eventually talk about this yellow blurb, though.
Yeah, he just starts mentioning how she's clearly not mentally ill.
No?
And we're just trying to call it.
What? I guess he's talking about Salman. Hijab is frantically working to compile as much information as possible for his second response video per her earlier comment. If they retaliate, we have more. How is he saying? He's just desperately trying to say they're faking her being mentally ill. What are you talking about? Do you have mental illness? Are you hallucinating conversations that never happened?
Evidence together that isn't really convincing, right? I'm going to be.
The collaboration continues. What is Salman's actual argument? That they were conspiring behind closed doors to cover up for Mohammed Hijab. What is Deen Responds? We were conspiring behind closed doors, but he was deceptive because he didn't say she's mentally ill. See, it's okay to conspire against mentally ill people. That seems to be his argument.
Showing a clip from the stream where he actually says this. He says that, oh, she doesn't have mental illness.
No, he doesn't. I'm the only one that said that.
Let's see. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. So he starts mentioning how she's mentally ill, but she's not really.
That's funny that he had to rewind it because he skipped over this part previously.
Mentally ill. She just, when she's stressed or whatever, he feels, I don't know what he was saying, but let's play it. And we're going to be showing that he's acting.
Did you hear that? I don't know what he was saying. If you don't know what he was saying, then how could you say that he's saying that she's not mentally ill?
Well, you see, the problem is he took like an extended period of break where he is editing. So now he forgot where he was at. He forgot what the guy was talking about. Or he's just not paying attention at all, even to the thing he's supposed to be reacting to.
I guess. Let's let's see what Salman actually says. And see if it resembles something that we've been saying the whole time, or if it resembles what Deen claims he says.
Oblivious to the fact that she's mentally ill, when in fact all the evidence points towards that he's
evidence,
just ignoring
3 public tweets.
Let's start with the scheming. Hashim doubles down on the position of Hijab keeping the video on a different channel, ensuring it isn't linked to him.
Stick to your original plan of a different channel. I think Aisha has some mental issues, ADHD. She came on our live stream last year to clear her doubts about the Quran and Hadith too.
Take note of what he states here, that he believes she has a mental issue, specifically ADHD, something many people suffer from in different forms, lacking the ability to focus at times. He then shares an email that Sister Aisha had sent a year back regarding some questions and concerns she had.
Salam.
He already
I
played
am contacting you
this earlier,
again
by the
about
way.
my question. I have gone through the answers given and made some more research.
Later in the email, she mentions what she coins as a disability. Also, take
Great
note
stream.
of how professional
Great stream,
and courteous
Dean.
she is.
Brother Mansur used a very useful method that helps establish certainty step by step. I do apologize for not following up with that process. I have a mental disability, and when I am under tension, it becomes hard for me to clearly express my ideas or focus on all information given. I would appreciate it if I am able to meet with Brother Mansur to discuss further. I will share here some of the resources I checked.
She clearly states her mental challenge being related to not being able to express her ideas or focus when under tension or stress. Despite that, let's take a look at the conversation that ensues.
Make a second video on new channel with more evidence that we have given and make a case she's mentally ill.
Mental illness will work in her favor, as it'll show Mohammed Hijab took advantage of her vulnerability. Best case would be to expose her as someone doubting the Quran. The very book she
What are you
uses to
doing,
demand a
Dean?
mubahala.
So Murad wants to make a case she's mentally ill, and Hashim says that might work in her favor. So instead, he suggests, quote, exposing her as...
She clearly is mentally ill, by the way. And we're about to get to the point where we're going to show.
So you went to 1330 or so to show this is where Salman denies, or this person, since he can't even use Salman's name for some reason, denies that she's mentally ill. He plays it. Then he realizes that he looks like a fool because Salman didn't say anything like that. So then he says, but she is clearly mentally ill, by the way. Somewhere out here, he says she is not. Salman never says that. Let's see if he eventually admits that he can't find it. Right?
Just saying someone is mentally ill doesn't mean anything.
I know.
can say that Deen, the creator of Deen Responds, is mentally ill, and it's because he is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. That'd be a horrible argument.
And yeah, I mean, ADHD is not a mental illness in the public vernacular of how the term is used. Because people will use the term mental illness to mean someone who is seriously unwell, has psychosis, or different types of delusions. They don't mean someone with any kind of abnormality whatsoever, especially not ADHD, which is like, I don't know, 20% of the population or something has ADHD. It's not like some rare, strange condition, right? But again, Salman never denies it. I've denied it. I don't think she does. But Salman doesn't say that. And Deen keeps saying that he denies it.
That he omitted the messages. So is it here? Yeah, some brother saying she's straight up mental. Let's see. I don't know if he puts in this video, but yeah.
Either play the video through and respond to things as they come up, or do some prep to get to the parts you want to talk about. Don't just like sit there being like, yeah, it's in here somewhere. I have no idea where, but I'm just going to sit here floundering around like a moron on my live stream because I couldn't be bothered to prepare for anything. And this is because Dawah's so good and powerful, guys.
Again, To be honest, that's something I'd expect out of someone who's just getting started and doesn't know better.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
he
been
should
doing this
know
for
better.
years. Yeah, he's been doing it for years.
I'm not sure exactly where he puts that.
Yeah, you're not sure because it doesn't exist. It literally doesn't
If
exist.
not here, then it's clearly in the.
Hey, what did I say about someone who says clearly? Uh-huh. If it's not where I said it was, it's clearly somewhere else. It doesn't exist. Selman never says that. Your whole argument that he's deceiving is total nonsense because he doesn't claim she doesn't have a mental illness. Even I'm claiming it, Selman is not.
A file that he has saved.
The last time he said something meaningful was like 15
Yeah, so he
minutes into
decides
the
to omit
video.
the fact.
We're at 21 and a half minutes now. This is 6 minutes that didn't need to be in the video.
So he puts the point where I say, you should make a case that she's mentally ill, because obviously she is, from what I showed before.
Uh-huh.
Here we go.
Three-
Yes. It's
3 or
this
4
one.
public tweets.
She appeared on lives with the name Sarah. No. How can we connect the two? Timestamp is there, Akhi.
That's the group chat. How is that what Salman said? He said, here it is in the group chat. My goodness. This is the worst response I've ever seen to anything in my life.
Wow. Did this person? I think he's forging images. Let me just confirm that. 1 second.
Is he sharing the wrong screen?
No, so he was trying to find, so to preface whatever he spent editing for 3 minutes, he was trying to show that Salman claims she's not mentally ill. So now he's playing Salman's video, but now he couldn't find that. So then he goes to this timestamp as he's, scrolling back and forth vigorously. Finally goes to this timestamp and goes, wow, I think he forged this message. Which is just like, hey, you want to talk about ADHD? I think he's having an ADHD moment here, right? He's supposed to be doing one thing, then he randomly gets distracted and starts doing something different.
You see, the issue is he's so used to doing the Muslim shuffle that he's lost himself in doing the Muslim shuffle.
Indeed. Let's get that Muslim shuffle on the screen. More silence. Deen, with his ADHD moment, can't concentrate to do a live stream.
He's clearly omitting like stuff that shows that she's mentally ill.
Okay, he's omitting stuff that shows she's mentally ill, but you said he forged a screenshot. Not showing something isn't forging. So now he's jumped again. Another ADHD moment. He can't keep it straight what he's supposed to be talking about. He keeps changing the subject. Deen responds, according to you, you're mentally ill and no one should believe you.
How can we connect the two?
Yeah, how can we connect the two, buddy? The two brain cells in your head. How can you connect them together so you form a coherent thought? Look, I can talk. I can improv. I can say words. I don't leave my eyelids sitting in silence for minutes at a time.
Okay. So, as we can see from the messages, this guy's omitting stuff. So we're going to show that now. It's
Please do.
Where was Aisha, or where was Salman saying Aisha wasn't mentally ill? Where was him forging stuff? Okay, yeah, do something. Please do something. But I just want to point out, you promised us 2 other things.
As well. So look how they guide the conversation. He appeared. So look what it says here. She appeared on live.
What do you mean they guide the conversation? This is the actual conversation. 6:39 a.m., 6:39 a.m., 6:40 a.m., 6:40 a.m. How is this them guiding the conversation?
With the name Sarah, no? How can we connect the two? right?
Yeah,
And
that's you and
they
Mohammed
don't
Hijab
include
interacting. So how is Salman guiding the conversation exactly?
what came before. And what came before? We're gonna.
Because it wasn't relevant to you conspiring with Mohammed Hijab to show the video that Ali Dawah ends up showing. So you conspire with Mohammed Hijab, and then Ali Dawah shows it, showing there's a conspiracy. What came before that isn't relevant, but I bet you it's the tweets that he already showed us once. More silence. My gosh.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Show us something.
So right before is
were you
me
editing?
literally showing evidence that she's
That's
mentally
the
ill, and
same.
he's omitting
It's
that.
the same freaking tweet. It's the same freaking tweet. That's literally what he showed. So this is probably what he wanted to bring up. This is probably what he wanted to bring up right after he showed the tweets. And he's like, oops, the numbers are there. So he's edited out the numbers of the people. Oops, the numbers are there. Let me go edit that. And then because he has ADHD, he forgot what he was doing. He went on some random tangent, and now he's managed to come back to what he was originally talking about. Take 8 minutes of the video. You cut out those 8 minutes, and you lose absolutely nothing. He spent 8 minutes forgetting what he was talking about. Wow.
He's omitting me presenting the evidence that she's mentally ill. Right?
Yeah, because it wasn't relevant to you responding to. So you showed evidence of her being mentally ill in your mind, not in reality. Then you replied to Mohammed Hijab on a different topic. How can we connect this account with her YouTube? Your screenshots don't have anything to do with that.
Okay.
He's not asking you. Mohammed Hijab earlier in the conversation is not asking about the screenshot you just showed the same minute. He's talking about something else you said.
Now, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, and if any Muslims listening, this is not how you prove someone is mentally ill. If you want actual evidence that someone is mentally ill, which again, you would actually have to prove that this mental illness has anything to do to affect her story, which again, ADHD wouldn't. But if you want to prove that someone is mentally ill, may I recommend maybe some diagnosis from an actual psychiatrist or actual notes, or maybe, oh, look, while Mohammed Hijab was, courting her and dating her and having this time with her, oh, she was seeing this shrink. Again, that wouldn't be proof of itself that you've got some mental illness, or the fact, just proof that you're looking and actually seeking for help for yourself. So self-improvement, which is not really proof, but it's a lot more than what you've shown so far. Other than one little note that she might have ADHD, and it's not even diagnosed. It's just her saying, hey, I might have this.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we go back to the other one, so this is my screenshot, by the way, guys. This is mine.
Yes. Thank you, Dean.
You don't say.
Strategic genius, Dean. You have revealed that Salman is putting up true screenshots. Your best bet would have been just to make up a ridiculous lie that he faked the whole thing. You're admitting that he's putting up true screenshots of the true group chat that you're part of. Congratulations, strategic genius. Why did you do this? To show that he admitted the unrelated tweet before the start of talking about her appearing on live streams. Wow. Good job. He's such a deceptive guy. He didn't show this unrelated screenshot.
His version omits this part where I'm showing images of her being deranged. Okay. Let me ensure that's Okay.
Yeah. Let you ensure that you didn't do the prep work that you should have done before the video started. We're 24 minutes and 12 seconds in. I think he said about, I don't know, 2 minutes of actual material. What do you think? You're on mute.
This whole thing is insane.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for any of this bulletproof actual evidence that's supposed to make me completely confirm that she is 110% insane, and any logical person would come to this conclusion. I'm waiting for any of that.
His grand total of evidence is 4 or 5 public tweets. I think there was 3 at non-Muslims, the Palestinian thing, and then the Y chromosome thing. So 5 public tweets, none of which were out of the ordinary at all, is proof that she's mentally ill. Meanwhile, Deen has proven that he has ADHD during this live stream. Deen goes on record to try to establish woman is unwell because she has ADHD, establishes he's unwell.
Everything's good.
Yeah, ensure everything's good. You could have done that
Yeah,
before you
okay.
started.
So here's another screenshot they omitted.
Where? Come on. You can do it.
Yeah, also omitted
What did they omit?
right before all those messages.
Come on. You can do it. Are you editing again? Are you editing again?
He omitted all these messages where I'm showing that this lady's clearly
The
deranged.
messages.
How can we connect this account with?
Okay. This is actually useful. Now we see that question was in response to the first tweets. So Hijab is asking how can we connect this to our YouTube account? Okay, great. You've shown that he was extremely deceptive when he said that you and Hijab were plotting to connect it to her because he didn't show the screenshot. Oh my gosh, this is so horrible. Terrible. And notice that if he had showed this screenshot, you wouldn't be able to tell what any of the tweets were anyway. Man, what a monster. He didn't show that. By the way, he didn't show this comment either. He only showed the reply to it. Oh no, he's such a monster. He's admitted the whole conversation. Now we have no idea that this was totally out of context. When we were plotting to connect her to her account, we were plotting to connect her to her account because she's mentally ill, but he didn't say that. He only said that we accused her of being mentally ill. He didn't show the screenshots. Oh no, this is the worst deception I've ever seen in my life. How could anyone possibly believe Salman about anything ever?
For YouTube. And then I go on to explain how they both have the same profile picture, S with an orange background, etc. But the main point being that
no, that isn't the main point of you. The main
wait, hold on. Could you rewind just a little bit? I'd like to hear what he said just prior to that about her account.
he omitted all these messages where I'm showing that this lady's clearly deranged. How can we connect this account with her YouTube? And then I go on to explain how they both have the same profile picture, S with an orange background, etc. But the main point being that
you do know that that's kind of standard, right?
Well,
that's like the default.
Not only that, it doesn't actually connect with her YouTube account because her YouTube account is called Faith and it has an F. And I think it's a blue F, if I remember off the top of my head.
Well, yeah, and I just to point out, whenever you have the default color and stuff behind, you don't actually have an option on what necessarily you have there. That's just randomly given to you until you fill it in yourself. So no, that even if they had the exact same one, that doesn't mean they're the same people.
Well, you see that her Twitter handle is at Sarah whatever, so that's why she has a orange S as her Twitter profile picture. How can we link this to her YouTube account? Well, they have the same orange S. Totally. Totally. They have the same orange S. You can see it right on your screen right now. Same orange S. I was wrong. It wasn't blue. It was purple. But
Yeah, somebody's detective work is not mapping.
Again, that's the default. They take the first letter of whatever you have and put it on some sort of colored background, and you don't get to select that colored background. It's whatever they choose. And I'm sure there are people in the chat right now that have single letters as their chat. There you go, M right there, same purple background. Oh, it must be her. Must be. You see this purple, and then the F had the purple background. Therefore, same person. Bulletproof.
And just so everyone knows, Allah is one God. Let's see if I can find another letter. Oh, but we got a brown N here. Another alt account of Aisha, obviously. A different M. This one a green M. Man, why is Aisha using so many accounts in this chat? I don't understand. They all have the same orange background with the letter S on them. Oh my goodness. Let me take a super chat. I'd kind of forgotten about the super chats. Let me take one of those. Eventually. Maybe. Did the bot crash? Oh, the bot crashed. I was like, what? Why is the bot not doing anything? That's interesting. Is this stream? Yeah, people are commenting to the stream because it crashed and said visibility check unavailable, but it was apparently just a YouTube bug. So all good there. As I can actually just take this off the screen and put it back up once the bot finishes restarting. Okay.
من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا? Who is gonna give Allah a good loan? Ya akhwati, this verse puts shame in my heart. My Lord is asking for a loan. Nothing's wrong with that guy. He has ability, but only a little bit of cash flow problems. Just needs a little bit of money right now. So give to Allah. Don't ask for anything back, guys.
Don't ask for anything back, guys. Ignore all the other Dawah guys that say you're going to get 2 times or much more back. You'll get thousands of apples for your 1 apple seed. But in this case, you don't get anything back. Songs of Relief says, I think Aisha wants to serve a better God than Allah. I pray she sees the truth and follows Jesus instead. Amen, amen, amen to that. And if I have anything to do with it, she will. I would say the same for Salman. Salman wants to serve a better God than Allah. He's a much better person than what Islam teaches. I don't think he's deceiving. I think he honestly believes what he says about Islam. But sadly, it's because he's not that well informed on the theology of his religion. And that will be the case for almost all Muslims you meet on the street as well. Muslims are taught things like it's wrong to lie. They are taught things like you should be a good and honorable person and so on and so forth. Problem is their scriptures don't support it. All right. So common Muslims believe that Muhammad was the best person to ever live because they've been fed a bunch of lies about him. It's not because they actually think him having sex with children, for example, is the best thing. The kind of perverted Muslims who come into my live streams, yeah, they probably actually do think that. But a Muslim you meet on the street, they probably just think, oh, you know, Muhammad's that nice guy that wouldn't even kill a spider, which is a hadith that, you know, quote unquote hadith that was made like in the 16th century or something and has nothing to do with historical reality. But it's one of the most popular stories for parents to tell their children about Muhammad. Anyway, we should all be praying for Aisha. We should all be praying for Salman as well.
I'm sorry, Thaddeus. I think I disagree with you on one thing. He said, I think they just straight up deserve a better God than Allah.
Yeah, that's true.
They deserve a better God than Allah because of the horrendous acts described. And again, the horrendous acts Muhammad did. Both of these people are much better than Muhammad. Both of them are much better than Allah, and they deserve a God who loves them unconditionally, who wants to have a relationship with them for eternity. And he can only find that in Christ.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, though, to take it even further, that it really doesn't even have anything to do with what we deserve, because while we were still sinners, Christ showed his love for us in this, that he laid down his life for us. So we know
Amen.
that even when we see people like this doing things like this, trying to cover up lies, trying to present even more lies, yeah, God is still calling them to himself if they will respond.
Mm-hmm. And we do have Deen Responds in the chat here. As you can see, it is a letter D on a brown background. Dean is a brown-skinned individual. Letter D, that's all the proof I need. This is the same account for sure. I'm not going to bother to look at what the username might be because I'm already convinced it's the same person. So there you go. And Balliscum and Raspberry says, why didn't the response guy click on his proof so that the audience could see what his proof was? It'd be so easy to just show she is crazy, right? No need to go on that long. Just show us. Yeah, we're at 25 minutes and 7 seconds. I think, well, he's shown no legitimate evidence, but I think he spent a grand total of 2 to 3 minutes presenting what he thinks is evidence. The rest of the time was him playing Salman's video, which is fine, right? That's perfectly legitimate. I'm just saying it's not his content, and him fumbling about, forgetting what he's talking about, or just sitting there in silence while he edits an image. This is the worst response video to anything I've ever seen in my life. And this is so far the best response in defense of Mohammed Hijab.
This guy is so clearly, blindly defending one side without taking.
Who would this guy who's clearly blindly defending one side without taking any evidence?
Why is he talking about himself all of a sudden?
I know.
I'm really confused.
You got another ADHD moment there, Dean? You suddenly forgot who you're talking about, and now you think you're talking about yourself?
Other evidence into consideration, which is the fact that she is actually mentally ill. She's clearly deranged. She has some mental issues. Allahu Alam if she's even Muslim, right?
Your grand total of evidence that she's clearly deranged is that 1.5 years after Mohammed Hijab abused her, she made some public tweets. If that is the standard for Mohammed Hijab being able to abuse someone without consequence, then your religion is more vile than I ever imagined. That if you do a good enough job abusing someone that you make them mentally unwell, in Dean's opinion, which is a pretty low standard apparently, since it's just tweeting and a lot of people tweet, then that means that the abuse is justified. So basically what you're saying is, if, I don't know, for example, I were to take a small child and kidnap them and sexually abuse them for years and get away with it, hide them in my basement, no one knows where the child is, I get away for years. And a decade later, when the authorities finally find out I've been harboring this child, and they've grown up and they're now 18 years old. So I've been abusing them from 8 to 18. And because of my 10 years of abuse, they now have emotional attachment to me and feel like I haven't done anything wrong. Therefore, it's completely justified. Except you don't even need that level in your mind. All you need is for the person to be mentally unwell. And then the abuse is justified. You are a sick, sick individual, Dean. I don't say this very often to Muslims. You are worse than your prophet. You are worse than your prophet, Dean. You might be the only Muslim that I have ever said that about. Muslims come in this chat. Sometimes they come up on live and they curse at me. They try to show pornography on screen. They act like they're possessed by demons, screaming and wailing. You're worse than all of them. You're the worst of all creatures, Dean. You are the worst of all creatures. If you honestly believe this, or If you don't honestly believe it and are saying it anyway, that doesn't help your case. You think that abuse is justified because you made someone mentally ill afterwards? Unbelievable.
And all the evidence is there. Her appealing to Islamophobes. Yeah, her making strange comments about people in Gaza. That's really weird, crazy comments. And her just being clearly like the female version of an incel, like having a blinded hatred towards.
Even if she blindly hates men, which this tweet does not show, that is not a sign of mental illness. Do you have the slightest clue what mental illness is, buddy? Your God blindly hates non-Muslims. Is he mentally ill? I mean, maybe he is mentally ill. That might not have been the best argument in history. But you are saying Allah is mentally ill for blindly hating unbelievers.
Why would I trust this person with any allegations? And so yeah, they conveniently didn't include this part. So
again, you abuse someone for years to the point where they have severe PTSD, they have severe mental issues, they have fallen in love with you, they're traumatized. You shouldn't believe their testimony against you anymore, according to Deen. The more you abuse, the more you should be able to get away with it. The worse state you put your victim into, the less your victim should be believed. This is the sick, disgusting, perverted logic of Deen Responds, and it is the only way he can think of to justify the behavior of his sick, perverted leader. His God, you could say, the person he bows down to and serves, Mohammed Hijab, as he desperately tries to grow his pathetic 18,000 subscriber YouTube channel. He looks up, sees Mohammed Hijab with 1.3 million subscribers and says, how can I get some of those subscribers? I know what I can do. I can get on my knees and serve my God, Mohammed Hijab. You sick, sick individual.
just to summarize, guys, this guy's not after the.
Okay, so we have 26 minutes. He's getting to the summary of the video now, and we have 19 minutes to go.
Truth. He's clearly like representing evidence that suits himself without representing the rest. We don't care if the whole WhatsApp messages get leaked. We honestly could care less. There's nothing in there that is kufri. There's nothing in there that would make us
Mohammed Afridi, before I block you for the 20th time, why am I so angry? Because this is sick, sexual perversion and abuse of the vulnerable, and you don't care. You don't care. You think it's a joke. You think it's funny. It is not. This is sick, disgusting behavior. It will not be tolerated here or in any Christian space. Thank you and goodbye. You got your 20th block or whatever. You can go home and you can touch yourself about how proud you are that you got blocked yet again, because I know that's why you come here, is you want to be blocked.
Them to some sort of kufr or ridda, unlike this woman. There's one more thing I wanted to comment on regards.
So why are you summarizing the video if you still have one more thing to comment on? My goodness, this is the worst YouTuber I've seen in my life.
To him not actually being Islamically diligent. Okay. So this person.
All right. So he's rested his case. He's proven that Aisha is crazy because she gave a couple tweets. That's the grand total of his evidence. All right. Let's see your evidence that Salman doesn't understand Islam.
Says that he made a mistake in his video, right? So that's what he said.
No, he doesn't.
Someone in the WhatsApp group, they leaked the. We don't know who it is, but it doesn't really matter.
That is actually a good point. One of the 75 people has a conscience. One of the 75 people thought this was wrong. They're afraid to speak up about it themselves, but they were at least had enough of a conscience to leak it so it would become publicly known. So I do want to say that at least one of the 75 people in the group chat is probably not as completely, totally sick and depraved as Deen Responds is. In fact, probably a couple dozen of the people never even saw the messages. You know, they're members of the chat, but they never check it or whatever. I'm a members of group chats that I might not check for weeks at a time, right? So it happens. Not everyone saw these messages, but everyone who did see them didn't think there was anything wrong. And Deen is double, triple, quadrupling down, saying how awesome all this stuff is. We don't care if everything comes out. You know, it might not care. You've already been exposed, but I bet you some of the other 70 guys don't want to be exposed.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Real quick here, I think he actually does really care, whoever leaked it, because that's a threat to him now. Just like he claims he doesn't really care about this whole Mohammed Hijab, and he's not here to defend Mohammed Hijab, but doggone if he's here to defend Mohammed Hijab. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does care because he'd want to kick whoever leaked it out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. He definitely cares about it being leaked. This is posturing, right? And it's not even very good posturing. He absolutely knows that there'll be stuff that it is embarrassing to him. He's very active in the chat. I'm sure he said many embarrassing things in addition to the things that have already come out, which he doesn't show his audience, by the way. He doesn't show them the embarrassing stuff that he already was leaked as saying in the group chat. For some reason, right? You know, lying by omission, as he calls it, lying by omission, deception by omission, whatever his exact words were. The grand total of the omission of Salman was not showing the screenshots that Deen thinks are so important, which were actually totally irrelevant to the claim that Salman actually made, which was that they were conspiring to paint her as mentally ill, whether she was or wasn't. Salman doesn't in any way dispute that she's mentally ill. And it wouldn't make it better if she was, right? Deen thinks this is like some great response. Oh, but it's all fine that we're conspiring against her because she's mentally ill. Yeah, that makes it worse, if anything, you dumb bunny. Hassan understands this, right? Hassan got you started on your career, I believe. Hassan understands this. He says, no, though, this is not something we want to do. It's not going to help our case by painting her as mentally ill. Deen is like, I'm so smart. I have 18,000 subscribers after years of effort. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and say we're right. She is mentally ill. Smartest of all Muslim apologists, I guess.
No, and this is like why I said she was mentally ill. And he's saying like, oh, but he's trying to make it seem like I'm just blindly following Mohammed Hijab, which clearly isn't the case.
You are. You literally said you don't know if Mohammed Hijab is guilty and you don't care. You're going to defend him no matter what. You literally said this in this video. And now you're saying, oh, he's just pretending I'm blindly following Mohammed Hijab. That's the definition of blindly following him, not looking into whether the accusations are true or not.
I'm not like Mohammed Hijab's lawyer, but this guy's acting like her lawyer, which I really don't like.
Okay.
And no, he's not.
I did not
like
pause the
her
video. The video's still playing.
Oh.
Okay. Let's
I just want to make that clear to the audience.
Okay. I'm already saying no, he's not acting like his lawyer. Not acting like her lawyer. The first rule of lawyership with your client is tell your client to shut up and keep quiet. That's not what he's doing. He's not representing her legally. All he's doing is actually listening to her, maybe taking her accusation seriously. What a big surprise.
If you want to give him a role, it'd be like a private investigator or something along those lines, right? He's not acting as a lawyer. A lawyer, if he was acting as her lawyer, Hijab would be in court and all the evidence that he discovered would have come out in discovery.
Yes, you would never see a single video about any of this publicly stated.
It'd be part of the
until
court record,
afterward.
and there'd be no public statements being made about it.
Yep, you would not post it publicly if you're a lawyer. Not at all. You don't want the opponent knowing what you know.
Mm-hmm. Geez, this is painful. Dean needs a CPU upgrade. A CPU upgrade and a conscious upgrade, I would say. Waiting on you, buddy, Dean.
Let's see here.
Yes, let's see here.
So this guy doesn't really care about Islamic jurisprudence. So look what he says here.
This guy doesn't care about Islamic jurisprudence, meaning Salman. Well, I know what Dean doesn't care about making a competent product for his viewers. That's what he doesn't care about. Now, he claims that this is about a video. Let's see if he lies by omission, just like Ali Dawah did. Let's see. Let's see.
This is behind veil. This clarification is important. One of our team members made an innocent mistake by responding to comments influenced by the confusion.
Comments?
I highly doubt that it's someone that isn't him running his channel that's responding to comments. So
why do you highly doubt that?
Actually, I kind of really think that's probably true.
Yeah.
Considering if you have a team, you would have someone assigned to doing the comments, and they might just keep track of it and send in comments they think you need to pay attention to them. Now, I respond to all my comments, at least whichever ones I respond to, I'm the one responding. But I'm not as big as they are. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't know for sure about Ali Dawah, but I know for sure that Hijab pays people to monitor his comments. So why do you say you highly doubt this? He definitely has other people working with him, right? We've seen other people working with him. So why couldn't one of the other guys who has helped him with the investigation be the one that left the comment? Why do you have to throw doubt on this? But again, you said in one of his videos, it says right there, responding to YouTube comments is where the mistake was made. He didn't have to post this clarification, by the way, right? They're trying to use this against him, but he saw something that he thought was wrong and posted a comment about it for the public record. He could have just deleted the comment and never mentioned it. And Dean and Ali Dawah would have no idea ever that it occurred.
I call cap on that one. Influenced by the confusion that naturally arises when navigating between Islamic, secular, and divine systems of justice and secular law, a personal testimony may carry substantial weight, especially in civil or family matters. But in Islamic jurisprudence, the bar for evidence is higher and more structured. That being said, while her statement may not meet Islamic legal threshold, he's literally admitting that her statements do not meet Islamic legal thresholds.
Yeah, because you know what the Islamic legal threshold is for male witnesses. Congratulations.
Not only just 4 male witnesses, you have to have 4 male witnesses that witness the entire process, seeing everything that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Not possible.
Yep, that'll never occur. So what is he saying? It doesn't meet the Islamic legal threshold. So Salman, right? This is Dean's evidence that Salman doesn't understand Islamic jurisprudence. His evidence is that Salman posts a public statement, quote unquote, undermining his own case by stating for the public record that he's aware it doesn't meet the Islamic threshold for evidence in a court. Wow, man, what a deceptive guy Salman is by telling you the reality of the situation.
And he's still covering for her. Yani, if Mohammed Hijab does something wrong,
why does it have to meet the Islamic standard of proof for it to be something wrong? So, for example, I could go to a store and steal some products. And if they don't have a video camera and no one saw me do it, there's zero evidence whatsoever that I stole those products. But did I not still steal the products? Did I not still do something morally wrong? But according to Deen, if you get away with it, it's not a crime. Islamically speaking.
Yes, Islamically speaking.
And no one should ever comment on it. And he's not entirely wrong, actually, because Allah, one of Allah's beautiful 99 names is the concealer. And Muslim scholars have said that this means if you get away with a sin, it's because Allah concealed it and he wanted you to get away with it. He doesn't view it as wrong enough for you to be punished for it. So you get away with it. This is the mercy of Allah that he allows you to sin and have no one find out about it. And since Allah concealed it, if you confess to it, you are committing a new sin.
Exactly. In fact, it specifically condemns those who highlight things that Allah had hidden. They get a special punishment. Oh, shoot. Okay. Don't confess your sins. Christianity says confess your sins to one another. Islam says, just hide them.
So we got Afridi here. I've already blocked 2 of his accounts, but he brags about how he can create infinite new accounts. This is the level of his life, right? This is how pathetic his life is, that he just sits around all day creating more accounts as soon as he's blocked. He says, Aisha is agreed to be Hijab's wife. She agreed to it. What is wrong with it? She's psycho. She needs to move on with her life. She obsessed with one man on Dawah scene. Stop, cry, Thaddeus. She agreed to be his wife under conditions which were not met. She agreed to a lie. Mohammed Hijab made up a lie, said, I'm giving you X, Y, and Z. I'm going to be involved in your life. I'm going to raise your child. I'm going to be a father to your child. I'll provide for you financially. I'll spend time with you. I'll come and visit you. I'll live with you on certain days. I'll be involved with your family. Other than the polygamy, in other words, basically a normal relationship. What does he actually do? The moment, maybe I shouldn't say moment, but within 24 hours of having sex with her, he's like, by the way, this is going to be a sex-only marriage. We're going to meet in hotels, and that's all it's ever going to be. And don't worry, I'll try not to get you pregnant. After he had promised to give her a second child, by the way. That is deception. That is evil. That is wrong. That doesn't make her a psycho. That makes Mohammed Hijab a psycho. That makes Mohammed Hijab a sick, narcissistic pervert who wants nothing but to sexually abuse women. And she is not a psycho for wanting that exposed to the world. She is a normal, healthy, intelligent woman, which I know is a huge threat to you, you pathetic incel piece of crap who sits around fantasizing about raping women all day.
Well, actually, the very fact that she's an intelligent woman is a threat to Islam because it kind of disproves Islam. Hook, line, and sinker.
Wow, big deal. A lot of men in West do that. And any man that does that, well, first of all, men don't do that because that would only be an Islamic thing. That there'd be no reason to trick someone into a marriage. But yes, men do sometimes trick women, vulnerable women, into having sex with them. And you know what we consider that? We consider that date rape. We consider that date rape a crime that is punishable by law. Mohammed Hijab committed a crime that is punishable by law in the West. So yes, it is a big deal.
I'll be the first to say I make bara'ah from that. I make bara'ah from that action. May Allah forgive the brother, but I make bara'ah from that action. There's matters where we might disagree, right, on fundamental matters. At the end of the day, he's still Muslim, I'm still Muslim, and he's still my Muslim brother at the end of the day, right? But if he does...
So he said that Salman's a Muslim there, I think, unless he was talking about some hypothetical other person.
Something wrong, I'm ready to condemn that, but this person doesn't want to condemn this.
Oh, okay, so he's talking about some hypothetical person who did something wrong. Yeah, some hypothetical person like Mohammed Hijab, which you refuse to investigate in your own words. Of course, we know the reality is, you know, it happened, right? You don't need to investigate. You know it. You've heard it from Mohammed Hijab's own mouth. He was probably bragging to you about his hot new wife that he was banging in the hotel room. And you're like, hey, brother, where can I get one of those? That's probably what actually happened, Mr. Sick Deen Responds. But you pretend you don't have any idea whether he did anything wrong or not. Fine. But you're not going to your brother who did something wrong and saying, may Allah forgive you. We're still brothers. Let's move on. You're pretending it never happened. You're covering up for him. You're attacking his victim. But here, Salman makes a public statement saying something wrong was said on the channel. And Deen says, see, he won't call out people who say something wrong. Unbelievable.
This woman that's crazy, because obviously he has something to peddle. He has like an agenda to peddle.
Yeah, that agenda is called moral decency.
So what he's saying here is, let's continue. Especially in a community where the doors of justice are closed, when formal institutions fail, Allah's door remains open. The oppressed are granted a powerful weapon, dua, that reaches the heavens without veil. We acknowledge this oversight, and we thank those who urge us to revisit the matter. May Allah forgive our shortcomings, accept our efforts for justice, and guide us to uphold.
Yeah. So what did you say 30 seconds before? Apparently you didn't read this note. Apparently you didn't bother to read this note in advance either. Because what did you say 30 seconds before you read those words? I'd go to my brother and say, seek forgiveness with Allah for your mistake, and we'd move on. What does Salman do in this post? We seek forgiveness from Allah. We apologize about our mistake. We'll do better.
Oops.
Wow. You exposed him, buddy. You totally exposed him. Good job, Deen. I'm pretty sure he'd never actually read this, right? He'd read the first few words and knew that Ali Dawah used it against him. And he's like, this is good. I'm going to go to it and use it. Oh, wait, he asked for forgiveness. Let's move on.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. See, he's floundering. He doesn't
So
know
here
what
it
to
is.
do now.
That being said,
so he reads that. He reads that he literally read the words that we acknowledge our oversight and seek forgiveness from Allah, and then goes back and says, oh, that's not what I meant to read. I meant to only read this other part out of the context of them asking forgiveness for their mistake. Unbelievable.
that being said, while her statements may not meet Islamic legal thresholds, it still holds enormous moral and spiritual significance. That's what I wanted to highlight. It still holds enormous moral and what are you talking about, moral and spiritual significance? If it doesn't meet the Islamic standards, it doesn't meet the Islamic standards, bro. Like,
so according to Deen, his great argument is, if it doesn't meet Islamic legal standards for punishment, then there is no moral or spiritual issue. Good job, good job, Deen. Good job. You're a strategic genius. You're here telling us that Salman is wrong when he says that Islam has morals. Islam has no conception of morality or spirituality, guys. This is me, Deen. I'm here to correct the record. Islam has a system of laws only. It has no spiritual component. It has no moral component. It's just about the letter of the law. And by the letter of the law, there aren't 4 male witnesses, so nothing happened, bro. This is his argument. Let me take a super chat. Take a deep breath. And take a super chat.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
Thank you for riding the wings of Gabriel, 20 Petunia, who says, even when Christians try to hide the sins of leaders in the church, it doesn't make it right. What is done in the dark will be brought into the light. The sins of church leaders should be called and condemned, full stop. Amen, 20 Petunia. Amen. Absolutely. I would never in a million years, when a abuse scandal happens, and I imagine there will be an abuse scandal in the future from a prominent Christian leader. It's a matter of numbers, right? People are depraved. People are sinners. A leader will fall and commit a sexual sin. When that happens, they will be condemned, called out by me and other people in the Christian community. In the Islamic community, it will be covered up. It'll pretend like it never happened. And then when that doesn't work, when the cover up fails, then you attack the victim. Night and day difference here. Your thoughts, Eric?
No, I agree 100%. We are told to keep our brothers accountable. We're told to, if something's wrong, we are to ferret it out. If someone was preaching a message that was wrong and we are hearing it and we know that's biblically wrong, we are to confront them about it, no matter who it is. We are to hold each other accountable in small and large deals. If someone is falling into sin, we are to confront them about that, have them repent of it, or you know what? If they are absolutely refusing and continuing to pursue the sin, regardless of what's us confronting them about it, we're to dust off our feet. We're to say, okay, fine, I turn you over to that, not because we want them to suffer forever, but because they might yet be saved by being turned over to it so that they can hopefully eventually recognize it, but yet not harm others. So, yeah, it's our job. The buck stops with us. Each Christian is required to step up.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. If there is a issue between you and your brother, don't go pray in the church, right? Don't go pray in the temple. Go and resolve the issue with your brother first. That's how important accountability is in Christianity.
In Christianity, it even gets worse than that, because if you're going and you're doing communion and you're holding something against your brother, you need to go address that before you take communion, because if not, then you're drinking and eating condemnation upon yourself for this. So we need to keep up with that. But again, just like many topics, whenever we look into comparing Christianity against Islam, of course, has the opposite, where you are to cover, to hide, to conceal. And if you conceal the sins of your brother, then your sins will be concealed on the day of judgment. It's like, well, that's just deceit.
So looks like Jai and Daughter of Christ just wrapped up their stream. I don't know if they specifically sent people here or not, but either way, welcome those joining from their stream. I started before them and I'll end after them. I do try to schedule around so we're not in conflict, but that was not possible today. So thank you for those who tuned into my stream the whole time. Thank you to those who didn't and are coming from Jai and Daughter of Christ as well. We've had quite an adventure today. We've watched 30 minutes of Deen Responds video. I think he could have probably done the whole thing in a 3-minute scripted video if he actually put some effort into it, which apparently is haram. Putting effort into your YouTube content is haram, according to Deen Responds. So honestly, you haven't missed all that much. Mohammed Afridi, once again, I've already blocked at least 3 of his accounts, and I'll block this one after this message. If Aisha was in Pakistan, where I live, I will control her psycho mouth. Mohammed Afridi affirming that he will violently subjugate women. This is the beauty of Islam, everyone. Bye-bye, yet again, Mohammed Afridi.
What are you talking about? And this is what I mean with, like, this guy.
Oh, yeah. Back to the point that we're actually looking at there. What are you talking about? So Salman says that one person's testimony is not sufficient evidence to convict someone in an Islamic court, but there is still important moral and spiritual issues at hand. And Deen's response is, what are you talking about, bro? If it doesn't meet the Islamic standard for legal proof, then there is no issue. There is no morality outside of the legal standard, which means, according, not to me, according to Deen, if you get away with something, it's not a crime. It's not a crime against God. It's not wrong. It's if anything, it's good because Allah concealed it. Allah protected you. And we have a new Muslim in the chat joining. Fazi Dawah says, Islam is superior to any morality and humanity. We follow Islam first, then humanity. Well, first of all, you don't follow humanity at all. If you do, you're an unbeliever. You're a kufr. But you do follow Islam first and only. And the superior morality of Islam, according to Deen, is that if you get away with a crime, you didn't do anything wrong. You steal from someone and no one sees it, you didn't do anything wrong. You rape a woman and there's no witness, you didn't do anything wrong. You punch your father in the face and there's no witnesses besides your father, you didn't do anything wrong. This is the superior morality of Islam, according to Fazi Dawah. If someone were to take a sword and chop Fazi Dawah's head off and no one saw it and they got away with it, they wouldn't have done anything wrong, according to Fazi Dawah. I would disagree. I would think that would be a horrific act worthy of condemnation to kill Fazi Dawah or to harm Fazi Dawah in any way. Even to verbally abuse Fazi Dawah would be a moral crime. But sadly, according to him, I would not be committing a crime as long as no one saw me do it. Or at least according to Deen, which he came in there and then immediately described as superior morality. This is superior morality, everyone. And right back to hide user on this channel. Mohammed Afridi is gone again.
Clearly, and this is a good comment I replied to him, the guy clearly doesn't care about what Islam says. He wants to peddle what he wants to peddle. While her statements may not meet Islamic legal thresholds, he quotes him, it still has spiritual moral significance. If you're Muslim, Islam is your moral compass and is your spiritual compass.
Yeah, of course. If you're a Muslim, Islam is your moral compass and your spiritual compass. But there's a difference between legal and morality, at least in Christianity. All right? So I can do things that are immoral that are not legal. For example, or that are legal. For example, I could compel my wife or girlfriend to have an abortion. And in many states in the United States and most countries in Europe, that would be completely legal. However, it would be morally reprehensible. It would be one of the worst crimes I could commit morally. That is an example of the difference between legality and morality. But these geniuses, this guy, Mr. @Fueger9215, Ali Dawah, Deen Responds, and probably the rest of the Dawah group say that this guy is completely right. That if you don't get caught, it's not a crime, everyone. If you don't get caught, it's not a crime, because Islam says we have a very high standard for punishment. And if you don't meet that high standard for punishment, then you didn't do anything morally or spiritually wrong. By the way, I guess that means if you commit shirk, you associate partners with Allah, but no one sees you do it, you are not leaving Islam. Like if I were to set up a little temple in my own house and no one ever saw it, and every day I bowed down to the idol I carved with my own hands and said, "Oh, idol of my creation, you are a partner of Allah. Together you and Allah make my life good. So please help me today." according to you, there's no moral crime going on, no spiritual crime going on, because the standard for legal punishment hasn't been met. No, it's kind of annoying for you, Thad, but for me, it's kind of cathartic watching you boot Afridi over and over again. Would Chipper be upon him? I have no problem booting him over and over again. I don't care. He can come back 1,000 times, and I'll boot him 1,000 times. It doesn't bother me. I just use him, right? God will work all things together for the good, so I try to work things together for the good in my own life as well. Taking the statements of sick, perverted individuals like Mohammed Afridi to expose the God he serves.
So if it doesn't meet Islamic threshold, then it doesn't meet moral or spiritual standards either, if you call yourself a Muslim, that is. Unless you believe there's a morality outside of Islam which is superior to Islamic morality, then you have fallen into kufr.
Salman believes there's a morality outside of the legal system within Islam. He doesn't believe there's a morality outside of Islam. Stop being a disingenuous piece of crap, Deen Responds, and misrepresenting his position, which you just, by the way, aren't even your thoughts. You're just literally repeating word for word what Ali Dawah said.
So repeat one last time. If it doesn't reach an Islamic standard, then it reaches no standard worth considering. And this is a good summary of my position on this. You don't bring Islamically verified and qualified evidences. You haven't brought it to a court, to a jury that is Islamically qualified. Yeah.
Hey, Fozzie. I'm sorry, not Fozzie. Confusing myself there. Dean, did you bring anything that you presented today to an Islamic court? So why are you capable of talking about it if you didn't bring it to a court of law?
I thought he wasn't qualified by his own admission at the beginning of this live stream. He wasn't qualified. Well, he was at first, then he wasn't. I guess now he was again. He is again. I don't know. I'm getting whiplash.
And why would I take your opinions on the matter?
You didn't take this to a court of law. Why would I take your opinions on the matter? Dean Responds. Do you have any idea how stupid such a statement is in a YouTube video? Like, he literally gave his opinions, and then in the next sentence said, Salman didn't take this to a court of law, so why would I take his opinion seriously? Wow.
Especially if you're leaving out clear evidence that she is mentally ill. Also, here we go. I wanted to show this as well.
Oh, so you had another point after your one more point? After your summary of the whole video because you were done?
How many points does this guy have?
So, what I said was, the accuser said it doesn't matter if she's a kafira, he would still help her. So if you intend on striking back, ask him, let's say if she's a kafira, would you help a liar or someone who forges evidence? And just highlight that this guy's not after the truth and is turning a blind eye to all of her clear red flags. And he's still turning a blind eye to all of her clear red flags. That's the funny.
What clear red flags? A couple tweets that were perfectly reasonable. Oh yeah, so many red flags. What about the thousands and millions of red flags that Hijab throws up in every video that he shares? What about those? Why are you blindly following those? And this is a totally disingenuous statement, of course, right? Salman did say, I think, that he would help, or at least would be supportive of. I don't think he would actually literally put it on his channel because that's not what his channel is about, but he would be supportive of a victim who wasn't a Muslim. They take that and change it to be someone who forges evidence. He's saying he would support someone if they forge evidence. He'd support them no matter what. He'd support a murderer because he said he was willing to support a victim who is not a Muslim. Wow.
Well, of course,
Great
because
argument.
after all, it's all the same.
I guess. Yeah. Protestant believer. I now have a quandary on my hand. I thought that Ali Dawah was literally the dumbest possible YouTube personality in the history of the world. I'm not sure anymore. I don't know. Let me put up a poll. Let me put up a poll for this one. I need to get the audience's opinion. Who is dumber? Hey, look, I can set something up and talk at the same time. I don't make my audience sitting in silence for 2 minutes while I edit a screenshot to remove the numbers that I knew were there because I stopped the stream while I was live and accidentally revealed it. But then I didn't bother to prepare before the stream. And then I just leave my audience sitting there in silence for 2 minutes. So who is dumber? Ali Dawah, Deen Responds. The poll is now open.
Thing about this, yeah, Juan, he's still doing that. And he's trying to pin it back on me, highlighting the fact that she's mentally ill.
The only thing he's trying to pin on you is conspiring to protect hijab. He's not trying to say you're responsible for hijab's abuse. You piece of garbage.
Yeah, so the way that he responds to this is he says, yes, it does not matter if she's a disbeliever, a Christian or Jew, or an atheist. Islam clearly teaches us that we stand up for justice against oppressors and transgressors. Now, that's not what I was saying, dude. Like, this guy has some comprehension issues. I said some...
Really? Really? This is what he said originally. This is what his explanation of his statement is. And you're like, he doesn't comprehend what I'm saying. No, moron. You don't comprehend or are intentionally distorting what he is saying. One or the other.
One that is a kafira who lies and forges evidence and is insane, that has red flags. You just completely ignored all that.
When did she lie and forge evidence? That was Hijab, or at least someone in his circle that lied and forged evidence. So according to you, Mohammed Hijab is a kafir who lies and forges evidence, and you need to support him because he has a Y chromosome. I think that's his argument.
Well, he has a Y chromosome and he does Dawah.
Yes, and does Dawah. That is definitely true. Hey, if he didn't do Dawah, like if this was just some random Muslim man who for some reason it became a news story, they probably would just throw him under the bus, say he's not a Muslim at all, et cetera, et cetera. They probably wouldn't to blindly defend any Muslim man. That's a good point. But because he does Dawah, he needs to be protected at all costs. Exactly. Sister Aisha did not lie. There is zero evidence whatsoever that she lied. And I don't know if Learn with Nia is a Muslim, but if you are, welcome to the chat. I mean, I see that your profile is something about Arabic, but that could go either way, obviously, right? You could learn Arabic with Nia to oppose Islam or to support it, or for neither of those reasons. So if you are Muslim, welcome. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that you're willing to speak against hijab. And if you're not a Muslim, of course, welcome as well. And Learn with Nia is 100% right. Sister Aisha came and told her story so people can protect their women against Muslim men like that. Oh, more
there's
silence.
one thing I wanted to address as well.
Yay.
Another Islamic blunder he made. Let me put it here.
What would that be?
Okay. Let me ask the chat here. Chat.
Wait. What do you mean? There's another Islamic blunder I want to show him. I have it right here. Well, let me ask the chat. You're trying to prove you have ADHD, buddy?
Is it haram? Is it against Islam to be indifferent about a kafir dying or a kafir passing away? Is that something that is haram to be indifferent about, or should we feel sad that a life has left, like a life has been taken?
Okay, so this is actually relevant. So it is actually the point that he's going to bring on. He's asking his chat, is it haram to not be sad for the death of a non-Muslim? and this is actually related to Salman's video. So before we see what he has to say about it, and maybe what Salman has to say about it, although I have a feeling he's not going to play Salman, what do you guys think? Do you think that a Muslim should be sad, can be sad, or shouldn't be sad? Because you got to give all three options, really. That a Muslim should feel empathy for the dead unbeliever, that they definitely should not feel empathy, or that Islam is neutral about it. What do you think, Eric?
Oh, let me think. It depends. Was this kafir, paying money to the Muslims? If that's so, then yes, you can be sad about the money. I'm pretty sure it's indifferent in the end, although a lot of Muslims are very excited when a kafir dies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm not a super expert on this particular point, but I'm going to guess that probably the consensus of scholars is it doesn't matter, right? That you can be sad. You're not obligated to be on sad, right? You're not obligated to not care. You're not obligated to celebrate it. But if you do that, you didn't do anything wrong either. I think that's probably going to be the consensus. Looks like
I guess the parallel that I could put it to that I know in Sharia is where it talks about visiting a sick kafir. You're allowed to. It's disliked, but you're allowed to. It's okay. So I guess we could apply that to the death. I don't remember off the top of my head if it specifically says, you're not allowed to be sad about the death of a kafir at all.
Yeah, so we'll end up seeing what Dean's chat says, maybe, and definitely what Dean says here in a second. Learn with Nisa, when you really study Islam, you realize it's the men who have deviated from the faith and chosen to abuse women. I'm going to say yes, but also no, right? So Mohammed Hijab's behavior does deviate from Islamic teachings. He does go beyond what is allowed, in my opinion. But at the same time, Islamic teachings are set up to allow for some of what I would consider clear and unambiguous abuse of women. So it's kind of a yes and no situation, right? Like people like Mohammed Hijab or Deen Responds are sicker than Islamic law, but Islamic law itself is not just, if that makes sense. That's kind of my opinion on that. See if the audience has anything to say about that, but about the funeral situation. But then we had Fazi Dawah here saying Aisha was showing she doesn't believe in Islam. How is she showing that? She wasn't. But even if she did not believe in Islam, you would be completely wrong here. We cannot believe any non-Muslim women. They're all liars and prostitutes. Any Muslim women watching, any Muslim men for that matter watching, Fazi represents the standard opinion felt by Muslim men in the Islamic world and imbued upon Muslim women. So why do women put up with what we would consider abuse in Islam? Because they're taught from birth that yes, you're inferior. Yes, you're have a low chance of making it into paradise. Yes, Allah has disadvantaged you by nature. But if you leave Islam, you'll be worse off. You'll be a liar. You'll be a prostitute. The only people who would ever leave Islam are disgusting women who want to be prostitutes. This is what Islam teaches girls, little girls, kindergartners. This is what is being taught to them, that all women outside of Islam are prostitutes. Is it any surprise then that when Muslim men go to non-Islamic countries, feel they have the right to sexually assault any random non-Muslim woman they want because she won't have sex with him? What do you mean you won't have sex with me? You're a prostitute. You're a whore. You're a piece of trash who sleeps with men constantly every day. What do you mean you won't sleep with me? You will sleep with me. I will make that happen. So this is what your religion does. Fuzzy Dawah, believe it or not, is actually a fairly moderate Muslim based on my previous conversations from him. And he comes in and says this because this is what Islam does to the man's mind. And by consequence, it's what it does to degrade the woman's mind to the point where most adult Muslim women feel like they are trash and feel like they are lucky to be treated as a piece of meat that their husband uses for sexual pleasure. These Muslims are evil and wicked and they will enter hell. Well, I agree with that. And I call them to repentance. And I call you to repentance as well. Nia, you're not evil. I'm not suggesting you're evil by worldly standards. I'm sure you're better than most human beings. I'm sure you're better than most Muslims. But unfortunately, we're all in some sense evil. We're all in some sense wicked. We've all sinned against God. We've all fallen short of his glory. We all need to repent and seek the Savior. And I call you in repentance to meet the Lord Jesus Christ on the cross where he will forgive your sins. Unfortunately, they're not fake Muslims. Learn with Nia. Unfortunately, I wish it was true. I wish Fuzzy Dawah was a fake Muslim, but unfortunately, he's not. Afridi might be a troll. I mean, I've had enough conversations with him that I'm almost certain that he actually believes the stuff he says. But Fuzzy, 100% for sure, is a real Muslim. And so Fuzzy Dawah says, so tell me why there are basically no non-Muslim women who are virgin before marriage. Well, first of all, that's false. Don't believe what you see on the media, right? There's plenty of women who are virgins when they get married. There's plenty of men who are virgins when they get married as well, by the way. I was a virgin when I got married, for example. But
who ate the apple?
The reason why there might be slightly more virgin women in Islam isn't because of some moral standard. It's because their fathers know that Muslim men are sick perverts who will abuse their daughters. And because they love and care about their daughters as human beings, they lock them up and don't allow them to ever come in contact with a man until they are properly, quote unquote, married to some random guy who her father trusts, who paid a high enough price. So yeah, they are technically speaking more likely to be virgins at marriage, but that isn't because of some superior morality. It's because of control over women from fathers who love their daughters and know that sick Muslim men will sexually assault them if they see them on the street. Muslims do not abuse women. Well, Muhammad abused women, so I guess he wasn't.
According to Aisha, there's no women that suffer as much as the believing women.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you're saying that Sahih Hadith are wrong,
mm-hmm.
and that Aisha is a liar, well, that's a bit of an issue.
Yeah, I like you learn with Nia. I hope you stick around and be educated. And in fact, my contact information is in the description box. I'd love to have a very friendly discussion with you. I definitely wouldn't get, passionate the way I am on this discussion if I was speaking with you. I'd have a very polite conversation. We could go back and forth with evidence. You seem like a reasonable person. I'm sure that you believe what you're saying. I'm sure that you want to believe Islam is very good, authentic, moral teachings. And I don't doubt that you might follow some really decent, good moral teachings yourself. The problem is it's not what Muhammad taught. So if you call that Islam, then Muhammad isn't a Muslim. All right, let's get, well, let me take a super chat. I had some people griping at me for not taking the super chats. Jeffrey Anderson with a $10 super chat.
We're asking you to give a loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and believe me, that will be paid back in ways you can never imagine.
Who is it that would loan Allah a goodly loan so he may multiply it for him many times over?
Allahu Akbar. I love that verse. Every time we donate to projects, we're giving a loan to our Creator, the most generous, who will return it to us in this life.
Brothers and sisters, can you afford to miss out on this opportunity?
Hey, I think we found another video of the effort level of Deen Responds here. These guys are filming a promo video, trying to get you to make donations. Some random kid playing in the background screams, and they don't bother to refill it. Anyway, Jeffrey Anderson says it would be interesting to hear Aisha's thoughts on polygamy before and after experience, and whether she could imagine any circumstances for its justification, making it preferable to monogamy. It would definitely be very interesting. I don't think you're likely to get that, because here's the problem. I'm not saying that 100% she wouldn't want to talk about it, but here's the problem, right? If she says anything that makes it look like she's undermining Islam in any way, idiots like Deen Responds will jump on that and use it to prove that Mohammed Hijab is justified. So she has to be very careful about what she talks about in public. It is also a very good point that polygamy is not just allowed in Islam. It is actually the ideal. It's preferable. The best, according to Islamic scholars such as Mohammed Hijab, but he's not wrong. According to Islam, the best scenario is a polygamous relationship where all women have their full rights. The second best scenario is a polygamous relationship where some of the women have reduced rights, i.e. mishar marriage. If you can't do either of those, or you don't want to do either of those, monogamy is also allowed in Islam. It's not haram or anything. It's just not ideal, right? So it's allowed, not ideal. Ideal is normal, quote unquote normal. Polygamous marriage is the ideal set forth by Allah, which means by simple logic or simple math, many Muslim men will have to go without wives, unless, of course, Muslim men are divorcing their wives so frequently that they get passed, that the second, third, fourth wives are just being passed around and passed around and passed around, which might be the case. I don't know. Anyway, thank you for that donation. All right, let's get some more of Deen.
Well, real quick here, even if they wanted to go back to their original husbands that divorced them, they would still have to sleep with someone first, according to Islam. So they have to go sleep with someone and then they go back to their husbands.
The chat. So if someone is a kafir that
I did not mean to play that yet. I had to switch headphones because my wireless headphones battery was low there, so I had to switch headphones. But I won't leave you sitting in 2 minutes of silence while I switch headphones. All right, let's get back to the video. Let's see what his chat says. No, 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 no. 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 All right, so all the Muslims agree. I don't.
We can't hear anything.
Oh, you can't hear it?
No. I thought he was taking another pause to edit. Sorry.
Oh, okay. That's weird, but no problem. Let me reshare it. I guess when I switched headphones, it messed up the volume screen share. So I guess I did give the audience a couple minutes of silence there. After all. Let me rewind. Well, I don't need to rewind. Just a bunch of people in his audience said, no, it's not haram to not care about the death of unbelievers. I don't think he's going to play Salman, but we'll see. Because that's not actually what Salman says. He didn't say it's haram to not care about the death of unbelievers.
Is it haram, not just be indifferent about it, is it haram to rejoice at a disbeliever dying So you're rejoicing at a disbeliever dying who is an enemy of Islam. Is it haram to rejoice when you know an enemy of Islam has died? Is this?
All right, so now he's up in the stakes. Now it's not just indifferent, it's rejoicing. And as far as I know, there's no Islamic teaching one way or another on this, so it's just going to be a matter of opinion. But if there's no like set opinion, then I guess it wouldn't be haram by default, right? Team Dream says, is ideal for 4 wives or just more than one, or is there no different morality or ideally speaking? I think that any more than one is probably equally good. So 2, 3, 4, but not more than 4 unless you're the prophet of Islam.
I think that 4 is technically the ideal in Islam because it says like if you can't be just to all of them, then only 3 or 2 or 1. So it seems like the situation is 4 unless you can't do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you're probably right. So that's the justification for why it's ideal to have more than one, right? Because it's kind of a deficiency. It's not like a moral wrong, but it's a deficiency in you if you're unable to be fair to more than one wife. So by that logic, yeah, maybe 4 is the ideal. X17 Polemic says, hello, everyone. Like and share this. Do not let Mohammed Hijab forget this. Yeah, if you haven't liked the video already, be sure to do so. Be sure to spread this. Be sure to, if you happen to live in the UK or a place where one of these guys is going and speaking as a guest speaker, go and bring it up, right? Don't let them live this down. Bring it up all the time. Ali Dawah has stopped going to Speaker's Corner. Mohammed Hijab has stopped going to Speaker's Corner. Why? Because people were hounding them with this material. So don't let them escape. Don't let them run away. They need to either repent, admit everything, show real contrition, right? Show real steps to moving forward, or just disappear entirely. If they don't do one of those 2 things, then they're fair game for quote unquote harassment of reminding them about their own statements. At least maybe not like if they're at the grocery store or something. Let me clarify. If they're like just, going to the grocery store or whatever. But I mean, if they're out on a public speaking location, then it is a 100% fair game to bring this stuff up. Like maybe don't try to figure out where he lives and goes knock on his door and harass him. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if he's going and giving public speakings, he needs to be held accountable for his actions.
Hold on.
So now he's waiting for his audience to give a response, and he doesn't fill the dead
We have
air.
some yeses now. We had more no's before.
So now the audience is split on whether it's haram to celebrate the death of an unbeliever. Apparently.
I don't think it's haram.
Yeah, I think that's going to be what Deen says. But at least some of his audience think it would be haram to celebrate because it feels like it should be, right? It definitely feels like it should be. I wouldn't go and celebrate the death of a Muslim.
From the Christian perspective, yes, it definitely should be. From a Muslim perspective, based upon what I've seen, absolutely not.
I don't know if this is directed at me. I don't see every single comment, just to be clear. I don't see the majority of the comments. I'm not capable of reading everything. So if you asked me before about speaking Arabic, and this is directed at me, no, I don't speak Arabic. Just like 90% of Muslims, to be clear. But if you're going to tell me that, and you said not to mock me, so I don't think you're going to go this way. But since the Dawah guy will, if you're going to tell me that I can't understand Islam since I don't know Arabic, then you're telling me that Allah chose the one language that can't be properly translated to give his message for all humanity. Doesn't seem like a very smart God to me if someone wants to make that argument.
Well, not only that, he picked like the language in the middle of nowhere in the boondocks that 2 powerful empires didn't even care enough about that area in order to conquer it properly, who decided just to leave it be. That language spoken by very few. That's the one he chose to be the end-all be-all language, this elite language for everyone to know. No, that seems stupid.
All right, yeah. So Learn with Me wasn't talking with me, which is fine. So if you do want me to address something, then please tag me. Otherwise, I'll have no way of knowing because I can't follow the whole conversation while also talking and running the stream and doing everything else.
Yes, if it's an enemy. Yep. Okay. So the correct answer is that it is not haram. In both cases, it is not haram. Okay.
And I think that there's probably not specific rulings, but by default, something would be not haram if there's no specific ruling. And I think he's correct. I'm not 100% certain, but I think Deen is correct. But that's kind of irrelevant because Salman doesn't say it's haram.
So Mohammed Hijab didn't even say the latter. Mohammed Hijab said the former. Okay. So this is what he said. This guy's clearly ignorant on his.
Hey, you got a fan in the chat, Eric. Fozzie says that guy with Jew hat has weird voice. Wow.
The Jew hat? I've never seen Jews with a Stetson. Okay.
Well, I'm not wearing a hat, and Elle's not on camera, so he must be talking about you.
I guess so. Here. That make it feel any better?
Maybe it's a typo. Maybe he meant that guy with Jew cat has a weird voice. Wow.
Ah, could be. Could be. Artemis, are you a Jew cat?
Sounds more like a Greek cat, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Islam making these sort of claims. You guys in the chat literally know more about this than him. So maybe you guys should be the ones that are like making the decisions here.
Yep, he's not going to play Salman. So what Salman actually does is he reads a hadith, which incidentally, Learn with Nia also referenced that there's a hadith where Muhammad is sad at the death of a Jewish person. That's all. Well, okay, that's not fair. So Salman does try to give it a broader application, but it's not that you should be sad at the death of Jewish people. What he says is Muhammad showed respect for life, even if they're not a Muslim, right? Is what he says it. And thus he tries to apply this to a general principle to showing a respect for human life. Now, I have some severe problems with Salman's claim. I don't necessarily deny that this hadith happened. There, Mary looked it up, and there is some question about it. It does seem to be like at least Hassan, maybe Sahih, but then there's other hadith that seem to describe the same occasion and say that Muhammad was kind of embarrassed at. So what happens is a funeral passes by, Muhammad stands up in respect for the funeral procession, basically. And then someone says that was a Jew. And in the version Salman quotes, Muhammad says, yes, but was he not a soul? You know, was he not still a person, in other words, right? So there's nothing wrong with showing respect for a dead person. I think that's all the hadith would actually tell you, is that there's nothing wrong with showing respect for a dead person, regardless of who they are. And if that's all you wanted to say, then fine. I think that you could say that's a legitimate teaching of Muhammad. And I think it's something that just about every human being in world history would agree with. However, Deen says, in Islam, we don't have to show respect for human bodies. Okay, fine. Maybe you're not morally obligated to. Maybe it's not haram, but it would still be the ideal, right? It'd still be the best thing you could do if you're following Muhammad's example. Where I'd object to Salman is when he tries to apply to a general principle that Muslims are supposed to respect life of non-believers or whatever, which is not justified from the context and it is in direct contradiction to the rest of Islamic texts. So I'd say that maybe Muhammad shows reverence or at least respect for a dead body. I would show respect for a dead Muslim, right? I would show respect for a dead terrorist. I wouldn't like go and poke their body or pour filth on top of their body or something, right? I'd show respect for a dead terrorist. But that doesn't mean that I think that I do think that all lives are of equal value, of course. Right? I do think that all lives are created in God's image. All people have intrinsic value, but I don't think you can derive that from Muhammad respecting a dead body is what I'm trying to get at. As per usual in my polls, it doesn't matter what I answer, what I ask, it ends close to 50-50, or at least right now is close to 50-50. I'll go ahead and leave it open, but Ali Dawah is winning Who's Dumber 53-47. I really think that people on YouTube polls, they just vote for whatever is losing to try to make it 50-50, because it seems every poll I run, every poll I see run on other channels gets 50-50.
Well, the problem is you can't really see what the results are until you click on them, and once you vote, it's final. You can't like switch back and forth on your votes, at least on live chat vote.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. So I don't know. I don't know how they always come out 50-50, but they always seem to. They always seem to. I could probably like ask, is Muhammad a true prophet? And like 50% of the people would say yes as a joke. And, you know, a couple percent for real. But close to 50% is a joke. All right. So I don't think, I'm almost certain he's not going to play Salman, but Salman doesn't actually say it's haram to laugh at a dead body. He says it's unbefitting of someone who does dawah to do such a thing.
Okay. So here we go. Our brother said she's straight up mental. And then Ali Dawah says, we don't want to push her to suicide. Then Hijab says, to be honest, Akhi, if she's an apostate and an enemy of Islam, we shouldn't care. Okay? So
I wonder why he's not playing the video where he actually makes the argument. And he's just going to the text messages instead.
He says two qualifiers. If she's an apostate and an enemy of, not just an apostate. Bert, does this guy know the
Everyone who is an apostate is an enemy of Islam. There's no and there. I mean, yes, he writes the word and, but everyone who is an apostate is an enemy of Islam. For that matter, everyone who's not a Muslim is an enemy of Islam. I'm obviously an enemy of Islam. I speak against Islam every day. I would not in any way consider myself not an enemy of Islam. I'm sure that your brother in Christ and Elle, Iso Elohim would agree. They are enemies of Islam. But you know what? My sister, who has never spoken a word against Islam, is also an enemy of Islam. My son, who has never spoken a word against Islam, is an enemy of Islam. Eric and Elle's children are enemies of Islam. What have they done? Nothing. In some cases, they're not even old enough to speak, but they're enemies of Islam because they're not Muslims.
Of person know the had of someone that's apostated? Clearly not. But regardless, not just an apostate.
That was very subtle. If you're not, it wasn't subtle to the Muslims, but if you're not a Muslim, that was very subtle. He said, do you know the HUD of being an apostate? Do you know the punishment for being an apostate? In other words. So what is he saying? Apostates should be killed anyway. So of course it's not wrong to say that we want her to commit suicide.
Sharia is very clear on that. They are to be executed, and anyone that kills them is not to be punished because they killed someone who deserved to die.
Mm-hmm.
And we're proud of that.
Yeah, so
Which,
I mean,
of course, they say publicly in some situations and publicly deny in other situations whenever it's convenient for them.
Mm-hmm.
Most notably Ali Dawah, who you just played a clip of, and Eric just did a video on. But well, actually, yeah, with you, it's insane.
Indeed. But you know, Dean's not wrong. But again, great strategy here. Great strategy, buddy. Why is Mohammed Hijab justified in abusing Aisha? Because he potentially made her apostatize, and then she's worthy of death. So we shouldn't listen to her since she's worthy of death. Therefore, he's justified in abusing her and causing her to apostatize.
Well, in Islam, since he led her to commit a sin, then he is partially responsible on the day of resurrection for her sin. So he's partially responsible for apostasy himself.
Mm-hmm. And he says it's insane. It's same in Bible. You don't follow. Ha ha ha. No, that is not correct, Fonzie Dawah. As per usual, you have zero knowledge of Christianity. You simply read a Dawah script that tells you something. There is no death penalty for apostasy in Christianity, and there has never been in a historical Christian state. Obviously, today's states are secular, but in historical states where were explicitly Christian and enforced the laws of Christianity did not have a death penalty for apostasy because it is not part of the religion. You have no idea what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, but I bet you don't even know the verse you are talking about. And it doesn't mean what you think it means.
Nope.
Someone that's an enemy of Islam. Hijab isn't saying we rejoice at the enemy of Islam dying. He says we shouldn't care if he's an enemy of Islam. And then this guy goes into...
Yeah, again. Congratulations. You've destroyed Salman's case because he has decency and respect and thinks that it's wrong for someone to celebrate or say we don't care about the death of apostates from suicide, mind you, not from the death penalty, from suicide. You've correctly showed us that Salman doesn't understand Islam, but you've thrown Islam under the bus in your defense of Mohammed Hijab, because no decent human being with normal empathy would agree with that statement, that we shouldn't care if someone commits suicide because they are a victim of abuse.
The statement is beyond disturbing. Mohammed Hijab is explicitly saying that the sister Aisha is an apostate, an enemy of Islam, that her life is disposable. No concern, no empathy, no conscience. Let that sink in. While others express fear that might harm herself, Hijab response was chillingly void of humanity. Blah, 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 right? This guy does not know the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Blah, 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 blah. All right. It's indecent. It's inhumane. Blah, 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 blah. That's not Islam. Islam's not humane, guys. This guy's such a fool. He thinks that Islam teaches basic human decency. Man, he's a fool. He should never speak about things Islamic again. Thank you, Dean. You couldn't help people apostatize from Islam more than you are.
It's funny when they do our job for us.
The only thing... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Fuzzy Dawah. I gave you too much credit. I thought you knew where you were supposed to go. But instead he goes to John 15:6. If you do not remain in me, and you are like a branch that is thrown, you are like a branch that is thrown and withers. Such branches are picked up, thrown into the fire, and burned. What is the fire, Eric?
That would be the lake of fire at the end time after judgment has occurred. This is not a command to all Christians to go out there and start wiping out apostates.
Uh-huh. But what is it? Think about it, guys. What is this verse he's appealing to? This is Jesus speaking. If you do not remain in me, you will be thrown into hell. This is a claim of deity. Fuzzy Dawah goes to a verse where Jesus claims he's the judge over humanity and determines whether they go into hell or not, and says this is the death penalty for apostasy in Christianity. Thank you, Fuzzy Dawah, for not only showing the difference between our religion, but affirming that the Bible teaches Jesus is God. You just make our job so easy. I do have one complaint about Dean, though. So few people are going to see this. Right? He's doing a great job leading people out of Islam, but the problem is people will get bored after like 2 minutes of him barely saying a word in his video. So they won't make it to see this part, sadly.
A shame. True shame.
So let's read this article.
Ironically, I hit play right after I said that, and then 10 seconds later, he starts speaking again. Yeah, there's no command. That's a statement, right? A statement that people who reject God get thrown into the fire like branches that are burned. I'm pretty sure that there's a concept of hell in Islam, but, you know, maybe not.
Very much so.
Oh, okay.
Assalamu alaikum. Let me make this big screen.
So now he's gonna show us how terrible, horrible person Salman is because he disagrees with the fatwas of true Islam. Hey, learn with Nia. He's speaking to you, right? Because you also said this about Muhammad, just like Salman did. He's going to show you that authoritative fatwas disagree with the position.
Assalamu alaikum. Is it allowed to say Alhamdulillah or become glad upon hearing the news of the death of a disbeliever had enmity with the Muslims, or that of a dangerous innovator who spread many forms of polytheism, disbelief, innovations, misconceptions? Then the respondent says, praising Allah, saying Alhamdulillah, and becoming glad upon the death of the enemies of Islam and the people of serious innovation is permissible. And it is a favor from Allah on His slaves and on the plants and animals.
It's not only permissible, it's a favor. It's a favor from Allah that you get joy over the death of other human beings. This is Islam. Thank you again, Deen. Thank you again. I mean, I could have probably found this fatwa if I had looked for it, but I didn't think to look for it. I didn't think that I needed to undermine Islam this badly. Thank you for doing my job for me, showing me the best way to undermine Islam.
Indeed, the Prophet ﷺ was glad upon the killing of Abu Jahl.
By the way, he's not scrolling down to show you the words he's reading. He's always showing you the top.
And Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf, as they have played a notorious role in fighting against Islam and the Muslims. So if this person is indeed an apostate and an enemy of Islam, and is trying to tarnish Islam's name by going to David Wood and going to this person, going to that person, if this person dies...
Hey, would that include going to me, Deen, and your beautiful post about me? Just asking. But she wasn't an apostate when Mohammed Hijab abused her, now was she? So what's your excuse exactly? Oh, and by the way, are you saying that Muslims have the right to rape women who are apostates? I think you are. I really think you are saying that.
Not just being different about it. You could be happy about it. So this is another slip up from this individual. Clearly does not know what he's talking about.
Yep. You heard it here, guys. Salman doesn't know what he's talking about. He thinks Islam is decent, but Deen is here to tell him he's wrong. Islam is not decent. Thank you. Thank you, Deen.
Regarding Islamic sciences. So Ibn Sa'ad narrated in his book At-Tabaqat, Abdul Hamid ibn Abdurrahman al-Himani reported to us from Abu Hanifa, from Hamad, who said, I gave the good news of the death of Al-Hajjaj to Ibrahim al-Nakhai. So he prostrated to Allah and saw him weeping with joy. Okay. And we have Al-Khalal, who said in the Sunnah, Abu Abdullah, i.e. Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal. So Imam Ahmad.
So he's going to read some jurists' opinions, but I want to get this from Petunia first. Did this guy know that even God takes no pleasure in sending people to hell? Anyone that says they're happy at someone's misfortune shows they have no real love for anyone. I agree completely, right? I am not happy about the death of anyone, right? I was not happy at the death of Osama bin Laden. I'm not saying like it was the worst day of my life and I was in deep sorrow, but I'm not happy about it either. The only thing that makes me happy is when someone repents and turns from their sin, leaves Islam and becomes a Christian, or leaves atheism and becomes a Christian, or leaves Hinduism and becomes a Christian, or whatever. That's what makes me happy, because that's what makes God happy. When the prodigal son or daughter comes home and returns to the truth of Christianity, that's what makes God happy. He's not happy to send people to hell, but he also isn't going to force them to accept his love against their will. Because in Christianity, it's not performative. We don't earn salvation. We don't do something to get into God's favor. Rather, he wants to have a relationship with everyone. He does all the work to restore that relationship, put us in right relationship to us. And then we make the choice. Do we want to be in that relationship, or do we want to go to hell? And sadly, many people choose that they want to go to hell. And that pains God as well. It doesn't just pain me, it pains him as well. God takes pain at the suicide of an unbeliever.
Rahimahullah, was asked, a man rejoices when he hears about the calamities that befell the people of Ibn Duad, a notorious advocate of Mu'tazilite doctrine, so someone that's a heretic. So it's not even someone that's a clear-cut kafir. This person is like
a heretic is a clear-cut kafir. If you're a heretic, you believe something different. You believe in a different religion and call it Islam. So yes, you're a kafir.
a deviant who's spreading deviant ideologies. Might be a kafir, might not be. But the point is, he's a Mu'tazili. Is he sinful for this? If so, is someone sinful at being rejoicing at a heretic?
Nowhere in that verse is hell mentioned. Yeah, you're not going to find the word hell anywhere in the Bible. That's a term that we use to describe it. The Bible describes it as the eternal flame. It occasionally describes it as Hades, the place of the dead, but that's actually kind of a neutral term. Hell is an English term. It's not found in the Greek Bible. The way Jesus and the prophets and the Bible as a large speak about hell, by and large, there are other metaphors, right? There are other things it says. But by and large, the term used is the fire. And if you bother to read the whole proverb or the whole saying of Jesus there, it's quite clear he's talking about the final judgment. Nor is it a command. You can tell if a sentence is a command by the form of verb. For something to be a command, it has to be in the imperative. The sentence isn't in the imperative. It can't be a command.
Dying. Okay. And he said, and who does not rejoice with that? Who does not rejoice of someone that spreads bid'ah or kufr or someone that's an enemy of Islam? Who does not rejoice with that? This guy's clearly secular, doesn't understand Islamic sciences, is mixing secular laws with Islamic laws, trying to come with his own conclusions.
Thought my stream failed there for a second because the screen just went black, but it was just Dean.
Okay. Yep, exactly. Exactly. This is
Christians literally rejoiced. It's a little hard to read because of the pause, but literally rejoiced and mocked the suffering, disease, and passing of Ahmad Hijab. They should be the last people to moral virtue. Okay, first of all, I didn't do that.
I didn't either.
Second
Just
of all,
clarification.
I will say that there were almost certainly Christians who did that. There are billions of Christians in the world. I'm sure there was Christians who rejoiced and mocked the suffering, disease, and passing of Ahmad Hijab. But that doesn't mean that's what God does. That doesn't mean it's the morally right thing to do. I know this will be shocking to you, Dean, but sometimes Christians, good Christians, do things that are morally wrong. I know that's very shocking for you, Dean, but just because someone does something doesn't mean it's a teaching of Christianity.
It's just an Islamic thing, guys. This is for all communities, all religions, all ideologies. If you think the Republicans, they won't be happy finding someone from the opposite party that's causing, in their perspective, causing harm to the U.S., of course they are, and vice versa. You think a Christian...
Yeah, there may be again, there's millions and millions of Republicans. There might be Republicans who would rejoice over the death of a Democratic senator. But the last couple times someone's died and it's been a major news story, there was no public statement rejoicing over it.
Yeah, to make this statement, they just celebrate this. Of course they do. Of course, no, the majority of Christians don't celebrate when a non-Christian dies. Not a thing that's commanded in the Bible. That's not a thing we're supposed to do. Do we fall short? Sure. Absolutely, as already stated. But it's not a wide scale thing. Although I definitely saw it as a wide scale thing when Nabil Qureshi passed away. There was widespread celebration from the Muslims. So, no, not a thing.
Yeah, and usually used as proof that Islam is the truth, right? This critic of Islam died, therefore Islam's the truth. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone dies. I'm pretty sure that doesn't tell you anything about whether the person was on the true religion or not. Because, I mean, just use the example in here. Ahmed Didat died, and I'm not mocking or celebrating it, but he died a very painful, long, prolonged, horrific death where he was mute for years in constant pain. And this is somehow proof that Allah gave him a dignified death and therefore he's a true believer. But because Nabil died of cancer, he's a true kafir? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's nonsense. And Dean's not entirely wrong. There are certainly people in any community who will celebrate the death of people in another community. That is part of our human nature. It's part of our fallen human nature, our corrupt human nature. Christianity teaches indirectly, obviously there's no direct command on this, but indirectly teaches us that we shouldn't do this because all life is worthy of respect. And frankly, it's actually more of a tragedy when a non-believer dies than when a believer dies. Because when a believer dies, they are united with God in eternal paradise. When a non-believer dies, they are eternally rejected by God. So it's a much greater tragedy when a non-believer dies, and no one should be celebrating that. Again, in our fallen nature, we sometimes do. And likewise, in other communities, people will sometimes celebrate the death of enemies. But it's not a religious teaching, right? It's not a religious teaching to go around celebrating the deaths of people. A normal person would expect a devout Hindu or a devout Buddhist or a devout Taoist or a devout Sikh or whatever to, at minimum, be respectful to their dead enemies. And here, Dean's like, it's no big deal. Everyone hates their enemies and is glad when they're dead.
That notices Bala Hasad, but someone like myself, obviously not being able to give dawah anymore, you don't think they're going to rejoice at that? Obviously they will. It's going to harm the dawah, which is then you're going to benefit.
I will not rejoice. If Mohammed Hijab were killed in a car crash tomorrow, I would not celebrate it.
No,
in fact, I would mourn it because he definitely died in sin and is going to hell.
That would be mourning. We would need to mourn that. It would be tragic. We want everyone to come to Christ, to be able to enter into the kingdom of heaven as siblings in Christ. That's what we want.
Mm-hmm.
And to have someone die in their sin is a horrendous thing.
Absolutely. Is it possible a legitimate good Christian will feel a moment of joy when they learn an enemy died? Absolutely. But if they reflect upon it and they think about it, they'll understand it's actually a tragedy. It's actually a reason for remorse. This is not a given that everyone will celebrate when Mohammed Hijab or whoever your favorite Dawah boy is dies. No one's going to be celebrating when Zakir Naik dies. No one's going to be celebrating when Ali Dawah dies. Certainly no one's going to be celebrating when Deen Responds dies because no one even knows who he is.
Them.
It is playing. Silence again.
Okay, so this is going to be my only video on this. Just to summarize, this person is ignorant on Islamic sciences, throws Islam under the bus, and then cherry picks what he likes and what he doesn't like. More than that, he deceptively removed parts where I justified that she is mentally ill. And yeah, my position is whatever Mohammed Hijab did between him and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive him for that.
Why is your position that whatever Mohammed Hijab did is between him and Allah, but whatever Salman did or Aisha did is the public record and everyone should be condemning them and criticizing them? Why? How does this make sense to you? Don't make sense to me. Certainly don't make sense to me. I don't know what these guys are going on about. So weird stuff. Request from weird stuff here. Says in we were looking at John 15 in theory. Of course we weren't actually, but let me go ahead and I don't have to change my screen share because I'm sharing the whole monitor. So I just move this over here. Let's just start at the beginning, right? I think it is actually worthwhile to get the context of the verse that our friend was trying to quote here. Jesus speaking, I am the true vine, and my Father is the vine dresser. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit, he takes away. And every branch that does not bear fruit, he prunes, that it may bear more fruit. Already you are clean because of the word that I have spoken to you. Abide in me, and I in you. As the branch cannot bear fruit by itself, unless it abides in the vine, neither can you, unless you abide in me. I am the vine, you are the branches. Whoever abides in me, and I in him, it is that bears much fruit. For apart from me, you can do nothing. If anyone does not abide in me, he is thrown away like a branch and withers, and the branches are gathered, thrown into the fire, and burned. If you abide in me, and my words abide in you, ask whatever you wish, and it will be done for you. By this my Father is glorified, that you bear much fruit, and so prove that you are my disciples, and so on and so forth. So what are these branches, right? What are these branches here? They are pretend vines. Who does the pruning? Who does the pruning? God does the pruning.
Yes.
Who do you not abide with? Who, if you're not abiding with, leads you to hell? Jesus. What does that mean? The pruner, God, is Jesus. This is explicitly a parable or a story about the judgment. It says directly that God is the one acting here. Now, let's look at verse 12 as per Weird Stuff's suggestion. Just a few verses later, right? Just a few verses later. Actually, let's start at verse 10. Pick up back where we were. If you keep my commandments, you will abide in my love, just as I have kept my Father's commandments and abide in his love. So if you keep the moral commandments of Jesus, you abide in him, which means you're spared from the hellfire. Again, couldn't be a clearer claim of deity. These things I have spoken to you, that my joy may be in you, and your joy may be in me. Now, what are his commandments? Are his commandments to go and prune the branches, do God's work for him, and throw him into the fire? Or is this his commandment? I know this is a very difficult question exegetically. How can we possibly derive the meaning of this text? Let's read it and see if we can figure out. This is my commandment. Oh, my goodness, he's giving a commandment that you love one another as I have loved you. So what is the commandment of Jesus? Love one another as I have loved you. Is the commandment of Jesus to become the vine pruner and throw the branches into the fire? No, who does that? Oh, that would be the Father. The Father. He is the one that does the pruning and throws people into the fire. But what do you have to be to not be in the fire? You have to be abiding in Jesus' commandments. What are those commandments? Love one another as I have loved you. Really ambiguous passage here. Really ambiguous passage. This clearly, I don't know how Christians didn't understand that this was a death penalty for apostasy and didn't carry this out throughout Christian history. What do you think, Eric?
No, it definitely is a death penalty to any apostates. 110%. If you look at it upside down with your eyes closed. That's what it would take.
I think so. I think so. All right. We're about done with Dean here, but we still got a couple minutes left. Let me take a super chat first. This one from Normal is Overrated. Very funny since we're talking about being mentally abnormal today. But I agree. Normal is overrated.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward and reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
Thank you for your investment in the hereafter, Normal. Pray for the women trapped by Islam. Amen, amen, amen. And in fact, we should also pray for the perpetrators of trapping, right? We should actually pray for our enemies as well. We should pray for the Mohammed Hijabs and Deen Responds. The sick, depraved individuals need Jesus even more than anyone else. I guess, well, maybe I shouldn't say even more, because of course we all need Jesus absolutely and completely, but you get my point. They're even further away from the truth. So Normal is overrated. Thank you very much for that. I think you meant to say, pray for the woman, because he doesn't know how to say women. He always says woman, whether it's singular or plural. And since it was Ali Dawah, I had to. Sorry, guys, for the clickbait. I had to.
And this woman, I cannot affirm Islam for her unless I see her take the Shahada.
Hey, Aisha, if you happen to see this, according to Deen Responds, all you have to do is say the Shahada again, and then he'll believe that you're a true Muslim. And then his whole argument will be destroyed. His whole argument will be gone if you say the Shahada and prove you're a Muslim.
Clearly, she's been through, if not one, multiple apostasies. Okay.
How do you go through multiple apostasies?
Well, at this point, I'm counting quite a few from him. So this live stream's been pretty bad. Again, stop while you're ahead with your posts and your live streams. If you don't know, definitely don't say, well, I'm not certified to make these decisions, but now I'm going to spend 40 something minutes making you think that I can decide about these things.
Oh,
boy.
Hey, thank you, Fozzie Dawah. Didn't you learn your lesson last time? All right, everyone. Fozzie Dawah didn't learn his lesson. So last time Fozzie Dawah came in here and he celebrated that I got fired from my job. I don't know why he's taking credit unless he's a atheistic, spiritualistic, I don't know her exact beliefs, but definitely not a Muslim. Social justice, feminist, makes herself feel good by saying other people are bigoted individual, because that is who got me fired. It wasn't you. It wasn't Muslims. It was a social justice warrior who's like, the poor disadvantaged Muslims. Muslims are so weak and pathetic. It's wrong to say anything mean about them. I will get Thaddeus fired for saying something mean about him. And it wasn't even all much that about me. Honestly, it was half about her trying to get revenge against my place of work for firing her for not doing her job very well. And I just happened to be the person that she found that she could say something against, get the press to publish something. And in the effort to make my employer look bad, it was her actual main motivation. Probably. I don't know her motivation for 100% sure, but I guarantee you it wasn't Islam, because she was not a Muslim. And in fact, she attempted to take me to court and then chickened out and didn't actually take me to court for talking about her on my YouTube channel. But in that, she actually claimed to be a Christian. She actually said, "What Thaddeus is so mean. He's hurting my mental health. He's saying things like I'm probably not a Christian, but I attend a Methodist church or Episcopalian church. I forget which one, but a denomination kind of associated with being very secular and not all that authentic to Christian traditions. But forget that. She claims to be a Christian. So are you saying you're a Christian when you say we got you fired from your job? Now, what happened last time you did this? What happened last time when you came and said we got you fired? I just said, actually, thank you very much. Thank you very much for getting me fired. You have greatly improved my life. You've allowed me to go full time on YouTube. You've gotten me hundreds of dollars of donations by getting me fired. I went from having a very, very nominal monthly support to having a pretty healthy amount of monthly supporters. Does my YouTube income match my previous employment income? No, it doesn't. It's substantially less than my previous income. But you know what? I don't care. My life is much better now. And what happened last time when you did this is a bunch of people took this as imperative for them to donate. So thank you for that as well. Thank you, Fozzie. I think you got brought in like around $50 of donations last time you made a comment like this. So clearly you're a big fan of the channel. Clearly you want people to financially support me. And that's why you're making comments like this. I'm not telling people that they should support people. Many people already support me. Many people already do it. And other people, you're not in a financial position to do so. God will provide, right? God will provide. I have complete confidence. My YouTube income does not technically meet my basic needs at this point, but I have sufficient savings that I can do this for the foreseeable future. And I have confidence that God will grow the income to the point where I can sustain doing YouTube full time. And if he doesn't, oh well, right? Oh well, you still made my life better because I got to spend a year making full-time content because of you, well, really not because of you, honestly, because it was just some crazy psycho woman who thought she was doing moral good by getting me canceled. But because of your desires anyway, because of what you're celebrating, I will have gotten to make so much content. I couldn't be doing this live stream today. I could not have done this live stream if I was not fired, because I did this live stream during the hours I would have normally been working. So your celebration is that I get to do live streams like this exposing Islam. Brilliant strategists all around in the Dawah scene. We got Fozzie Dawah, we got Deen Responds, and no doubt we got many other people as well. And on cue, 20 gifted reasoned answers memberships from Jack Ray.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
You are awesome, Jack Ray. Thank you, Fozzie Dawah, for the $40 donation. Jack Ray would not have made this if it wasn't for you. Thank you very much, Fozzie Dawah, for the donation. And thank you for all your support, Jack Ray, every time I go live. Daniel says, isn't it ironic that Reason Answers gets to spend more time dunking on your fake prophet because he was fired from his job? And you're celebrating this. You, Fozzie Dawah, are celebrating that I get to spend my time talking about how your prophet is a sick, pedophilic loser who you bow down and worship like a pathetic child. Thank you very much, Fozzie Dawah. You enrich my life. You are awesome. And thank you to Brady as well. Fozzie Dawah, thank you for this donation as well.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me, to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch, and for dinner, and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
Thank you very much, Brady, for that. You inspired 2 donations. Brady says it directly. I was needing a reason to support. Misha says, because of Thaddeus in the UK, I in the UK can have a Kufar-friendly time-zoned live stream. Thanks, Fozzie Dawah, helping us infidels know that you Muslims get up in your pervy spare time. Indeed. I no longer have to stream on nights and weekends. I can stream on weekdays during the day, which is the best time for Europeans. So thank you for helping me reach Europeans. People in the UK and other countries where you think you're moving in and taking over are being informed about the depravity of Islam and fighting back against it because of your efforts to get me fired, Fozzie Dawah. You are awesome. You are the best. You are so good. You have done so much work for the true God. Now it's time to actually accept him as your Lord and Savior. And it says, do they think being unruly is going to help us go, oh, shoot, Islam is true, I guess. All right, let's try to finish off Deen Responds. We got 3.5 minutes left. Probably like at least half a minute of that on the end is like his stupid logo or something, knowing how low effort his video is.
Yeah, Sam Shamoon mocked the disease of Jake. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala cure him from what he has.
And Sam's wrong. I have no problem saying that. If this is a true statement and Sam was mocking Jake for having a disease, he is wrong. Jake did not get that disease because of his teachings about Islam. Even though Jake is a perverted, sick individual, he didn't get disease because he teaches Islam. That's not how the world works.
Yeah. Okay. All right, guys, I'm gonna end it here. I don't want to waste too much time on this. I've been very busy making videos. Like
he's gonna end it here. We got 3 minutes and 14 seconds to go. He doesn't want to waste much time on this, but he wasted of the 41 minutes and 50 seconds. I'd say he wasted about 35 of them. He could have done this. Everything he had to say, he could have done in 5-6 minutes.
That's what it comes down to. It could have just been a real quick one and done. I mean, all the evidence he brought was a couple of screenshots, a couple of posts, that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all he got.
really, this guy, what does this guy do for the ummah? This guy is causing fitna for the ummah.
So he's now talking about Salman again. I think that this guy, for some reason, he's allergic to saying behind veil. Well, actually, I know why he's allergic to saying behind veils. But he's also allergic to saying Salman. And the reason he won't say behind veils is he doesn't want any Muslim to go and watch the original video, obviously. You know, this guy, what is he doing for Islam? Well, what he's doing for Islam is he's trying to root out the bad influences that make Islam look like a pile of trash. What are you doing? You're saying, no, Islam is actually a pile of trash. Congratulations, Deen. Congratulations, Deen. We agree. Your religion is actually what Mohammed Hijab is all about. You've won your case, which makes Islam look 10 times worse than Salman wants it to look.
This guy is not providing anything that actually benefits Islam. At a time where everyone's attacking Muslims and attacking Islam, this person's aiding them and giving them ammunition. Obviously, this guy doesn't care about Islamic principles, as we've seen. In fact, I feel like behind veils person wants dies to go away at the end of the day, and he'll do whatever interpretation he can get. Yeah, guys, replay where he ensured that the evidence I provided to show she's mentally ill. Look at the two of them. Look at the.
Yeah, put a link to his video and encourage your audience to go watch it, Deen. Yeah, go compare the two, not just the 30 seconds you showed, and then admitted indirectly that it didn't say what you wanted it to say because you're like, oh, I forget where it is. It's somewhere else in the video, right? He's like, it's right here. Plays it for like 2.5 minutes, and he's like, no, that wasn't the right spot. It's somewhere else, obviously. Clearly is what he says. Somewhere else, clearly. Because, you know, it's not possible that he was mistaken or intentionally lying about what was in the video.
Screenshots I provided, where I show photos and look at what he provided, which omits those photos. He doesn't show that part. He doesn't show the.
Okay, so Salman's document has like 10, 12 pages of screenshots. Yeah, you showed a page that he didn't show, but you admitted 11 of the 12 pages he did show. So what does that say about you admitting evidence? Exactly.
Part where she says she justifies people literally killing Palestinians. saying that if someone is a
You liar. One, she didn't justify killing anyone. Two, she was talking about Israelis. And she said, you can see how people would want the psychopaths who just kill indiscriminately to disappear. Obviously, that's not actually what was happening. Israelis were not indiscriminately killing people. Near as I can tell, no one was being killed in the video. It was just pure propaganda. But she was responding to what it was claimed to be a video proof of Israelis killing Palestinians, which means, who was she calling psychopaths? The Palestinians for being killed? No, of course not. She was calling the Israelis psychopaths.
narcissist, they'll be doing that. They would love to be able to pull the trigger. Like what the hell is this? Like what Mohammed Hijab says, what the hell is this? A'udhu billah.
What the hell is this, Dean? What is this nonsense?
Yeah, he has some issues, but I don't want to get involved in this. Guys, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
I don't want to get involved in this. I just made a 45-minute video.
And gave advice behind the scenes, and like have been here the entire time, trying to pull the strings and complaining when they don't listen to me. Yeah, you don't want to be here for this. Oh.
Ha ha ha! It ain't gonna buy the diapers he needs. Well, sorry, Fozzie. I know you're projecting and you suffer from incontinence, but it's not something to be embarrassed about. Seek medical help, but it's not something that I personally suffer for.
He does also know what we did to the Quran too, right? In celebration.
But if you think I don't have enough money to buy diapers and I need diapers, maybe I should just use my Quran as a diaper. You might want to think about what you're doing here, Fozzie. You might want to think about what you're doing here. Just saying. Just saying. His voice is so dull, duller than the Quran. Yeah, again, Dean's been doing this a long time. This sounds like someone doing their first ever live stream, to be perfectly honest. It sounds like someone who is very uncomfortable, has never done this before, is fumbling around, not sure what to do, speaking in a very nervous, monotone voice. And I'm not making fun of that. I'm just saying, if he wants to grow his channel, the way to do that isn't to get on his knees bowing to Mohammed Hijab's godhood. The way to do that is to get better at making YouTube videos. And, maybe have a spine and come out and say something original instead of just repeating what Ali Dawah and Mohammed Hijab told you to say. Come out and say something original. Originality gets views on your videos. I put out a video this week on how Ali Dawah was caught with prostitutes. Did you see anyone else making that video? No, you didn't. As a result, it is my second most watched video to this point in time to date. It has done extremely well. Why? Because I did something clever. I did something highly edited. I did this meander on pointlessly for a long time, make my audience sit there in silence. That is how you grow a YouTube channel. Free advice here, Deen Responds, free advice. Even if you don't repent and have better morals, you can make better YouTube videos, because this is embarrassing. This is terrible. No one wants to watch this. I apologize to my audience for subjecting them to this, honestly. This is one of the single worst pieces of content I have ever seen in my life. My first video that I ever did is terrible, and it was better than this video from a production standpoint.
For whatever mishaps, misdeeds, whatever I said that was wrong, it's for myself. And whatever I said that was beneficial and good, alhamdulillah, is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And guys, I don't get my
100% of this video came from Dean. He said whatever was bad in this video came from him.
Only like 10% of this video came from Dean. The rest of it came from a lot of other sources, considering it's just mostly him watching and then adding a little bit of commentary or just dead silence.
I know. Well, and the few things that he actually says are almost word for word parroted from what Mohammed Hijab and or Ali Dawah already said on the public record. There's almost no actual analysis here. The one place that he actually provided some analysis was to show that Salman is wrong when he says that Islam tells you to have decency and treat dead bodies with respect. That was the one place in the whole video that he provided some actual informative commentary, which was to show that Islam is worse than Salman makes it out to be. Again, great strategy here, buddy. Great strategy. I'm sure that the converts are lining up at your door. I'm sure that you are hoping that the female converts are lining up at your door to be your second, third, fourth wives, whatever, that you can use for a week and then discard.
Advice is don't get involved in this whole ordeal or whole drama. All you need to know from this is
your advice is not to get involved with this, and yet either you or Hassan was the very first person to respond when Mohammed Hijab posted this. So your advice is to not get involved, and yet your fingerprints are all over the involvement. I'm pretty sure you're the person who said the most in the group chat of anyone. Maybe excluding Hijab, maybe Ali Dawah or Hassan said more, but I think it was Deen. I think it was Deen who was the most enthusiastic about finding ways to support Mohammed Hijab. But my advice to you is don't get involved.
this person is dragging my name down the mud and shouldn't be trusted with the sources he provides. You don't have to side with Muhammad Hijab.
Your name has not been dragged into the mud. You are the mud, buddy. You are the dirt. You are the filth. And you know why you are that? Because you embody what Islam teaches. You can come out of Islam and be cleansed by the blood of Christ and be as white as snow. Or you can stay in the filth of Islam, be covered in dirt, and be thrown into hell. Those are your options, Mr. Deen Responds. I hope you make the right choice. Unlike you, I don't hope that you commit suicide. I hope that you repent and make the right choice and come to the truth. And if you don't and you die, I will not be celebrating it. I will, assuming that you're even relevant enough to me to realize that you died, I will be sad about it because it will mean that you are in hell. And I don't want that for you or anyone else.
You don't have to side with this crazy woman. At the very least, just know that whatever comes from this person's channel is clear propaganda, clear selective confirmation of certain evidence, and doesn't want the truth. Clearly has some sort of agenda, probably dislikes Ali Dawah, Mohammed Hijab, I'm not sure. I don't really care. I don't really watch his videos. But beyond that, let's end it here, inshallah. Now we don't have to find the leaker. Yani it's not a big deal. We can leak the whole WhatsApp group. It's not a
Yeah, we need to find the leaker. Oh, it's not a big deal. I bet you the messages in that chat are all about who's the leaker we need to find about. We need to get rid of him ASAP.
Yeah, I said I don't even care who the leak is. No, you definitely do. You so totally do. Whenever they say I don't care about XYZ, you guarantee they actually do care quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want you to know that.
Mm-hmm. I love it when people come into my comment sections of my YouTube videos and go, LOL, no one cares about the subject of this video. I mean, they actually say what the subject is, but yeah, that's a good question there. A very good question indeed. Why are you on my video if no one cares? It seems you care, and it seems you cared enough to leave a comment, which honestly, 95% of people who watch the video don't care enough to leave a comment. So actually, not only do you care, you're in the top 5% of care, Mr. No one cares about your video. Got a super chat there from Apologetics Rocha. Thank you very much, David. I'll get that in the rest of the super chats here in just a second. Last minute of Deen Responds. I'm going to try to play it out.
issue, yani. The only main issue is if you selectively share parts of the conversation.
Oh, like
and that's what this individual did.
Oh, like you?
All right, guys.
Literally.
I'm going to end it here, inshallah. There'll be more videos coming soon.
I'm going to end it here, inshallah. 40 more seconds. Allah just does not will anything, guys.
On the channel. I'll probably be uploading one tonight, inshallah.
All right, he doesn't have anything else to say. He's just going to chit chat for another 30 seconds. We don't need to watch this last 30 seconds. Let's all take a moment to let our brains recover from what we just were subjected to. Relax and enjoy this super chat from Yusuf.
They give a loan to Allah. What is the reward? The reward in this life is that the money will come back double. You give 100, 200 will come back. Sooner or later. Believe me. All money that is given for the sake of Allah, it comes back. And I'm sure that all of you have experience.
I don't have that experience, and I don't think my super chatters do, but maybe they do. Maybe that's why I keep getting super chats, is because Allah is sending them huge rewards for super chatting. But Yusuf says, Mohammed Hijab is like an idol for them. I got a good name for them. The Mojabites, or Mojabites. Very good. I like that. And he is absolutely an idol. He's definitely Deen Responds idol. He's definitely Ali Dawah's idol. Right? Ali Dawah's like, well, my first priority is Allah and his messenger, not Mohammed Hijab. Oh, Mohammed Hijab, you want me to delete that video? Okay, Lord and Savior Mohammed Hijab, I will delete that video. Allah wanted me to expose you, but you said no. So I guess I will delete it, and I will repent, and I will say repeatedly during the stream I was being unfair to Mohammed Hijab when I considered the possibility that he did something wrong. Because Mohammed Hijab is perfect, and he never does anything wrong. Oh, my idol Mohammed Hijab. Oh, my idol Mohammed Hijab. And you got Deen Responds over there. I am Deen Responds. Mohammed Hijab is a very good individual who I do not serve in any way. I have no idea whether he did anything right or wrong, but I'm going to say the people who are accusing him definitely did something wrong. Guys, I need to edit a screenshot. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Your thoughts, Eric?
No, I think that sums it up really nicely. They know that Mohammed Hijab's been the one who's been catapulted into the forefront of Dawah. He's the one who's been growing like crazy. So they all want to attach themselves to him and defend him so he doesn't go down in a blazing fire. I'd say glory, but there's no glory in it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Andrew says, please pray for the throat. Thad, yeah, we ended up going 5.5 hours, probably 5:45 by the time I get through the last couple of super chats. And, a Dawah guy, they won't really, but because they wouldn't watch it, right? There's no way they would watch the end. But a Dawah guy will find a clip of my voice cracking because I've been speaking so much. And they're like, look, he's just a prepubescent boy. He's not a real man.
Now, I'm going to need to duck out to get ready for another live stream here shortly. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to have to bid adieu.
All right. Yep. What is your live stream? Are you streaming again tonight?
Oh, yeah. I'm joining John on his channel, Newton Sci-Fi. We'll be going over the new movie, Superman, from a Christian perspective.
Very nice.
We'll be diving into that one. It should be a fun one. It was an interesting one. There are many opinions on it. Good, bad, the ugly. But you get to find that out if you guys join us there. We'll be starting at 8, but I got to go to the studio and get ready.
So if you post the link to that in the chat, I'll be happy to... Well, I can look it up myself, but if you're able, go ahead and post it in the link. I just checked. It looks like he doesn't have the feature where you can redirect to it enabled, so I can't redirect to that stream, but I will remind people at the end to go and check that out.
Sure. I'm going to grab that real quick here.
On the bright side, since I'm so cool, I'll be here staying. So
excellent, Elle. I wasn't even sure when you were here and when you weren't. So
I've been here the whole time.
She's been there the entire time. You just didn't notice.
I just don't feel the need to say the same thing 10,000 times, like
me?
the video we watched where he's
Oh,
either
that.
dead silent with no one talking or saying the exact same thing. So guys, I'm gonna prove this to you. So guys, now I'm gonna prove this to you. So guys, now I'm gonna prove this to you.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Elle, but the grand total of the evidence that he presented the entire time, even though he kept saying that he was now going to prove it, was the 4 or 5 screenshots that he showed at the start of public tweets. Right?
Yeah, so the tweets. Yeah, that was his proof, was the tweets.
So the
Because
proof
the other thing that I would maybe consider proof that he, as far as like bringing the receipts or whatever, as the slang says, like he screenshotted your video, but that actually undoes all of his other like quote unquote proofs. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can watch that video. I encourage Dean's audience, if any of them check it out, to watch my interview with Aisha. Judge for yourself whether she sounds mentally unwell and unhinged or whatever Dean thinks she sounds like. Dean sounded way more ADHD unhinged in his little live stream than Aisha has ever sounded.
That was so bad. And I would second that. Thank you very much for doing that. I was really looking forward to just hearing her opinion straight up like that. I think it was extremely valuable to get her perspective.
And notice no one in the Dawah scene was willing to give that interview. She said that in the public record, she said that, she reached out to 100 people before Salman finally did something. She told me that she tried reaching out again to a whole bunch of Dawah people after it went public, and they still had no interest in talking to her. So there you go, right? And no one in the Dawah scene wants to support Aisha for some reason. So she was forced to do the interview with me.
I'm going to go ahead and duck out, but I will make one more mention. It's actually worse than that, because they did do the interview. They just deleted it in order to cover it up. So they went, not only that they weren't willing to do it, they were originally willing to do it until they found out who it was. And then it's like, oh no, we got to cover up. We got to absolutely cover this up. We can't let it be shown. So it's active. They're actively trying to stop her story from getting out, actively trying to stop that interview from happening. So with that, God bless you all, and see you guys later.
And we did have Khan Finance Academy, who I guess is a Muslim, because he came in and said, if anyone has any questions about Islam, I'm here to answer them. And he says, anybody thinks this is funny, cringe. Well, Mohammed Hijab thinks it's funny. Ali Dawah thinks it's funny. Deen Responds thinks it's funny. I do agree, though. It is definitely cringe if someone thinks this is funny. So when he came in and said that, I guess he couldn't figure it out because I left out a space. I don't know. But when he came in and said, anyone have any questions? I said, well, was what hijab did Islamically allowed? Pretty straightforward question. He says, Aki, thank you for the question. Can you repeat? Sure. What was anything? I guess my wording was a bit confusing to you. So I'll ask it again. And I'll go put it in the chat in case you're not listening. Was anything that Mohammed Hijab did haram Islamically? Let me know, Mr. Khan, since you're here to educate us about Islam. I'd like to know if anything hijab did was wrong. All right, super chat here. This one from that guy over yonder.
Can you just imagine giving £100 and it's a sadaqah jariyah, meaning it carries on going even when you are gone? Just imagine being in your grave and getting the rewards. In your grave, you will not be able to come back to this video to donate. So why not donate now?
Yeah, why not donate now? You can't donate in the grave. Come on. Why not donate now to Ali Dawah, which is a perfectly good guy to have for this comment. Why can't I choose both? They're but equally dumb, dear Muslims. Sahih al-Bukhari, 44:28. And I'll go ahead and close the poll now. The poll is who is dumber, Ali Dawah or Deen Responds? 59% for Ali Dawah, 41% for Deen Responds. And I guess I may have to lean Ali Dawah just because I haven't seen enough of Deen's videos to know for sure. But man, he makes it surprisingly close. Deen makes it surprisingly close. We're back around to that. I thought you asked that like 2 hours ago, the hijab wrong thing. Yeah. So I took the super chats that were directly related to Fawzi Dawah right away, but there was a couple older ones that I hadn't done at that time. So we're getting those. Those are the last two of the old ones. Protestant believer triggered who ate the apple. Daughter of the Most High says, so bummed. I may not be able to go to the conference and see my sweet Elle and your brother in Christ, or my brother in Christ from her statement. It was so good to see them. A cat just showed up in Sarasota at Apologeticon. So we promoted it at the beginning, but Elle, promote the conference again for those who didn't see it at the beginning.
Yeah, so if anybody here wants to learn how to better use apologetics, polemics, and evangelism in day-to-day life, if anybody here wants to learn more about what religions teach, from Christianity to Islam to Judaism to Mormonism, Jehovah's Witnesses, all kinds of cults. If anybody here wants to have hands-on experience sharing the gospel with others and wants to partner with others to do outreaches, if anyone wants to see very lively, exciting debates between Dr. David Wood and Daniel Hakikachu, if anyone wants to do any of these things, please come to our conference. It's free. There's free food. There's a lot of fun. There's a lot of fellowship. It is always amazing, and it gets better and better each year. This is our third year doing it in a row, and we cannot wait to have you join us on this journey to seek and share truth together better than ever before. It's not something that I would want to miss, and I highly encourage everybody, if you can be there in person, be there in person. It's unlike anything else you've ever been to before.
Mm-hmm. And even your kids are very excited about it. Thank you for that. There is, did put the link for signing up for tickets there in the chat. I'll add it to the video description for those watching later as well. And then I put the fundraiser, or well, I said I put the fundraiser, but apparently I actually just posted the same link twice. My bad on that. Let me copy the correct link this time. So put the link for the fundraiser, as well as Elle mentioned, everything is free. You get hours of education, you get food, you get an amazing debate between Daniel and David Wood, all for free. So for those who are financially able or willing, or maybe you can't attend and you want to be a part of it in a different way, I put the fundraiser in the chat as well. Every dollar helps. Say, oh, I can only give $5. Great. Give $5. That will pay for someone's meals at the conference. All right, last couple super chats. This one from Cheryl R.
من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا? Who is gonna give Allah a good loan? Ya akhwati, this verse puts shame in my heart. My Lord is asking for a loan. Nothing's wrong with that guy. He has ability, but only a little bit of cash flow problems. He just needs a little bit of money right now. So give to Allah. Don't ask for anything back, guys.
Yeah, don't ask for anything back. Don't listen to those other Dawah guys. Come on. Be generous. Allah needs your money, and he may or may not be able to pay you back. Cheryl says, as a member and Patreon supporter since you got railroaded, amen. You have and will continue to make Kersari for coming after you. Had to come in on a device from TV, so you know how much we appreciate you. That is. So, Fozzie Dawah, if you're still around, you get credit for this donation as well. Thank you very much, Fozzie Dawah. I think you inspired $80 worth of donations here. Cheryl, regular supporter, obviously, was watching on TV, and she was so motivated by you, Fozzie Dawah, that she got on her phone or whatever so that she could make a donation, because obviously she couldn't make a donation from her TV. Thank you very much, Carol. And thank you, Care, right? Thank you, Care. And a Lizzie baby for getting me fired. Best thing that ever happened to me. No exaggeration. Well, okay, maybe slight exaggeration. I mean, some better things definitely happened to me, like being saved by God's love, meeting my wife, marrying her, having her child. But best thing in my YouTube career to ever happen was being fired from my job. And honestly, if I had not been fired from that job, I would not have, almost certainly would not have made contact with Aisha. And who knows what would have happened there, right? I think that have definitely done some good work for the kingdom, obviously through God's grace, not my own skill or something, because of me being fired, and it has made a material difference in the fight against this evil religion and made a material difference in Aisha's life. And I thank God for the individuals who came after me. They meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. Super chat from Apologetics Roadshow.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And when Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch.
Oh, well, that time it got pulled off because it was where it should have ended the first time. I don't know why it paused there for a second. Anyway, Zucker Mike says, come meet me so you can donate big amounts. You can't donate big amounts with your credit card because sadly, the international community has labeled me as a terrorist because I've supported terror. But don't worry, you can get around the regulations against donations to known terrorists by coming and meeting me in person. And David does indeed want to donate a big amount, but because I'm not a terrorist, he can just do it directly on YouTube. He says, pretty hilarious and insane how Deen Responds decided to chain himself to the sinking Mojab ship. Anyone with a drop of common sense would be trying to distance himself, but not Deen. Yep, I gave a prophecy at the end of my last live stream that wasn't intended to be a prophecy, but turned out to be one, that if anyone, any sinking Dawah ship, any flailing Dawah channel with 20,000 subscribers wants to make a name for themselves, now's the time. Be the first to come out and condemn Mohammed Hijab. And yeah, the other Dawah guys might not like it. Yeah, some Muslims won't like it, but there's a huge untapped audience in the Islamic community for people who are willing to speak out against Mohammed Hijab. I keep calling him Fozzie Dawah because the two are the same in my mind. Deen Responds, said, yes, that's a great idea. I will save my channel of 18,000 subscribers. I will double down, triple down, quadruple down on how awesome Mohammed Hijab is, because he was justified in his abuse of a woman because she was insane. Your thoughts, Elle?
Yeah, I think the insane thing is pretty clear here, and it's not Aisha for being upset that somebody would lie to her, manipulate her, abuse her, and then plot with all of their 74 best friends behind her back on how to drag her name through the dirt, accuse her falsely of having some mental illness to the extent to which she cannot even be trusted to share truth or to share her experience. I mean, that sounds like insanity to me, is being a part of that cover up. I mean, even I still find it hilarious that he himself, Deen Responds, talked about this as, you know, the Dawah Epstein list. Like, this is insane. They're not even like ashamed of it. They're like, yeah, so what, we sent these chats. You know, if it's against somebody who's helping the enemies of Islam, all the more, all the better, you know. So what if she commits suicide? I mean, she's supposed to be murdered anyway. So, like,
Mhm.
if she could just do it herself, saves us all the trouble. This is awful. This is evil. And this is what Islam leads to. I know Aisha wants to be like, no, this isn't Islam. Islam's fine. This is just people who are, you know, bad actors. No, this is Islam. This is exactly what Islam promotes, teaches, and leads to when followed. And it is heartbreaking. But Jesus Christ loves us so much that while we're still sinners, he incarnated, laid his life down for us, and resurrected to restore us to a relationship with him. Yet, Mohammed Hijab, a follower of the prophet, aka false prophet, even according to Islam, doesn't even want to be in a relationship that's a real relationship with her, and wants to gaslight her and everybody else around her into believing that what he did, he does not need to be accountable for, and that she's the one in the wrong for being upset about it.
And you fulfilled Khan's desires. He never answered my question, sadly, about whether this was allowed in Islam or not. But he did want to see Elle, as he put it. She is so beautiful. Indeed, she is. And you are as well, Khan. You are a beautiful creature created in the image of God. Aisha, the lady abused by Mohammed Hijab. Did I say in the image of Mohammed Hijab, or did I say God?
Yeah, just clarify.
I think I said Mohammed Hijab, didn't I? It created in
I
the
think
image
so.
of God. Created in the image of God. Man, that was bad. Exact opposite there. God and Mohammed Hijab. Anyway, created in the image of God. Obviously, I was thinking ahead about what I want to say about Mohammed Hijab, but you are a beautiful creature. Elle is a beautiful creature, created in the image of God, created with infinite worth. God wants to have a beautiful relationship with you. Meanwhile, people like Mohammed Hijab, they say the opposite, right? They say that you're disgusting, you're dirt, you're a kafir, you're worse than nothing, you might as well commit suicide. In fact, we should be glad if you commit suicide. This is the difference between our religions. Sadly, Khan, you didn't answer me about whether Mohammed Hijab did anything wrong or not. But your wish has been fulfilled. You got to see Elle, as you said there.
Well, I would just say, Khan, the person I want you to see is Christ. I want you to see him for who he really is, which is God. So, hi, let me point to him.
I mean, I don't know if people are mad at you. I wouldn't be mad at you for calling someone beautiful. I mean, it's a little weird to like be like, ooh, I want to see that Christian. She's beautiful. But, you know, whatever. I'm not mad at you about it. Now, if you said, like, I want to have sex with her or something, yeah, I'd be mad about that. But just saying she's beautiful, that's acceptable. That's allowed. All right. Let's see what we got here.
It is interesting, though, because it...
Good.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I don't see where anywhere Islamically I would be considered beautiful, or that anyone would be considered beautiful. Could be wrong
No, I mean,
on that last part, but I'm supposed to be the worst of creatures.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, you're worse than cattle, Elle. You're uglier than cattle.
Why, thank you. But there's something within us where we recognize beauty, and if you want to hear more about beauty, come to the conference where you could hear David S. talk about it for probably longer than he's allotted time for. But yeah, beauty points to God, to the one true God. Beauty is not something that is inherent within Islam. In fact, Islam works against beauty. So it is interesting to see somebody who's a proponent of Islam supporting the recognition of beauty. Not that I'm even saying, oh yeah, recognize my beauty, but I'm saying beauty, period. Like, there is a beauty of God's creation, of God himself, of who he is. He is the beauty. He is the light. He is the life. He is the love. Like, and these things, again, all point to truth, which Islam is not.
Amen. So I started to play the super chat there. It was the AI voice or our ape apologist voice. And Dean never gets to the point, responds. Jack Ray says, thank you very much for that. And he does indeed. Well, I guess he technically never got there, but he took 45 minutes to make a 5-minute point, which wasn't even the best point he made was that Salman is painting Islam as something good, but it's not. That was the best point that Dean made in the entire video. Good answer, says Daughter of the Most High. And Khan says that Mohammed Hijab is a Sunni and I'm a Sufi. He is terrible, of course. Okay, he is terrible. It's interesting that you chose to phrase it that way, though. Like, so you're saying because he's a Sunni, he's terrible, not because of the things he did? I mean, okay, I'm not entirely in disagreement, but you can do better, right? You can say that he's terrible because of the things he did. I'm glad that you're not like him. And Sufis in general have a pretty moderate view of Islam. They don't really follow the text very closely. So you're definitely probably way better than Mohammed Hijab, but you're way better because you don't follow the texts of Islam. That's kind of the point here, right? You're better than your God and prophet.
I thought
This is a full-blown mutant destruction. The hotel won't survive. Neither will this behind snails. This unveiling rivals Alzat. No bola.
That was from last time. That was last time. I forgot to clear it again, so that one got left over from last time. But Jack Ray actually says, D meanders around and might respond. Yes, indeed. That is the case. You were saying, Elle?
Sorry, I was saying I thought Islam was all one.
Nah. Only when you're counting numbers and you're saying it's the fastest growing religion. Any other case, I mean, you think that Christians are mean to Sunnis, you see Shias and vice versa. And their attacks on one another. They are vicious. And thank you, Khan. Thank you, Khan. I will acknowledge that you have said something good. He did something against humanity. We believe that God is inside every person. Indeed, you're acknowledging that hijab is a morally repugnant person. And I have no doubt you believe that God is inside every person, which couldn't be farther from the texts of Islam. But this is Sufism. Yeah.
That would mean that God entered all of his creation. Like, not even just like can't enter creation, period, but can enter all at least created humans. I guess even if you're saying, well, God's not in like trees and plants and all that, which is what some groups would also claim. But yeah, if God can't enter his creation, how is he inside all of every person or any person at all?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like a distorted version of created in the image of God, I think. Right? It's like saying that we have intrinsic value because God is inside of every person, which is kind of weird. That's like a pantheist type belief as opposed to, monotheism. But you're on the right track, Khan. You're on the right track. I hope you stick around. I hope you're on this channel more and learn more about how the things that you like to think that Islam teaches are actually taught in Christianity, and you should make the conversion. Got another super chat here. Oh, sorry, this one wasn't a super chat. The last one is the one more super chat. But first, this comment. If it means anything to you, I appreciate these streams, especially since things have been rough lately. Absolutely, it means a lot to me. The fact that people get benefits out of these streams, and the fact that the benefit is not like just entertainment or something, but it's theology. It's helping people become closer to God and whatnot. That means absolutely everything to me. I appreciate the donations. They allow me to do what I do, but what actually motivates me, what actually drives me is things like this, right? People saying what the streams mean to them. So absolutely, Una, you're one of my longest, most loyal, regular followers of my live streams, and I appreciate it very much. Before I get the last super chat from Connie, he quotes the Quran and says, "We are closer to him than his jugular vein." But yeah, that doesn't mean that God lives inside you. No one has interpreted that, or at least that's not fair. Sufis probably have historically interpreted it that way, but no one in the early days of Islam interpreted it that way. And we'll leave it here for now, but I'd love to continue this discussion with you another day. In fact, I'd invite you to be a guest on my stream if you're interested. Email me, Thaddeus@reasonedanswers.com. You can get that in the video description. And I would love to have a discussion with you. I've had discussion with other people who call themselves Muslim and that are viewed as heretics by others, which no doubt would be the case for you. And you will see that I treat them with complete respect. I work with the beliefs they actually have rather than telling them the beliefs that they're quote unquote supposed to have. And so I'd love to have that discussion with you if you are interested. Last super chat, this one from Misha SWB.
Simultaneously discard victims of neuter whilst wanting neuter, the Dawah falls away.
The Dawah falls away. I think that is definitely the case. Unfortunately, Fawzi, well, I say unfortunately, but perhaps fortunately, Fawzi Dawah comes in here and exposes his religion. He tries to project, on previous streams, he tried to project an image of being a very modern, reformed Muslim who doesn't believe in all the evil teachings of Islam. But today he comes in here and he reveals how he really feels. So fortunately, unfortunately, I don't know which one, but thanks again, Fawzi Dawah, for all the donations you inspired today. Your final thoughts, Elle?
Once you realize how evil Islam is, please do not cover it up. Please join in exposing it and seek truth. In fact, even if you don't yet realize the evils of Islam, I ask you each, please seek truth and do not reject it when you find it. Don't reject it when truth is calling out to you. Don't reject him, the truth, who is Jesus Christ, who is God, because rejecting him will always lead to evils. And even if you don't think it's as bad as other evils, I pray that you guys will find what is truly right and what is truly good and what is best. Not just something that's subpar. Islam promotes these subpar relationships even when they go well, according to Islamic standards. Obviously, this is an example of when we're seeing it did not even last very long at all to begin with. But even if it had, it still would not be good. God designed marriage so well and designed it to be a representation of our relationship with him. Sadly, in Islam, the relationship with Allah himself is awful, even like best case scenario. So don't just be a slave of Allah, but be a son and daughter of our God, the one true God who created us. And so that's my final thoughts is, yeah, turn to truth.
Amen. I don't really have a lot to add after that. I'll leave you with those words for the most part. John Newton Sci-Fi and your brother in Christ will be streaming in less than 5 minutes. So be sure to head over to that and check out that stream next. Don't forget to sign up for the Seek and Share Truth conference, where you can learn about the kind of stuff that Elle was just talking about there. Enrich your faith, become a better witness for Christ, because I would agree with what she said, and I'd phrase it maybe even a bit stronger. We have a moral obligation to teach the truth. We have a moral obligation to spread the truth of the gospel when we see evil, or just when we see people who are lost. We have an obligation to do something, to say something. Being an evangelist isn't a special position, like maybe being a public speaker, doing a YouTube channel. Sure, that might be a special position, but being an evangelist is not a special position. It's something every Christian is called to do, which means primarily having conversations with people already in your life, coworkers, acquaintances, friends, family. If your family isn't entirely Christian, have conversations with them, spread the truth, and use every opportunity you have to reflect the love that God first showed you in the way that you live your lives. Thank you all for joining us today. Don't know my exact plans for the rest of the week. Very unlikely I'll be streaming tomorrow because I'm doing some recording, scheduled recording with multiple individuals involved tomorrow. But I'll probably stream a couple times later in the week. I have a feeling we're going to have a lot more breaking about this whole Mohammed Hijab, Aisha situation, now that the Epstein list is hanging over all of the Dawah boys, and they have to make a decision. Am I going to come forward and try to save myself, or am I going to wait to be slaughtered when the embarrassing things that I said in private are revealed in public? Difficult choice, but guys, even if it's only for yourself, make the right choice. Throw Mohammed Hijab under the bus. Get rid of this disgusting wolf that is consuming your ummah. Thank you for joining us today, and we'll close out, as always, with the words of Pastor Jake.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me.